Hey, ma'am. Hey, Meep.
Hey Dan.
Hey, Raven. Hey, Michael. Hey, Ice
Hey
Cold.
Dan.
Hey, Allison.
Hey Dan. Happy Saturday.
Thank you.
Hey. Hi.
Hey, Kay. Hey, something. Hey,
Hey Dan.
Skepti.
Hope all is well.
Hey, Maya. Hey, same to you, Sweet Pea.
Hey Dan. Hi Dan. Hi Dan. Hi Dan. How are you?
I'm good, everybody. I'm good.
Hi Dan.
Just gonna
Hey
post a
Dan.
TikTok real quick.
Dub. Hi. Good evening.
Good
Are you
evening.
sad Dan? Is there someone we need to roll up on?
No, I'm good. I'm
Well
good.
oh my, who dis?
I'm good.
Hi Dan.
Hi, everyone.
Morning Dan.
Good morning, Madison.
IMMpolicytracking.org. Hi Dan and chat. Hello. Are we multi?
Yes,
Do
we
you
should
think
be,
Trump
yeah.
will abolish BHM? At Michelle LMAO.
BHM.
Who dat who dat? The prompt is a little sassy, I love it. Dan.
Hey, Ty.
What's up Dan?
Hey, Anastasia.
Love you Dan.
Love you too,
At
Oscar.
Shui just checkin' haha. Black History Month. He's
D-
multi many things.
Dan, don't say my name like
Hi
that. You're
Dan.
making me shy. Am I,
S me
Sue?
Rena.
Hey, Christina. He's multi many things. Black History
Someone
Month?
call me?
Oh my god, I could definitely see that. Dan, I thought of you. Hello. Hello. Hey, Graham. We're going to get started shortly, everybody. We're going to get started very, very shortly. Thank you for being my background noise while I do homework. No problem, Michael. Liberals are a disease. First of all, nice name, dude. Second of all, why are you so racist? What's wrong with you? Grow up. I wonder if Trump hates that Gavin kissed his wife. If he sees that video, I think he's going to be upset. Hey, liberals are a disease. I sent you a request. Let's see. If you're willing to call the ICE tip line, you're definitely willing to call the Dan Malik tip line. Come on. Step up. No, so interesting. You can't defend your beliefs. Super interesting. Gavin looked more like her husband than Trump. MAGA is proof of a failed education system. All right, we're going to go to our first guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. That guy said woke activity stopped. What the fuck is a woke activity?
Donald Trump's a bitch. Donald Trump smells like shit. Donald Trump's breath reeks. Donald Trump has no sense of style. Donald Trump is a piece of shit. That's all I needed to say.
Have a great day. Mad Hatter, this host is so bad. All right, well, come up. Dunk on me. I sent you a request. If I'm so bad, it should be really easy to prove anything I've said wrong. No. Why do MAGA talk so much shit in the comments, but when I request for them to come up, they just can't? It's probably one of two reasons. One, they don't want me to hear the Russian accent because they're Russian bots. Two, they don't have enough oxygen because of their mouth breathing, and they won't be able to hold a conversation. Or three, they're petrified, just like their president Donald Trump, who was petrified of debating Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis during the Republican primary debates, petrified of going back on 60 Minutes after Leslie Stahl asked him tough questions. Yeah. Hi,
Hey,
welcome up.
how's it going? Usually when I come up here, I troll, but today I'm feeling depressed or something. I'm just like, my entire family is Republican, and I'm just wondering, like, how am I supposed to have a relationship with these people that think I'm like some like woke sheep? Like, I don't know.
It's hard. It's really hard, and I think a lot of us are going through very, very similar situations right now. The vibes in this country are really off. Um,
I agree.
and yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think the all you can do is try to determine which ones are open to a conversation and if they're and which ones aren't. You might have to just cut them out. You know,
Right. I think
life
I
is too
might.
short.
Yeah, I think I might have to let time decide that. Like, maybe in 4 years, hopefully, they'll change their mind. But
Hope so.
yeah. All right. I'll see you.
All right, have a good one.
Thanks. You too.
Coach 512. I sent you an invite. Talking hella shit in the comments. Let's see it. Request up. All right, you don't even have to request up. You just have to accept. There he is. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset. I'm happy.
Well, you just said only hermit libs are acting like this. Do you think?
Yeah, y'all are all on TikTok crying,
Do you
so
think?
it's kind of true.
Wait? Do you think it's crying when I'm pointing out the flaws of the guy
Yes,
you
when
voted
you're
for?
on in front of a camera for hours asking for people to come up to cry to, yes, that's literally crying and being upset.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Are you just gonna lick his boots all 4 years? You're not gonna criticize him at all?
I didn't vote for him, dude.
Oh, even worse. You didn't vote, did you?
No, why would I vote?
Okay. So you just simp for him, didn't even vote for him. Why would you not vote?
Why would I simp for him? I'm just making fun of y'all because it's all ironic.
What's ironic about it?
Y'all saying people are we're like MAGA's angry. People are angry when y'all are the ones that just sit here all day crying, gaslighting people into like corners. It's weird.
Gaslighting into corners. Can you explain what the fuck
Yes,
that means? What does that sentence mean? How do I gaslight
gaslighting
someone
into
into a
corners.
corner?
Trying to tell somebody they think something into a corner, like wiggle them into a corner, kind of means exactly what I said.
Oh, yeah, that's not what gaslighting is. What
Yes, it
we
is.
usually do is we ask someone their reason for voting for Trump, and then when they give that reason, and I start to explain the reasons why what they said doesn't make sense, they experience cognitive dissonance. That's not gaslighting. Okay, that's opening their eyes if they're willing to have them opened.
Oh yeah, the TikTok guys got it.
Yeah. Okay, so you're making fun of liberals, right? That was your thing. You didn't vote. So are you?
Anybody
Do you
that
like
like
Trump? Can I
testing
ask you? Do you like
politics,
Trump?
he's funny. I think he's funny.
He's funny. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 35.
35. Didn't vote.
Yup. What's
You're
up?
35. Didn't vote, and you like him because he's funny. You didn't
Yes,
mind that
sir.
he sexually assaulted a woman or anything. You just like him because he's funny.
Yeah, he's funny.
Okay. All right.
Excellent roadster.
You don't think it's fine for liberals to be upset that he's gonna make prices higher and is also a terrible person? Like why wouldn't we be upset?
I mean, y'all weren't upset the past 4 years, right?
Uh, yeah, that's right because Joe Biden is not Donald Trump. We were upset about some things. We criticized.
Were you
That's the
upset about
difference
the egg
between.
prices and
That's
all
the
that
difference
stuff?
between.
With all that stuff that y'all cry about now?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Were y'all upset about the egg prices for the past four
Oh,
years and whatever y'all like
oh.
cry
See,
about
here's
now?
the difference. Here's the difference. So unlike Republicans who are always going to blame prices on the president regardless of why prices went up, we know why prices went up in the first 4 years. Donald Trump is actively trying to make them go up himself by deporting all of the people that are farming for
Don't
us.
make affordable wages. Yeah.
That okay, deporting all the people that are farming for us, which is going to drive up
That
prices,
don't make
but
a
with
living
blanket
wage.
tariffs, which is going to drive
That
up
don't make a
prices.
living wage.
So
That don't get health
do
insurance.
Biden didn't do
So why
anything.
are you advocating for this kind of work labor?
Why am I advocating for this kind of work
Yeah,
labor?
for like the people that you say only work in the farms that don't get
You,
health
this is
insurance, social
the
proper
most
pay.
disingenuous argument. Okay, so you're
So why are you advocating for that?
no, I'm sorry. You're saying Trump is doing them a favor by deporting them?
I'm just saying that's
No,
if
no, no,
there's
no, no. That's the logical result of what you just said. You're saying why
that
am I
makes no
advocating for
sense.
these work practices? They come here for a better life. Why am I going to spend billions of dollars of taxpayer money to
How
remove them
is
and
how
cost
is how is it a
Americans?
better life?
Oh, okay. So that's what you're saying. Trump is doing them a favor by deporting them. Just say it with your chest.
No, how is it a favor for them to be here?
Because the United States of America is the greatest country
So
on
you
earth.
think every single
You
person
don't
from
sound like a
Mexico
patriot,
is
so
an
you don't
asylum?
agree.
You think everybody from Mexico is an asylum seeker?
Do I think everybody from Mexico is an asylum
Yeah,
seeker?
all the
No,
illegal immigrants from.
no.
So why does everybody use asylum seeker
Do you think? Wait, do you think all
as a
illegal
vote?
immigrants are from Mexico?
I think anyone from Mexico isn't just an asylum seeker.
Do you think all
Any
illegal immigrants
market
are
is.
from Mexico?
No, why would I? Why would this? How is that even relevant?
Okay, well, because that's what you just
You're
said. Did you say
speaking on
everybody
this
from
because the president said they're not allowing them to come back.
what?
What? Mexico's president isn't allowing
Oh,
planes
yeah.
to come back? Oh my
Yeah,
God!
yeah,
Who would've thought?
for remain in
They must have
Mexico.
not been a
Yes,
silent
for
secret,
for
yeah?
remain in Mexico. That's right. The president is not allowing that.
Yep.
Okay. What's the problem?
But I don't have the problem that the Mexican president does.
No, I mean
She doesn't want her own
it
people
sounds
back
like you
in.
no, it sounds like
So
you
why
have a
would
problem
you
with
not accept
immigrants.
your own people back into the country?
It sounds like you have a problem
Why
with
would you
immigrants.
not accept your own people back into the country?
They're not their own people. They're not all from
Oh,
Mexico. They're not all from Mexico.
They're not. So why did she say she's not allowing them back?
Because remain in Mexico was a horrible policy. That's why. It's not.
That's not explaining why she won't accept her own citizens.
Okay. They're not all from Mexico. Oh, you
I
want me to
didn't
say the
they all
sentence
were,
in
but they're not-
Spanish? What
but you're not
do you need me to
accepting
do
them.
for you to
But
understand
you're not
that?
accepting them. It doesn't matter where they're from, but if someone from Mexico and they're not
You
being
just
accepted,
said
that
you
means she's not
just said why
accepting
didn't she accept her
Mexicans.
citizens?
So all of them aren't Mexicans. They're all from somewhere else.
Do you know what remain in Mexico is even for?
Do I know that the president came out and said they're not accepting Mexican immigrants? Yes, I saw that today. So do you want to speak on that, or are you going to keep pivoting?
Do you know what remain in Mexico is for?
Do you know what that even means to what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't even think your sentence structure is correct. Go ahead, say it. What did you say?
Say what? What are you asking?
What was your last question?
What?
What was the
Do you
last
even
thing
know
you
what you're talking about?
said? Say it. Tell me what you're talking
Lost.
about.
You haven't answered anything I've said. This is hilarious.
You're not. You repeat the question.
Why will the Mexican president not allow Mexican immigrants back into Mexico?
Because they're not Mexican immigrants. You
Oh, all of them aren't Mexican.
no. Remain in Mexico is for migrants.
That's not. No. We're talking about the illegal immigrants that Trump is sending back on planes. Why won't she allow them to come back?
Because they're not,
They
Mexican
are
citizens.
Mexican. If they're illegal from Mexico, and
They're
saying
not
they're-
Mexican citizens.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because
How do
that's
you know
not what
what's
remain in
going on every
Mexico's
single place?
for.
No, that's not what. This doesn't even pertain to remain in Mexico. These are illegal immigrants that they have picked up and they're trying to send back.
Okay.
And you're
all right.
saying
Show me the article. We'll go through it together. Where'd you see this? All right.
what's up?
Where's the article you're talking about?
From the Krastantine dude, the guy on Twitter, the super lib.
Okay.
He reported it today.
Where's the article? I don't want to go to
What do you
X.
mean the article, dude? Are you people so out of touch? You don't partake on Twitter or X? Y'all think it's
No.
like such a fascist app now? Or is that how
I'm not going to
crazy
take
you
a random person's word on Twitter. Okay. Either a video or an article or something.
There's plenty. You just go to Twitter and type it in. Mexico's president. Are you people this lost? It's truly insane.
Do you think
LOL at
Twitter
Twitter.
is a source?
I think it is is like the town square for news. Yes. It has every source available at its fingertips. Yes. What do you think Google is?
You think? Okay. So Google, a search engine.
Yeah,
And-
that gives you nothing but liberal propaganda.
There it is. Okay. Okay. All right.
You people, yes, libs.
Hold on. Let me prepare myself for this combo. Okay. So Google gives you only liberal sources. X.com gives you the real facts, right?
No, X is just a town square where everything is available. It doesn't. It gives you what you search for. You
It
search
gives
stuff
you
that's
what
gonna
you
give
search
the
for.
most relevant thing.
Exactly. You got it.
Okay. If you guys just don't want to like admit to like reality, like this is just like the lady saying that ICE was going into Chicago elementaries yesterday when it was the Secret Service looking
Yeah.
into
It was corrected in 4 hours.
Yeah, and there were still people on TikTok just like you spreading that.
Not just
bullshit.
like me. Excuse you. I literally fact checked it on my live and said, sorry, guys. It actually
Yeah,
was
you probably
Secret
did
Service.
after you condemned people for saying something and asked them weird ass questions like, "Why are you allowing this?" Exactly.
Wait.
You ran with
Say
it
that sentence again.
after
Wait,
looking
you're
into
crashing out. Relax. Say that sentence again. I didn't hear you.
So you ran with the story.
I didn't run with the story.
Yes,
when
you did.
someone in chat,
Yes, you did.
pull it up, and I'll give you $1 million if I ran with the story. I will work the rest of my life and give you every fund of every dollar I earn. I did not run with the story.
Why would I record a
You
bum's
absolute
live
inbred. I did not
to
run with the
prove a fucking
story.
point?
You're making this
so
up.
Fucking stupid and low, dude.
Yo, it is insane.
You and all libs.
This was I was live last night.
Yesterday, all you libs were using this point so hard,
Okay,
banging it
this
hard.
This is what I'm gonna do for you. The whole VOD from yesterday, when this news happened, is on YouTube. Okay, you have the opportunity to make $1 million right now. It's a 4-hour VOD. Go in that VOD and find the clip where I ran with the story. Go ahead. I'll work the rest of my life until I make $1 million and give it all to you, every step of the way. Go ahead and find it.
Nah, dude, I gotta take my son to a quince. You have a good one.
Yeah, you have the one you deserve, man. Running, fear. Google only gives you liberal sources. X.com is the town square where there's all facts. Quinceañeras. Jesus. All right, going to the next guest. It is the same piece of tinfoil. It's only running fear because he won't agree with you, right? Christina, it's he made a claim. I asked him to prove that claim, and he ran away. You understand that, right? He made a claim that was false. I asked him to prove that claim, and he ran away. That's why it's running. All right, guest not connecting. We're going to the next guest. Claim truth you not worth talking to. User, are you missing some words in that sentence? Diego, thank you for the $1. Can we start a bid for that piece of tinfoil? I will pay top dollar. The legendary tinfoil. All right, guest not connecting. We're going to the next guest. How's Twitch and YouTube going? I haven't looked at you guys in like 15 minutes. It's like are you ever driving on like a long road trip and you're like, I feel like I haven't looked through the windshield in like 15 minutes. Just, you know? Anyway. Go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Really great. Listen, I'm a friendly, and I know you want opposition up here, but I've got a quick 20-second PSA if you'll allow me.
20 seconds sounds good.
Okay. We've got our own problem. We've got a lot of problems here in the United States, but at the end of the day, the country of Ukraine is on the front line of democracy, and it's really war torn over there. And if you follow the link in my bio, it will take you to what is called the City of Goodness, the largest orphanage in Ukraine. And we're funneling money through Rotary International, a very, very reputable international establishment. And we're feeding orphans, housing orphans, homeless people, and giving them needed medical supplies for the civilians over there. And that's what the Stand with Ukraine project is about. And it's also a patriotic symbol for democracy here in the United States. And our shirts are $25, and we're sending $10 from every shirt to help these war orphans and homeless people over there. And follow the link in my bio. Dan, thank you for the 20 seconds. I follow you. I think you're great. And Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Going to the next guest. Guest not connecting. Going to the next guest. In the meantime, if you are on TikTok, make sure next to my name is an orange heart or a gray heart. If there's a red oval that says follow, you got to click that to follow. Thank you all so much. Everyone that's gifted so far, everyone that's subbed or gifted on Venmo or anything, all of that is great, and I love you guys. I really appreciate it. But the only thing I ask for from the people that are watching is just a follow, if you could. Thank you all so much. Go to the next guest.
Yo, what's up?
All right, welcome up.
Hey, I just don't understand why does Trump get so much heat for immigration? I don't get that one.
Heat for immigration. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Like Democrats are so critical of him because of how he runs immigration and how he wants to do it and deport people. I don't understand it.
I guess I'll give you a rundown. So the first thing we're critical of is the fact that he doesn't seem to be interested in passing some kind of piece of immigration reform, which is something both parties have wanted for 40 years. The only things that he promotes are building a wall, which is a big waste of money because it doesn't solve most of the problems at the border. Number one being asylum seeking and people taking advantage of that process. Number two being visa overstays, which have nothing to do with a wall. And even the few people that do Naruto run over the wall can just dig under the wall or climb over the wall. Complete waste of money. That's number one. Number two, more importantly, thank you, Alex Sinaj. Number two, more importantly, his other big policy is mass deportations, which are spending billions of dollars of taxpayer money to not only harass people of both citizen and non-citizen status, but remove people, break up families, and cause a labor shortage in this country, which will raise prices, and cause a tax revenue hole, which will ultimately cause us to have to fill in the gap. This is spending billions of dollars to lose billions of dollars. It is a complete waste of time, money, and effort just for fear-mongering reasons. That's why.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like MSNBC and CNN and some of those other ones sometimes they leave out the fact that Obama was a deporter in chief. He deported more people than anyone. But I mean, he never got heat like that from immigration.
Yeah. So there's a difference. There's a difference between
And Trump ran on the wall. Obama did a decent job with immigration, but he was a little bit more quiet about it. And he used it to run on in 2016 with building a wall and everything. But because he was coming after Obama, a lot of people will say he didn't get what he wanted to accomplish because he only built 2% of the wall.
So
X, Y, and Z. And then now we fast forward, to 2024, and it's actually like worse than it was when he took over in 2016.
Couple things. So there's a difference between deporting and mass deportation raids. That's number one. Number two, Obama also had progressive policy in terms of immigration, like with DACA, which are people that were brought here as children. They know no other country, and they just want to live their lives in the only country they've ever known. So Donald Trump does not have policies like that are progressive and humanitarian. All Donald Trump's policies are cruel. That's why he gets more heat.
Well, hold on. You got to give. He is on another term, okay? And he has talked about him wanting to keep dreamers around and some of those other things. But
okay, well, we're talking about what he's already doing. These mass deportations are not only inhumane, but they're a waste of taxpayer money.
Well, Obama did it. He didn't get heat.
He did not do it. No, that's wrong. He did not mass deport people. You're incorrect.
He deported people.
That's right. Yes. You know why? Because we're supposed to deport people. When people commit crimes, we deport them.
Yes, but
we don't break into work sites in Newark, New Jersey, and ask papers, please. That's what Obama did not do, and what Trump is doing. Do you see the difference?
Well, he's going after criminals right now.
No, that's cap. And let me tell you why that's cap. We already deport criminals. Okay, violent criminals. We already deport violent criminals. So when he says we're going after criminals, he means people that are here illegally, which is all people that are here illegally are technically criminals.
That's false. That is false.
Okay.
They literally hold on. They literally have him on the news. Tom Homan's talking about it, and they're calling out all the criminals that they have on the planes right now. They're sending out. Now, has there been some people that were with them that were caught, that were hanging out with them? Yes, they were deported if they were caught. But right now, they're targeting people that are criminals or they have crimes in other countries, or they're flagged on Interpol's red list.
What percentage of the people that have been deported would you say are violent criminals?
Those numbers are not out, but
they are out.
But hold on. Everybody that they're targeting right now,
You're wrong.
Interpol red list, they're all criminals.
You're making this up. Where are you getting
I'm
this
not.
information?
It was literally all the. So Tom Homan's lying.
What did he say?
He literally was on literally the news the other day when they were interviewing him, and they were talking about all the people that they've caught. They were on Interpol's red list.
Yeah,
They were on Interpol's
that's
red list, or they were from other countries. That's
not true. If he said that, then yes, he is lying. Yes.
How can you?
If he said that, then yes, he is lying.
How can you just call someone a
Because
liar? You're not,
because that's
you're
not what the numbers
hold on.
show. That's not what the numbers show.
You're not
That's not what the numbers
ICE.
show.
You're not law enforcement, so you don't have a right to say
when
that.
ICE
That's
released
not fair to say.
when the Department of Homeland Security released these numbers, they are not all criminals. They're not all violent criminals. So if he
How
said
do
that,
you-
then he's lying.
You're not ICE. They literally were naming off the ones that were criminals, and they literally said that anyone. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Anybody that was charged for a crime and had not been convicted, they did not show their face or release their information because you're innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. But the ones that were guilty, they literally had their names on the news.
Wait,
How's
stop 1 for a second. You just outed yourself. The ones that were guilty, exactly. Tom Homan said all of them are criminals. We're targeting criminals. There's a small percentage of them that are guilty of violent crimes.
But ones that were for trial right now and had missed trial, they were caught because they needed to be caught. How are you going to ever try them if they never show up to court? Come on now.
Wait. Say that again. Wait, say that again.
How are you going to take someone to trial if they don't show up to court, if they've been charged with something? How does that work?
Well, it depends on what the thing that they're charged with was, but that's not who they're targeting. There's no evidence that they're targeting criminals specifically. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh my God. I don't understand how you can say that when you're not ICE.
How can you say that when you're not ICE?
I'm listening to the guy that's in charge of ICE.
Uh-huh.
And they've been in office for a week. Give the guy time, let those numbers come out, and then we can see who's lying. But it's not fair for you to just call him a liar just because he's with the Trump administration. That's bullshit. You cannot call someone a liar based off of that.
I'll just pull up the numbers then.
I'm not ICE. You're not ICE. The numbers and stuff will come out. They're still grabbing people right now. He's been in office for what, 4 or 5 days? Not even a week, or coming up on a week.
Okay, so the White House press secretary Carolyn Levitt said the Trump administration arrested 538 illegal immigrant criminals, including a suspected terrorist, 4 members of the Tren de Aragua gang, and several illegals convicted of sex crimes against minors. And then, of those 538, 373 people with criminal records and 165 without criminal records, aside from immigration violations, according to the documentation provided by senior administration officials. Another 1,041 were removed and repatriated according to those records. So,
yes, and some of them had, and some of those ones you're talking about that are not criminals had final deport.
So of 1,600 deportations, 300 and change had criminal records. So if Tom Homan says they're all criminals, that's a lie.
He said all criminals and anyone that had final notices to be deported. Let me rephrase that because I actually left that part off. So I'm not going to make Tom Homan a liar. I left that part off. That's my fault. He said any criminals and anybody that had final deportation notices. They're not going after people who are a part of the asylum seeker stuff, anything like that. Right now,
they can't. They
all
can't
the people
yet.
that are criminals. So I don't understand how. Like I don't know. I feel like y'all been too harsh on the guy.
Well, all right. So here's the thing.
They're literally just getting people out.
Let me explain.
Honestly, they need to go right now. They haven't messed with anybody, so I feel like it's being.
Wait, why do they need to go? Can you tell me why they need to go?
They're over here illegally, and they have orders that they're following the rules.
Why do they need to go?
They're following the rules, like the rules and laws that we have. They need to be. That's part of the problem. We have a lot of issues right now in our country with stuff because we have rules on the book for stuff, but they're not enforced. They're doing their job of enforcing them.
Let me ask you something.
Obama enforced immigration laws, so I don't understand why is he
Obama didn't waste billions of dollars deporting people that are just living their lives. That's the difference.
Has he wasted billions of dollars deporting people?
He will. If the plans go through here, I'll pull up the numbers for you.
So
hold on.
Stop saying it until it happens.
Why would we do that? No, Trump, please do the bad thing and then we'll complain. No, I'm going to tell you now, hey, listen, right now what we're doing is going to cause prices to go up. It's going to cause undue human hardship for both non-citizens and citizens. We already had U.S. citizens detained, including a veteran, were detained in New Jersey.
And then the other thing with the labor force right now, this is the thing I don't understand. Vance was talking about it, and I looked at some stuff, and I was like, wow, why is it such a big thing that we use people that are part of immigration for like our bottom of the bucket jobs, like ones that Americans don't want to do, like farming and construction and all that stuff. Why are we not taking money and offering training programs? So like for construction, for example, why aren't we not investing more money to train the 8% of the workforce that we have right now that doesn't work or do anything? Those people are not part of the unemployment numbers.
Okay.
Like, why are we not getting Americans working versus bringing more people over here that we have to pay for? That makes no sense.
Bro, we're at record unemployment. Most Americans are working. We
Yeah,
will
but
have a
if
labor shortage with these deportations.
But if you look at the number, as far as there's 8% of people that are within that number that are not classified as far as, what was it? Not unemployment. They just don't have a job, but they don't fall in the category of unemployment because they're not job seeking.
Why aren't they
Does that
job
make
seeking?
sense? I have no idea, but they don't fall in those statistics.
Okay. If you don't have no idea, then what's the point of even talking about it? Let's talk
Because
about. Let's all right. So let's look at the numbers.
Well, I'm saying that because those are people that we could be training to go into the workforce.
Training to go into the fields and harvest our crops.
Well, I'm talking about jobs that
They can do that right now. They're choosing not to.
No. I'm talking about jobs like construction. Some of your other jobs that you have, people that are a part of immigration working. We have a skill gap right now in the workforce because we have so many people that want to go to college now, but we don't have anybody taking up trades. So these companies or businesses are being forced to hire these people. So why are we not investing more money into that to get our people working?
Thank you, Miles.
Like, does that not make sense?
Well,
like,
you know what? That would be a good way. You know what? That would be an interesting and good way to spend this $315 billion, which is what it's going to cost us to go through with this mass deportation plan that Trump has. So
Vance has actually talked about this literally yesterday of making this happen, trying to get legislation for this.
well, how's he going to pay for it?
Congress, you get spending appropriations.
We can't afford it. We're spending 300. We're already in a deficit. We're already in a deficit. Why are we adding more to the debt? Why not instead? Okay, look. Instead of spending 315, one second.
Why don't we take? Here's an idea. I'm not going to.
Why don't we take $315 billion? Let me finish my sentence. I'll let you go. I swear.
Okay, go ahead.
Instead of spending $315 billion to remove these people, which will ultimately not only create a labor shortage, which is going to increase prices for regular Americans, but will also create a negative tax liability of $22.6 billion to Social Security and $5.7 billion to Medicare. So we are spending $315 billion to lose $28 billion and also raise prices of groceries. Why do any of this when we can just do the thing that you're talking about? Job training. That sounds great. I'm for it. Why are we doing this?
Because we want our Americans first. If we take all the money that we've been spending on housing, migrants, I'm not going to say migrants. I'm going to say
wait. When you say we, you mean the states. The states have the right to spend as much money on immigrants as they want. The federal government does not spend money on housing of immigrants. Period.
Exactly, but it's an issue whenever those governments have, natural disasters or they have stuff, going on, and then they have to go begging the federal government for more money.
Hold on. You're saying that because of illegal immigrants, the states that get natural disasters don't have enough money and need money from the federal government?
Look, this is what
I'm saying. You're saying?
I'm saying the influx that we've had in immigration over the last 4 years is putting a strain on a lot of our resources.
You know what's funny? No, it's not.
Let me finish my sentence. How is it not putting a strain on the resources and the money that we have? And you just said that we're in a deficit. I'm all for having people over here for immigration and all that good stuff, on work permits, all that good stuff to work. Okay. But we need to move some people out, and let's have a reasonable number and a reasonable number of people coming in every year. And then we can try and balance this budget.
Okay.
I'm in favor of that. I'm not disagreeing.
I agree with securing the border, and I agree with reducing the amount of people coming in illegally and increasing the amount of people coming in legally. None of these things require us to waste billions of dollars to remove hardworking people from this country. That's the disconnect here. I agree that we can do more about reducing illegal immigration and increasing legal immigration. But none of that requires us to burn this money to cause hardship for both citizens and non-citizens alike and lose tax money from the Social Security and Medicare that they don't get. That's for American citizens, and a labor shortfall, which will increase prices for regular Americans like you and me. Why are we? It's a triple negative. It's we spend money, we lose money, and we pay more. Why triple negative? Just because you don't like brown people? I don't get it, man.
Here's a question. It's a fucked up situation all around. Okay, why were they let into America in the first place? Why did this happen in the first? If this wouldn't happen, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. We'd be where we were at years ago.
No. We'd be having this conversation no matter what. And let me tell you why. We'd be having this conversation no matter what. And let me tell you why. Because even back in 2014 and 2015, when
We had
immigration numbers
yes.
when immigration numbers were nowhere near what they are now, Donald Trump's number one policy platform, because he really wanted to appeal to the racists of this country, was we're going to build a wall and keep the immigrants out. That was before there was an immigration problem. Now, maybe we can argue that 2022, there was a record encounter, so we should do something about it. Nothing's changed, though. The policy is the same. He's still targeting racists in this country when he says we're going to build a wall, mass deportations, with much different numbers from 2015 to now, and yet, that's
So
still
you
his
don't.
policy.
So
So you're saying
so
that
let
we
me
wouldn't
ask
be
you-
having this
let me ask you
conversation? No, we would.
Let me ask you this. So do you think it's a national security threat if we let everybody in? Do you, yes or no? Do you think that's a national security threat?
Once again, you have found the disconnect. I'm not saying let everyone in. I'm saying don't kick everyone out. Do
When
you
you
understand
say-
how those are different?
When you're on your live and you say that, I never hear you say that. The way you brand it and the way you say it, all I hear is it sounds like maybe that is a disconnect between Democrats and Republicans. I don't know. When you guys talk about it, I never hear a Democrat say that. All I ever hear is let them in. You're racist for kicking them out. What's the problem for letting them in? But I never heard you say that. I never hear any type of Democrats ever say that.
Okay, well, you heard it now. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it makes me feel better to hear it. I think you should say that more. I think more people
So
would.
here's
empathize with
what I
you're
think.
saying.
You know what? I think I'm going to piss you off a little bit with this one. So the reason I can say that is because I know that the Biden administration did not let everyone in. That's just an exaggeration. That's fear mongering from the right.
You don't think that the CBP One app had anything to do with all the?
No. So the CBP One app made it easier for people to apply for asylum rather than applying in person, right? That's all it did. But they still need to be in person to apply for asylum. So it was nothing. It was developed under the Trump administration.
Was there not? Hold on. Was there not one point in time? And I positive remember seeing they were doing a story where they were riding around Border Patrol agents. Texas, when they come across the border, they literally had to just let them go through. They couldn't detain them, just let them go straight through. They couldn't stop them, anything.
Nope, that's never been the case.
Really?
Yes, that has never been the case.
What? Tell me what was the case?
What was the case?
Mhm.
You mean like why there were so many encounters in 2022?
I'm saying like when they were encountered, they were not stopped, detained, or anything.
Yeah.
They were just letting people in. Do you not
But
remember when they
that's
had
wrong. You're incorrect. They can be. If there was no one available to stop them, then no one stopped them. But if Border Patrol was there, they can stop them, of course.
There's literally videos still online, and videos don't lie. You have National Guard from other states that were deployed from some of the other states. They were literally lined up, and there were so many of people that were coming through. They literally just bum brought her and run straight through. Literally, there's video still on YouTube of it.
Okay.
They didn't stop them, didn't touch them, didn't do anything. I mean, that's like, come on, man.
So you're
That's
saying
a damn lie.
you're saying thank
No,
you. For the
that's
cap.
not a lie. Whoever just said that, go and get on YouTube and look.
That was Stephen A. Smith. Yeah. So I don't know what you saw on YouTube, but the fact of the matter is there's no order to just let everyone in. That's not a thing. Now, if you might be thinking, oh, there's people that cross the border and then when they're caught, they claim asylum, right? You might be thinking about that. In which case, you would be for the Langford border bill, which would have made the asylum seeking process more restrictive. But it's never been the case that the Biden administration said, "Don't stop anyone." That's
Why?
just not true.
I don't understand the CBP1 border, the app.
Okay, so number one, the app was developed under the Trump administration. Do you know that?
Yes, hold on. Yes, it was developed under the Trump administration. I feel like people get that confused when they say it, okay? When that app was first developed, it was not developed for the reason that it was used for. In February of like 2023, the Biden administration, they went in and changed it and retooled the app to be used for asylum seekers. But originally that app was designed for truck drivers to make it easier for their manifestos to go in.
Where are you getting this? Where did you get that?
Oh, I got you.
Okay, yeah, I got to see this.
Wrong.
Thank you, Miles. Taylor, just say it in chat. You could have said it by now with the amount of times you've spammed that. Just say it in chat, Taylor.
Would you consider PBS non-biased or right-leaning, left-leaning? I know you're not going to say about Fox.
I'll take a look at PBS. What's the article name?
All right, it's it may be the end for the border app that became a salvation for migrants to legally enter the U.S. And it talks about the background of how it started.
Okay, let's see here. Okay.
There's a heading that says...
I got the article. I'm reading it right now.
You got it?
Yep.
There's a heading if you want to skip all the story crap.
The CBP1 app began under Trump and changed under Obama. Yep.
Read that first one right there. Verify what I just said.
I am about to read it. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Wikigore, for the $5. Can I get a geese? Yeah, I got you. Where is it? Where's the geese?
They take in the geese.
Okay. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol debuted CBP1 near the end of Trump's first term as a way for customs brokers to schedule inspections and for visitors with short-term visas to extend stays. The Biden administration extended its use to migrants to replace an opaque patchwork of exemptions to a pandemic-related asylum ban that was then in place. CBP1 is popular with Cubans, Venezuelans, Haitians, and Mexicans, likely because advocates in their communities promote it. Illegal border crossings by Cubans plunged under CBP1 app from a peak of nearly 35,000 in April of 2022 to just 97 in September. Demand for appointments has far outstripped supply, with an average of 280,000 people competing for 1,450 daily slots towards the end of the year. So there's literally a set amount of slots that they can use. How would this increase the amount of people using it?
Yeah, but I'm saying that I was bringing this up for the point of, you said that Trump is the one that started the CBP1 app, and he was the one that started all the asylum happening. I was saying that it was originally created for the purpose of for the inspections. And
well,
some of
the you said for truck driver manifests, which is part of it. It's also for extending visa stays. But you are right.
And the administration retooled it in 2023 is what I was saying. I feel like
you are right about this.
You've been saying that a lot.
You are right about this one.
Okay.
But that doesn't change the fact that this app did not lead to any additional asylum seekers because there's a set amount of slots anyway.
Yeah. Also, the other thing to that is, I don't understand. You also think about this too. When Biden was in office, everybody wanted to come to the border. It was a flood. And it's like, as soon as Trump got in office, they all stopped coming.
Wait. No. I don't know if you know this, but before Trump got into office, we had reached encounters less than when Trump had left office the first time. So what you just said is completely wrong.
Okay. Oh God, you got that screwed up. The asylum seekers. What was I gonna say? Dang, you made me lose my train of thought. Golly, my brain just went completely blank. What'd you just say? What was the last thing you said? My bad. I got sidetracked.
Okay, so you said that right when Trump took office, they stopped having encounters. The encounters dropped drastically, right? That's what you said.
Yes, I'm going to say it was more of, I'm not going to say they stopped, but I'm going to say it was more of a deterrent.
Okay, but that's not the case because we already were at a very, very low amount of encounters in the last year of Biden's presidency. So it had nothing to do with Trump taking office. The reality is, I'm going to tell you the reality of why encounters went up and why they went back down.
Go for it.
So encounters started to spike in March of 2020, which is the same month that the world really started to be affected by the global pandemic. We started having lockdowns. We started having less people traveling, the social distancing, all that shit. And so a lot of people tried to get into the United States before the border would be closed, because what ended up happening was Donald Trump implemented Title 42, which allows him to completely shut down the border in the case of a health emergency or a health crisis, right? Now, when Title 42 expired, obviously there were more asylum seekers after that point because the border wasn't completely shut down. However, the encounters went up with the pandemic and then went back down as the pandemic started to end. There are ebbs and flows in immigration.
You would think, with that logic of knowing that there's a global pandemic, you would want to slow down the amount of people that are coming in just till we can get a handle on things and contain it. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. Just what does slow down the amount of people coming in? Can you explain what that means?
Slow down, meaning whatever our caps are on the number of people that we can allow in a day, we don't exceed that.
Okay. So there are no caps for that. There's a cap through the app. Why? Good question. So we almost got a cap in 2023 or early 2024 when Lankford proposed the bipartisan border bill. We tried to get a cap of 5,000 average encounters per day, which would shut down the border for a full week. And Trump canceled. Trump blocked the bill.
Let me ask you this. And I could be wrong on this. What would stop a president if you see that's happening at your borders and you know that it's one of the issues, especially if you know it's election time's coming up, but you know that's one of the issues? Why not just sign an executive order in place that says, hey, we're going to allow, 6,000 people in? Because Trump can shut down the border.
The president doesn't have the power to do that. Trump was only able to shut down the border through Title 42.
So a president can't limit the number of asylum seekers that are coming in?
It's the things that the president can and can't do are limited because Congress needs to legislate.
Yeah, because they won't hold up if another administration comes in. But I'm saying for a temporary measure.
Well, it'll get challenged by courts. That's the thing.
Yeah. But do you think they would have issued a stay for that, or stop?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I think it would have just been easier if we passed the bill that both Republicans and Democrats were fighting for.
Yeah, but we were at, what was that? That was this year, right? 2024? No, that was last year.
Last year, yeah. Well, to be clear,
why did we wait so long though?
We waited because it took that long for a Republican to propose something that Democrats were for. Because Democrats proposed on the first day of Biden's term, Democrats proposed immigration legislation in 2021.
But that's the thing, though, about the bill. What all was in that bill? Because Trump at this time, when 2021 first came around, he was so tied up, he hadn't even announced that he was going to run yet. So this wasn't even, in the picture. What was in the bill that caused the Republicans to vote it down at that time?
The 2021 bill or the 2024 bill?
The 2021 bill.
You know what? We can.
We can
take a look. We can take a look. But ultimately, I'm pretty sure they voted it down because it didn't go hard enough. That's what I imagine they would say for any Democratic bill. I mean, they didn't. They tried not to give Biden many wins, but I'll pull it up. Curious. I don't know how that changes anything, but we'll take a look. Oh, that's why they voted it down, because they had a pathway to citizenship for certain undocumented individuals, and they didn't want that.
That's government is so fucked up. Oh my god. Oh, it makes my head hurt. Well, I don't know what to say. Immigration is always going to be a booger. You're not going to be able to please everybody. We're all split directly down the middle on it.
Well, the best we can do is to try to come up with a bipartisan solution, and Senator Lankford and Senator Chris Murphy did that. But unfortunately, Donald Trump doesn't actually care about solving the problem. Donald Trump just wants to run on fear-mongering about it.
I just feel like, I don't know, and it could be me. A lot of people, I'm not a Republican. I'm independent. I'm dead down the center of a lot of stuff. Um, I just feel like Biden didn't do enough. I feel like there was a lot more he could have done. I feel like he could have been a lot more vocal on some issues. I just don't feel like he went to bat as much as he could have. And that's my opinion. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Somebody in here is going to say, "Ooh, you're mad," whatever. But that's my opinion, and that's just how I feel. And I think a lot of Americans felt that way.
Yeah, but I'd rather not that I necessarily agree, but even if I did agree, I'd rather someone that didn't do enough rather than someone that does a lot of bad, which is what Trump is doing.
Well, when you think about it, a lot of people voted for some of the stuff that he wants right now. This
Well,
is
no,
like,
I don't know. I don't know how many of those 77 million people genuinely wanted what's happening right now. Because
well,
when their grocery prices go up, I'm curious how many of those 77 million are still going to back him.
grocery prices are going to be a pain in the ass to get down. You're not going to get those down overnight, even though he said even though he said he was. I know he said he was. That's not going to happen overnight. That's just not how it works. And then you got all the idiots online posting the images about the eggs right now.
Just so we're clear,
I'm like, why are we posting pictures of eggs right now? And there's literally freaking bird flu. Eggs are going to.
Just so we're clear. The reason people are posting images of eggs is because that was like this big talking point from people that voted for Trump. Is like, oh, look how expensive eggs are, even though anyone with a brain knew that they weren't expensive because of Biden. But that's besides the point on eggs. I agree with you that it's not easy to get grocery prices down. Trump lied, obviously, and you even admitted that leading up to the election, saying that he would be able to do it, and then he backpedaled. But the problem is,
hold on, I'm going too fast there.
Okay.
I think he can get them down eventually, but I don't think it's going to happen as quick as he is.
He said we'll get him down quickly.
Stuff.
He said we'll get him down quickly, and it went from
He
that
said
to
day one. He said day one.
Yeah, and it went from that to after he won the election. Well, it's hard to get them down. I'll try, but no guarantees. That's a big difference. But that aside, if all he did was lie about not being able to get them or lie about getting them down, then it would just be, oh, Trump is a liar as usual. But not only did he lie about that, but he's going to make them go up with his policies, both his tariff policy and his deportation policy. And that's a double whammy now. He lied about getting them down, and he's actually going to make them go up.
I don't know. I think it's one of them things we're gonna have to see play out because you got. I don't know. I feel like you got people voting down the middle on stuff. Are you going to vote on immigration and social issues, or are you going to vote on grocery issues? It's kind of. I mean, you can't. I mean, I guess there's no such thing as a perfect candidate. You're not going to have somebody that check every box all the way down.
Well, me personally, I think grocery prices are way more important than immigration. Immigration is not even in my top 10 issues. Like, who cares? I feel like people that care. Well, no, you're saying exactly, but I don't think you agree.
Oh, no. Well, that's where I feel like America's split down the middle at right now. That's where we're all fighting over. Because some of us value, I feel like, more of the social issues and, what you said. And then others value, immigration and some of the other things that Trump wants. And there's no middle ground on it, literally, or we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Yeah, but why do some of you guys value immigration so much over your own well-being, over like benefits for the middle and lower class, over lower grocery prices? Why do you value immigrants more than, or value fewer immigrants more than that? It's so strange to me.
Because I think a lot of people feel like that Americans are not being taken care of first, as in, our foreign aid packages, going out.
That's fine to feel, but Republicans are never for doing more of that. They're always for doing less.
Because a lot of them feel like that too much is going out right now.
Even if that's the case, if too much is going out right now, that doesn't mean voting for Republicans is going to solve it. Because what happens is Republicans will take some of that other spending and just funnel it into the top 1%. That's what he did in Trump's first term, and that's what they're going to do again.
But I feel like Democrats are on the other. This is the part I don't like, because I feel like Democrats are on the other side of that. They have so many social programs, and we're spending money on so many of the small things. We're not. It's not working.
Who do you think approved more 10-year debt, Biden or Trump?
I mean, obviously, everybody's going to say Trump. Yeah.
Well, it's not about everybody's going to say. It was what the reality is. It was Trump.
He had those. He had those stimulus packages in his.
So Democrat. Yeah. Well, no. Hold on. Even without, let me pull this up for you. Even if we ignore, so the light reds are the stimulus packages, the COVID related funding. Let's ignore that. Even without that, the dark red He still spent almost double of what Biden spent. So the issue here is not only are Republicans spending more, but we get less. It's like,
Yeah, but if you think about if he would have had his two turns linked together, he might have spent more, but he also has, stuff in there where you can cut costs. So if you're cutting costs somewhere, you can spend a little bit more money.
this
if it's
includes that. This includes that. That's the thing. Republicans
Yeah.
cut really good stuff and use all of that cut instead of to increase benefits for veterans, instead of to help with homelessness, instead of to lower the cost of living. You know what they do? They give tax cuts to the wealthy. That's the problem. I'd be all for certain cuts if it meant better quality of life for Americans, but it doesn't when it comes to Republicans. All it means is more money in Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos' pockets. That's the problem.
And then this goes back to the other thing. If you're bringing people into the country that are poor, don't have a lot of money, and you're bringing those in at record numbers, do you think it's a good idea for the government to be spending a lot of money on those people coming in when we have our own people to take care of?
How did we go back to this? The federal government doesn't spend money on them. It's
Did
state
they
governments.
not? Did they
States
not
have the
use-
right to spend whatever they want. The federal
they not
government doesn't.
use-
And in fact,
Did they not
we
use
went over
FEMA
these
funding
numbers.
on immigration?
Hold on, we went over these numbers though.
Did they not use FEMA funding on immigration?
No. Oh, okay. Do you know there's only one president that has ever used the FEMA disaster funds on immigration? You know who that president was?
Who was it?
Donald John Trump.
Really?
The money that was spent that people keep referring to is Homeland Security money. Here, I'll pull it up for you. 1 second. Okay, so this is from a Washington Post article. Washington Post is unfortunately paywalled, so okay. The claims are completely false. DHS said in a statement Thursday night. As Secretary Mayorkas said, FEMA has the necessary resources to meet the immediate needs associated with Hurricane Helene and other disasters. The Shelter and Services Program is a completely separate, appropriated grant program that was authorized and funded by Congress and is not associated in any way with FEMA's disaster-related authorities or funding streams.
So for your
Now,
states,
in 2019,
for your states, where does that money come from in their states? Like, what part of the federal package that's coming down is allocated for that in the
Welcome in,
states?
Polyrators. Welcome in, Polyrators. Just give me 1 second, and I'll get to your answer.
No, you're good.
In 2019, the Trump administration, in the middle of hurricane season, told Congress that it was taking $271 million from DHS programs, including $155 million from the disaster fund to pay for immigration detention space and temporary hearing locations for asylum seekers. So $155 million taken from the disaster fund under Trump in 2019. But we want to blame Biden somehow. I can't wrap my head around it.
Who for the states? Where does that money come from for the states?
State taxes.
Somebody's got to be paying for it. It doesn't grow on trees. If the
Yeah, no,
states are,
I mean it could be state taxes.
Is
yeah,
it
certain states,
taxpayer dollars being
certain-
used?
yes, certain states will be using taxpayer dollars, of course.
See, that's stupid. There's no point of that.
Well, take
That's
it up with
less
the
tax
states,
we
bro.
can do.
That has nothing to do with Trump or Biden. That's up to the states.
Well, that could free up some money to where they're not asking for stuff from the federal government.
Welcome in, Polyrators. Welcome in.
You don't think so?
No, and you know how I know? Because the red states that don't provide anything for immigrants also beg for money during disasters. Look at Alabama. Look at Louisiana. Look at North Carolina. These states don't have sanctuary
They're
cities.
asking for money, but when you think of that in your head, that one is paying more taxes, because of that, it's like, dude, why am I paying more when we literally can't even afford stuff here in America for anything, or we're going farther in debt? Like, it doesn't. I don't get that. Yes, I heard what you said about the state stuff, but when I see and I view money, I think of it as if we've got money state-wise, we can reallocate some of that money for state, and then maybe we can send back some of the money to the federal government, or we can use some of the extra taxpayer dollars we've got left over from immigration and use that for disaster relief.
Do you know who sends back that money to the federal government? It's the blue states. The red states are subsidized by the blue states because of how much more they pay.
I don't know. Blue states also have ridiculous taxes. Their taxes are like
that's true, depending on the state. But yeah,
that's probably also why they have extra money left over. That's why everybody's moving to red states, because they don't want to have to,
Listen,
Pay a bunch of taxes.
living in Texas so that you avoid state taxes is great and all until the power grid, which is privatized, goes out and you're freezing while Ted Cruz goes to Cancun, right? There are drawbacks to not paying state taxes. Now, people can weigh their pluses or minuses, sure, but
Yeah.
if you look at the red states, there are drawbacks to not paying state taxes.
That's true.
Anyway, I think we're
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
All right, man. You have a good day.
You too.
Bye. Welcome in, Poly Raiders. If any of you are here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. You need a cafecito, bro. God. That probably was the least draining Stang debate. You know what's funny? Yeah, actually. Texas taxes are higher than California. We have high sales and property taxes. Do y'all have higher property taxes in California? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I deleted TikTok. I thought I'd never see these lives again. Well, no worries, boogers. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. Speaking of which, I don't know if anyone has sent bits or subs or whatever on Twitch. I can't see them through OBS. So if you have, the heartfeltiest thank you. I really, really appreciate it. I can't see them, unfortunately, until after the live. But thank you so much. YouTube, I don't think has any kind of monetization yet. But just if you guys can just follow or subscribe on YouTube, appreciate that. And TikTok, y'all all know the drill. Go to the next guest. What's your Twitch channel name? It's Dirty Dan Politics. I'm gonna be changing it in like 3 weeks, I think. There's some Twitch streamers I know you should debate. Okay. Use Streamlabs. I thought Streamlabs and OBS were the same thing, but I guess they're not. Guest not connecting. Go to the next guest. You gonna go live for the Cash Patel hearing? Probably, yeah. When is that? Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I was just on here. You got some questions for me? I was kind of reading through your messages and your little topic there and your above your head.
Okay.
So was it really people on here thinking that cheaper groceries would happen like in the first week?
Do you think it's okay that Donald Trump lied to everybody saying that they would?
In a week? I don't
He said
recall him
before the
saying
election.
that. I think he promised cheaper groceries.
He said quickly, very quickly. And then right after the election, he said, well, I can't really guarantee it. It's hard to get them down once they're up.
Yeah, it'd take about 9 months.
Yeah, so but unfortunately, we don't even have the luxury of waiting the 9 months to see if they'll get cheaper, because based on what he's doing, they'll likely get more expensive.
Well, I think it all starts with drilling and pumping more oil. You understand groceries are going up because of diesel fuel.
Completely wrong. Not true.
Huh?
Not true.
That's very true.
No evidence of that.
Diesel fuel is what drives this economy. Everything is transported via truck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So if you can get the diesel fuel prices down, which if we refine oil that we do here, not that we buy from other places.
We are refining more oil right now than in the
That-
history
yes.
of this country.
I agree 100%. But what people keep getting fooled by, and your fans that view you, are, yes, that's a true statement. But it's because we're buying more from Iran and Russia, bringing it here and refining it. You're right. I'm saying we need to drill it here. That's our oil. We refine it. That drives the prices down of the fuel. It's a very simple process.
But that's not. But
What
that's
you
clearly
get
not why they went up in the first place.
It's all about supply and demand. If you've got a high demand,
Even if we drill more here, you know that's not going to lower the prices of oil, right?
yes, it will, because we will be pumping our own oil. We'll be buying it from contractors. We won't be having to ship it over here and paying higher
So you're
prices.
saying the contractors here are going to sell it for less than they can sell
That's
it
correct.
overseas? Why would
That's
they do
correct.
that? Why would they do that?
Number one, we don't have shipping costs. It costs a lot of money to bring oil here from overseas. Okay? It's very simple. And then once we get that down for about 9 months, everything in the grocery stores comes by what? Freightliner.
So
Transfer trucks.
do you have any evidence that us drilling here will lead to those producers selling to us cheaper than they would overseas? Do you have any evidence of that?
The only thing I remember is back in the 80s, there was a guy, can't remember his name, but it was up under Ronald Reagan, talking about this very thing. So it's just, I need to search that up. Post that online for sure.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, there's no evidence, and actually, frankly, supply and demand would dictate that that's not how this works. So we can drill infinitely. It's not going to lower prices here because it's a global market.
We can refine our own oil, and we can also sell it.
That's right. These
Yeah.
oil refiners are not going to just sell it for pennies on the dollar because Trump asked nicely.
So 9 months. 9 months, you start seeing the grocery prices go down if we can start the process of
Okay.
energy.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You don't think that the blanket tariffs are going to raise the price of groceries? You don't think that the labor shortage caused by mass deportations are going to raise the price of groceries?
I don't think it will initially if there's other things that have to come into play by doing that. So it's a very tight rope that you're walking there when you do that. It could be a big win, or it could be a loss. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay. So you're willing to look past the fact that he lied about lowering groceries on day one, and you're willing to wait 9 months for us to be in a recession, and then you'll accept that Trump conned us?
Well, let me put it this way. I work for a company that is struggling, big company, and it's due to we can't get the control of labor prices down. We're buying stuff from overseas, from China, to assemble the stuff we make in this country. We're a global company, but now we're fixing to farm out one of our products to China because it's cheaper to bring it back in the back door. So that's going to hurt the jobs in the United States. This is the part that people don't understand that was created 4 years ago. It's been a downward spiral for the last 4 years, and now we're being impacted. We're probably going to lay off about, 400 people in the next 6 months because of this. It's not a good thing.
Can you tell
So
me?
and selfishly, I'm hoping for some huge tariffs from China on any Chinese product coming in the back door. It'll probably hurt my company because they've already invested in some of this stuff. Now, I'm not going to say who I work for. This is not public information. So I saw that in the chat there.
What does
It's
this
bad.
what does this have to do with anything?
It's just what our country's dealing with.
Yeah. So
Not cool.
yeah, we had a global pandemic which caused a lot of economic hardship, and Trump is going to make it worse. I don't understand why you even went through all that. It didn't really.
Trump's not going to make it worse.
He's not going to make. Okay. Well, the global tariffs or the blanket tariffs are going to make it worse. The workforce
That's
shortage is going to make
hypothetical.
it worse.
I mean, anybody can say Trump can make it worse, or anybody can say Trump can make it better. There's no evidence that he's going to make it worse.
Oh no, that's where you're wrong. Actually, hold on.
What is your source there, buddy?
American Immigration Council. This is going to be for the labor shortage, and then we're going to go over the tariffs as well.
Seems like you read that the other day.
Okay. Mass deportation would exacerbate the U.S. labor shortage. In 2022, nearly 90% of undocumented immigrants were of working age compared to the 61.3% of U.S.-born population aged between 16 and 64, making undocumented immigrants more likely to actively participate in the labor force. Losing these working-age undocumented immigrants would worsen the severe workforce challenges that many industries have already been struggling with in the past 2 years. Mass deportation would hurt several key U.S. industries that rely heavily on undocumented workers. The construction and agriculture industries would lose at least 1 in 8 workers, while in hospitality, 1 in 14 workers would be deported due to their undocumented status. Among those industries, certain trades would be hit even harder. Mass deportation would remove more than 30% of the workers in the major construction trades, such as plasterers, roofers, and painters, nearly 28% of graders and sorters of agricultural equipment, and a fourth of all housekeeping cleaners. So, also, among the deported would be 1 million undocumented immigrant entrepreneurs who generated $27.1 billion in total business income in 2022. Losing the almost 158,000 undocumented immigrant entrepreneurs in neighborhood businesses would lead to disruptions to services that have become integral part of the community and provide local jobs for Americans. So these are what the effects are going to be of the mass deportations. And I'm also
So
going to
these
go.
are bullets I see you're reading here, and who did you say this was from?
This is from the American Immigration Council.
And when was this? When was this published?
2024. October of 2024.
Okay, so he wasn't even in office yet.
Yeah, it's analyzing the plan to mass deport people. I understand he's not in office yet, and you're also going to say, and if he was in office yet, you'd say, well, but he hasn't deported all 11 million yet, right?
Yeah.
No matter what, we can't ever try to predict something that's bad. We got to let the bad thing happen, according to you.
And we could predict something that's good as well. What I'm saying is these are probably bureaucrats that are paid to maybe publish something that's going to be negative. I mean, we don't know this.
Hold on.
I don't believe
probably okay. So just the first sight of this, your initial reaction is it's probably bureaucrats that were paid.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you process the information and make that determination? We could go to the citations. Here, we have the citations here, and we could go through all of it. What would you need to believe? What would you need to see to believe? Because
I would have to trust fully in the government first.
Okay, hold on.
So you follow.
This is not a report from the government, though.
Right?
This is not a report from the government.
Who's the report from?
American Immigration Council.
And who do they work for?
Who do they work for?
Yeah. Are they independent? Are they nonprofit? What do they do?
You want me to read it?
I can't see it on my small screen here.
Okay. The Council strives to strengthen the United States by shaping immigration policies and practices through innovative programs, cutting-edge research, and strategic legal and advocacy efforts grounded in evidence, compassion, justice, and fairness. We corroborate with diverse stakeholders, including policymakers, grassroots organizers, and immigrant communities to advance results-driven solutions to the challenges facing immigrants and communities throughout the United States. So all of the research that they're referring to is all backed in this. So this is the citations. I was showing you the bullet points because that makes it easier for the layman. But then they have citations on where they're pulling this information from.
Sounds like a good read. I'll go and read it.
Okay. So that's for the what's it called? The mass deportations. Then we have the what's it called? The tariffs. And this is going to be the distributional analysis of those blanket tariffs that Trump is proposing. We're going to see an increase in our costs for anyone making under $360,000 a year if you factor in the tariffs versus the tax cuts.
For the richest 5%.
Richest 5% are going to do just fine because they can pay
This is a study or a proposal or what?
This is the distributional analysis of Donald Trump's tax plan. Again, this hasn't happened yet. It is analyzing his proposal. This is from ITEP, Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. But again, all of their analysis is cited. It talks about the SALT deductions that Trump said he wouldn't extend. It talks about the repealing tax credits. It goes over all the numbers, and you can look into it.
Yeah.
So all of this stuff, and what's the best part is that if this was so incorrect, there would be tons of studies disproving what I'm showing you. But no economist says blanket tariffs are going to be good for the economy. No economist says that mass deportation is going to be good for the economy.
Right. So I see you got some nice followers on here. Very, very negative comments. It's that's a shame. And this is why our country's divided. You know, I could get on here like some of these fools and rant and holler and cuss and all that good stuff, but I try not to cuss. No point in getting ill and mean and saying I'm not educated, things like that. That's very nice.
Marty, it's the internet. You gotta toughen up, I think.
Yeah, I'm not upset. I get it. Yeah, I'm 6-7 years away from retirement, so it's
all right. So
I've almost worked an entire career, seeing a lot of things happen over the years.
So let's go back to what we were talking about. So if all the analysis shows that his two major proposals are going to increase grocery prices, and he's already backtracked on his claim that he was going to reduce grocery prices on day one, is it not clear that?
Did he say day one though? That was my whole first question.
Yeah,
I didn't hear that. That's the kind of stuff I need proof of right there. I did hear him make mention of maybe 24 hours in Ukraine, but I mean, you know how Trump talks. That's but if he can end it, just, you know, give the man time. It'd be a great thing if he ends it, and regardless if it's in 1 day or 2 months or 2 weeks or whatever.
So at what point would you admit that you were wrong?
As for voting for Trump,
mm-hmm.
I don't know. It would take a lot. I mean, you know, if I don't see the income levels improve or the grocery prices reduce, things like that, gas prices go down, then that's what affects most Americans. So that's what it's going to take.
So I'm asking you, when grocery prices do not go down, when grocery prices do not go down?
9 months.
Sure. Okay, so 9 months. In 9 months, you're going to come back on this live and say I was wrong.
I can, yeah.
Okay. That sounds
good. Want.
Yeah, no, I would love that. And obviously, if grocery prices do come down, you're welcome to come up, and I will admit I was wrong, at least on this topic.
Sounds good.
All right.
Well, good luck to you, buddy.
You as well.
Have a good one.
You too. All right. Going to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Well, I voted for Trump 3 times, only for one reason. I was born in Soviet Union, and I didn't like it. And I like United States. I like capitalism. And now I see that the Democratic Party went so much to the left that base wants to build socialism here. So I don't want this to happen. That's why I won't vote for Trump.
What percentage of the Democratic Party do you think wants socialism?
I would say, as of today, probably 50-50.
You're out of your mind.
But
you're living in a different reality.
Well, I live in New Jersey, close to Manhattan. I go to work in Manhattan every day, and I see the generation of 20s. they probably 70-80% wants it. And this is the future of Democratic Party. So in 20 years, they will be majority of the party. That's
Okay.
where we see the problem.
All right. So what is socialism? Thank you, Miles.
Well, socialism, that's what I used to live in
Yeah.
Soviet Union.
Yeah. Can you explain what it is?
Very simple. Socialism where production and distribution is controlled by government.
Yeah.
There is no private businesses. Everything is belong to the state, basically.
Can you name a single Democratic politician in either the House or the Senate or the White House that is proposing anything like that?
Well, at the moment, Democratic Party is still governed by old generation, Biden, Schumer. But this generation is getting out. Basically, they're old. In future, that people who now 20 will be bedrock of Democratic Party. Oh, they want all the way socialism. They basically say openly, we need to destroy United States system and build new.
What you're doing is you're believing a very, very loud minority online versus the actual reality, which is that 0 Democratic politicians are advocating for socialism in this country, and nowhere near 50% of the Democratic Party wants socialism. You're fighting. You're boxing with shadows. Now, I would think that as someone that came from the Soviet Union, you would not want to vote for the guy who wants fascism in this country. But
no. He doesn't want fascism. He basically pro-capitalist. So
he doesn't want fascism. Okay. What would you call it when a candidate loses an election and then tries to pressure other members of his party to keep him in power?
Yeah, well, that's bad.
That's okay.
That's bad. But the cornerstone, the basis, he doesn't want to destroy capitalism here. Versus your base in 20 years will definitely gonna do it. They will do it.
So you voted for a person who attempted a coup, right? Who is putting the richest people on earth in his cabinet, forming an oligarchy just like Putin has. You voted for that guy because maybe in 20 years, the Democratic Party will be for socialism, where right now 0% of politicians and less than 5% of voters are for socialism. That's what you said. That's the real truth of what you just said.
Well, you basically yourself, all your proposition is socialistic.
Name one.
Well, you said, okay, he gave a cut to the richest, not to the poor. This is completely socialist talking point. Why? I can tell you why. Because the United States is a private, majority of the businesses, majority of the employers is a private businesses. That's the difference with Soviet Union. So you need to give rich break so they can employ more and more people.
Yeah, trickle-down economics doesn't work. I hate to break it to you. I don't know if that's what they taught you in the Soviet Union.
Well, what do you mean it doesn't work?
Reagan scammed us.
United States is the most prosperous country in the world. Whatever we achieve, the other country not even close.
You know what else the United States has? You know what else the United States has? Record income inequality, record wealth disparity, record increase in housing prices as related to median income. Every metric that determines the quality of life of Americans has gotten worse ever since trickle-down economics was implemented from Reagan. Period.
Let me ask you. You just said against socialistic talking point. You said gap increase. It's supposed to increase. Of course, it's supposed to increase. Let's say take my boss.
Okay.
Yeah, take my boss. His company is international. He has offices in different countries. Of course, his wealth is gonna grow faster than my wealth because I'm only living in the United States. So he makes more money because right now the whole market is his. Of course, he's gonna make more money. It doesn't mean that I start living worse. It's not like I'm living worse than before. Oh boy, so that's how it's gonna go now.
Listen, the top 1% really do not need your help. They are doing just fine. I don't know why you have to simp for them. I don't know why you have to lick their boots.
No,
you got voted
I
out.
basically say, you say this is bad.
Literal, actual Russian bot. Thank you, Wikigore, for the $1. Lick those capitalist boots, little boy. Oh, God. Just feasting on the boot. Bro, you know what? Chat did him a favor. That guy loves Boot so much, they booted him. All right, next guest. Vladimir Putin. Next guest. Hi, welcome up. Hello?
Hey Dan, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. I don't agree with everything Trump says, and I think some of his policies are idiotic and will cause inflation and stuff. But I think the one thing he does well is immigration, especially starting off just removing people with removal orders from like asylum process, denials and stuff, and also making sure all these visa overstays get sent back home. And those things, I think is still the only good thing I think he does is immigration. Right? He's streamlining the immigration process. I think everything else, like you said with your previous guest, income inequality, and running cover for oligarchs, so basically doing their agenda. Firing the inspector generals of the 12 major federal agencies. Having open lobbyists in his government. All that stuff, I think, is going to end this nation, right? Like what we know, because once you have lobbyists in your government, a lot of his people on his there's just a lot of lobbying from Turkey, from Qatar, from Israel, people on his cabinet, and they all have competing interests, and it's basically who pays the highest price. And I think him doing all his executive orders, removing federal employees, career officials, those things I don't like. But the only thing I think he does, he has a point in, is immigration. So,
You said something very interesting. You said he was streamlining the immigration process, but he's not
yes.
for any kind of major immigration reform, which we desperately have needed for the past 4 decades.
I don't think that's I think his approach is right. Like, first off, you need to try to lower the number of illegal undocumented people in this country first.
Why?
Then you need to, that's just the way we did it the last time. After the
No.
Great Depression, we had the same exact thing. We had almost a freeze for like 10, 15 years to help people, people assimilate.
Hold on. You
and
said a
then we
freeze.
reopened it.
A freeze is different. I keep having this disconnect. I'm not saying we should bring in unlimited more people. I'm just saying there's no reason to mass deport the ones that are here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, and then you're rewarding people who broke the law. It's just not the American way.
What?
Yeah. If somebody
Trump is president, he clearly we reward people that break the law all the time. He's a felon.
I'm sorry. I mean, I don't agree with you on that. Just because Trump does it doesn't mean that it should be policy. I'm sorry. Trump's probably not going to be
It's
president.
not a matter of even if you want to look at it as rewarding wrongdoing, but which, by the way, I personally don't think it's wrong when someone's fighting for their family and wants a better life. I don't think it's wrong, but I understand we have laws. It doesn't make sense because it's like shooting ourselves in the foot because we're spending money to lose money and increase costs. It's 3 negatives for the positive of setting an example. Like what are we doing here? We've lost the plot at that point.
And also, I think the one let's just agree to disagree, right? We see it differently, so I don't think that we'll agree on it. But I'll say one more thing, right? Trump's also done a good job with stopping the stuff that was happening in the Middle East. He forced the deal that Biden negotiated back in May, but he was able to get it done so that he doesn't have to deal with that.
Do you have
day
any
in,
evidence?
day out.
Do you have any evidence that he forced that deal?
I mean, okay. So Biden, okay, this is just circumstantial because we're never going to have real evidence in these cases. Biden came out in the month of May and said it was an Israeli ceasefire deal. He was eating ice cream in front of the cameras, and he said it's been accepted. It's going to happen. Didn't happen, man. I'm sorry. I mean, as much as you want to give him credit, fine. I mean, Biden himself said that the incoming administration helped him as well. That's all fine. But all I'm saying is the fact that now Trump is president and there's no thing happening in the Middle East, which I wished Biden had done in December of 2023. Yeah, I wish he had done that because probably would have helped his vice president become president. Probably Trump would not have become president.
Okay,
So I'm
so
sorry.
you said that we would never
Uh-huh.
have evidence of that. Do you think if Trump was the reason that this happened, that
So why
evidence
did
wouldn't
it
come out
happen in
immediately?
2020?
Trump would make sure that evidence came out. The
No, but
reason we don't
why
have
did?
evidence of that is
Because
because Trump
I'll tell
didn't
you
do
why
anything.
Trump. I'll tell you why Trump would not let that evidence come out. Because tomorrow, if that deal fails, Trump doesn't want that deal on his name. He always wants to have it his. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. What's the best way to do that? Is to have Biden make the deal because if it could blow up anytime. That deal is like not a strong deal. It's not ironclad. It could blow. It's probably already blowing up slowly. But when that deal completely blows up,
All
Trump
right.
will say it's Biden's deal. You know what I'm saying? But Biden, if he, let's be honest here, Biden wanted to do. Why did he say it was an Israeli plan back in May in front of reporters eating an ice cream cone, and then it was his plan? Fine, I give you all that. Why didn't he? Why didn't he get it done? Like why was there
Because
no?
they weren't agreeing to it at the time.
So
Thank you,
why
Miles.
did they agree now? What changed?
You know what changed? Like 8 months of war.
Oh, come on, man. But I'm sorry, but the president of the United States, who's the superpower here? That's what Bill Clinton told. I forgot his name, Ariel Sharon, I think, back in 1996. That who's the superpower here, right? Who's the superpower here? Is Israel the superpower, or are we the superpower? Who's providing the weapons? Are they doing it, or are we providing them the weapons? Whose cash is it? Whose satellite logistics? Whose aircraft carriers are protecting them against other
Why does
militias?
this matter? Trump would have provided all this shit to Israel too. I don't know why that you're
I'm
bringing
sorry.
this up.
I just don't think people waited for Biden to make a deal, to force the Israelis to say, hey, we're done. Enough is enough. Let's just cool it for now. Right? It's not like Israel was getting destroyed or anything. Okay. Just that's just a fact. Now, but let that be aside. I think if Trump stops the Ukraine war and gets Russian oil back in the markets and can try to bring peace to that region, because we're not going to defeat Russia. It's just a fact. Okay,
Oh
we're not going to get
God.
into a
Okay.
nuclear war.
So
So with all
when the Russian military is losing 7-1 in terms of their troops to the
I
point where
don't want them. I don't. I
needed
hate
to
Joe Biden.
enlist North Korean soldiers, it is not a fact that we can't beat Russia. You're wrong.
But do you think the war is a good thing that keeps if it keeps going on and on, both for Russians and Ukrainians?
I agree that Putin should pull out
Thank you.
immediately. I agree that Putin should pull out immediately. However,
Yeah, I get it. But if Putin doesn't want to
I
end it,
refuse to give up any section of Ukraine or force a sovereign nation to be barred from joining NATO just because Putin asked for it. So,
but are you going to wait till the last Ukrainian? Because you know how this war is going to end, right? It's not going to. I mean, let's be honest here, Dan. I mean, I'm saying yes. You have a nice ideal world, but in a real world where might makes right, because there is no international police force, there is no international enforcement mechanism. There just isn't. Okay,
might
so
makes right is not a
yeah,
good thing. We shouldn't be striving for might
I
make
get
right.
it, but I'm just saying that if Trump can end the wars, let's focus on getting our people's lives get better. Not just our people. People around the world should get better
Did that work
lives.
for us? Did that work for us when Chamberlain gave up the Sudetenland to Hitler? Did that work? The appeasement?
Well, but we never fought a war that was offensive. We always fought defensive
I'm going to ask
wars.
this
That's
again.
just a fact.
Did that work when Chamberlain gave up the Sudetenland to Hitler to appease him so he wouldn't continue? Did that work?
Did that work? No. I mean,
So why would it work
yeah,
on
but
Putin?
that's just one use case. I mean, you can't take one war scenario and use it on every war.
Well, okay. All right. Listen, I've got a ton of reasons. So you don't want to take that one. Let's talk about the fact that if we allow Russia to invade a sovereign nation and keep part of it, that is going to incentivize other sovereign nations to start developing nukes because Ukraine gave up their nukes in exchange for our defense with the Budapest Memorandum in the early
I
90s.
agree with all
right?
that. I'm
Yeah.
100%
So
for Ukraine. If I was a
I
judge,
want the safety of the world with fewer nukes, and this would mean more nukes because now any country that is not in NATO or has no nukes will want to develop nukes because otherwise anybody with nukes can just invade and take shit because
yes,
the
I
United States is not
agree.
going to say anything.
Yes, I agree. But that happened under Biden too. Didn't stop the Russians. So all I'm saying is, I have I actually have a couple of Ukrainian friends who, through my work, like there was some people who I know who work in Germany who are Ukrainian, and these are like engineers and stuff. And they told me, you know what, we understand how much what Russia is doing is wrong. Everybody in the world will say what Russia is doing is wrong. Nobody will say that Russia is in the right, but they want it to stop so that they can have some semblance of normalcy, because life is more precious than these change in boundaries and stuff. They would rather have that people survive than have to this slaughter happening. So those are the
Wait,
only two things.
Are you is there polling data on this, or are you just pulling this out of your ass? Where are you getting this?
No, I have a couple of Ukrainian people who I know who
Uh-huh.
work in engineering roles in Germany, in the place I work in Germany.
Yeah, so it's anecdotal. Yeah.
So I was talking to them. I said, "Hey, they said they were Ukrainian. They were first working in the UK, and now they moved to Germany." I was like, "Oh, really?" I was like, "What's the problem? Like, how's it going back home? I feel sorry for you guys." And he's like, "Yeah, I know, but we just wanted to end because it's not going to be something that we want to have happen for a long time. Because the more time goes on, the more territory they lose,
Okay.
and the more people they." So those are the things I like. I mean, I understand you have another
Prior
point
to
of view.
Trump winning the election, a majority of Ukrainians wanted to keep fighting.
I'm
And
not.
this
so
is
sure
this is
about
from
that.
Gallup. This is I'll show you the source.
Okay.
This is from Gallup. So,
Okay.
as you can, these are the amount of Ukrainians that wanted to keep fighting. Trump wins the election, and now they recognize there's no reason to keep fighting because the United States is not going to support us, and we're going to lose. So we're willing to negotiate with Russia. However, had a real American patriot and democracy lover won the election, like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, this number would still be the majority.
I'm sorry. I mean, I still think that even Europeans are tired of this war, because I'll tell you why.
I don't care about what Europeans think. I care about what the Ukrainians think.
Yeah, Ukraine is the breadbasket of not just Europe, but also of Africa and the Middle East. Okay, we need food. I don't like wars. Period. I just don't like war. And in this scenario, I think the Ukrainians, if they can get a country made out of this scenario, where they can get some kind of a security agreement, where their borders are now frozen,
Bro.
and Russia can keep the whatever the Donetsk, because it's.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if a country
same thing
invaded the
happened
United
in
States?
West Germany.
Can you imagine if a country invaded the United States and some rando with a Luigi profile picture from Germany or whatever is like, I think America should just surrender part of the country because I don't like war. How disrespectful to the Ukrainians that are fighting to keep their country.
I would not want war for my wife and kids, for my mom, for my dad.
Your wife and kids, are they Ukrainian?
No, they're American.
Then why are you bringing that up? You're saying you don't want war, but the fact of the matter is, Ukrainians, up until Trump's election, wanted to keep fighting to keep their country. They have a sovereign country. They're fighting for their country. They're doing one of the most patriotic things you can do.
I get your point of view, but I think it's idealistic. It's not realistic. And all I'm saying is those are the two things I like about Trump. But the other stuff, like him rolling back prescription drug pricing, I think him rolling back protections for like environmental protections and rolling back DEI and stuff, those are all like stupid. And then all his executive orders about free speech and all, that's just nonsensical. That's like a MAGA rally.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, I mean, I didn't vote for Trump, but I didn't pull the lever the other way either. I just felt like, but I do like Trump's immigration policy. I'm not going to lie about it, but I just feel like, at the end of the day, that and maybe his foreign policy are the two things that I'm okay with. I like, but I don't like the rest of the thing. And I think Kamala also would have done the same thing when it comes to Ukraine, Russia.
All right. Well, you did get voted out by the chat, but
all right, thank you.
Bye.
I appreciate the chance.
Hold up, I'm pinning that. 10-to-1 ratio. Yeah, that's wild. That's a landslide. We got to show that to Trump so he starts using the word landslide correctly. That's a real mandate. You pronounce Qatar the right way? Qatar. I actually don't even know how to pronounce Qatar. Is it Qatar? And serious question: why are you liberal? I'm a registered independent. I think labels are like super silly. If my values align like 80% with the Democratic Party and like 5% with the Republican Party, then I'm just gonna call myself a Democrat or a liberal. Who cares? Like, yeah, it feels cool. I'm an independent, but if most of my opinions fall on the liberal side, then you could call me a liberal. You could call me a progressive. Call me whatever you want, right? I don't take offense to picking a side. So that's why I don't call myself an independent. I think it's silly if I'm so against one side and for another side. Usually, independent implies like somewhere in the middle, and I'm not somewhere in the middle because one side is fascist. I'm very, very far from that side. Dan, could you tell China to fix the app so I can resubscribe to you? I will let them know once I get my next paycheck from China. Dan Malik Politics. How can you say mass deportation is negative when illegals are a net drain? Because they're not, Ben C. They're not. I know the blog post from the Republican members of the House of Representatives said that it is, but it's not. They pay into Social Security and Medicare and receive none of those benefits. Stephen Smith, did he cancel Black History Month? Hold on, let me look at that. I don't think he has. I wouldn't put it past him, but I don't think he has. I haven't seen anything about it. All right, go to the next guest. He said federal agent. Hi, welcome up.
Hey.
Oh, I think you're driving. Turn from the surface. Thank you, Denny. We're going to the next guest.
Hi, I know that everyone hates friendlies, so I'm going to make it very quick. I sent Bensi 3 links from verified sources about how undocumented people are not a net drain on the economy, and he's just continuing to mouth off in the comments. I just wanted to, point that out. So.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, go to the next guest. Here we go. Make sure, listen, if you're on TikTok and next to my name is an orange or gray heart, you're good to go. But if there's a red oval, you're going to want to press the follow button. Thank you so much. Did he actually change the name of Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America? Yes. And he changed the name of Mount Denali back to Mount McKinley. Really lowering those grocery prices with those changes. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I came on here I feel like you were just first started when I first came on here. And I was for Kamala and I voted for Kamala. But today on the news, I see that like Trump's deporting not just, it might get further into a little bit more broader of a demographic, I guess is the best word I can come up with right now. But he's deporting people who have committed crimes here. Like my thinking was that was already the standard process.
That is.
If that wasn't already the standard process, then that's an issue. And like I'm glad he's fixing it.
Well, it is the standard process to deport people that commit crimes.
If it were, then why are they still here?
Well, these are people, the people that they're talking about, which by the way is a small minority of the people that were deported, are people with criminal records, not ones that necessarily committed crimes here.
Weren't they supposed to why would they still be here?
They're undocumented.
Well, if they were undocumented, are you saying that they were hard to find? Because they found them in 2 days.
Okay. So if they're going to places that are predominantly Latino and places that are predominantly the type of work that undocumented immigrants do, then it's very possible that they will find undocumented immigrants. However, it's number one, it's racial profiling. Number two, it inconveniences American citizens as well. And number three, it's a net negative on our resources.
Nothing that you just said makes me feel like I would choose to have those things rather than having criminals in our country. that didn't like. They're literally they come from a different place. Like keep your crime over there. We have enough.
So sick of these people. You know.
Hold on. Okay. Did you know that undocumented immigrants commit way less crime than natural born citizens? Were you aware
That
of
doesn't mean that they should be able to stay
Bong,
here.
bong, bing, bing, bing.
Damn, Miles sent the galaxy to save. Okay. Now, do you also know that we'd spend billions of dollars on these deportations, lose billions of dollars in tax revenue, and increase the cost of living in this country? 3 negatives.
Okay, so money over living next door to people who fought their way into a country illegally just to come over here and commit crimes against the people who already lived here is crazy.
Wait, they're not committing crimes. Why would you say that?
We agreed on that the whole time, that he's deporting a lot of people who have criminal records.
Criminal records. That doesn't mean they committed crimes here. If they committed crimes here, they're already being deported. And it's a small
Okay,
percentage of them.
there are some that they didn't commit their crimes here, but just because they didn't commit their crimes here doesn't mean that they weren't committing crimes here and not caught.
Okay.
That's what a criminal does. That's what recidivism is all about. That's why the recidivism rate is so high.
Okay. So you are willing, just so we're clear,
Yeah.
you are willing to pay more for groceries. You're willing to lose tax revenue and spend your hard-earned taxpayer money to remove these people when they're not harming you in any way.
Yeah, because you think that they're not harming me anyway. But the funny thing about it is when Trump first came out, and just give me a couple minutes because this is a personal story. So when Trump first came out, you can roll your eyes, but that's okay. Like I'll cut it down for you. So when Trump first came out, and the first thing he said, racist,
So
was,
sick of these people. You know.
Miles taking it back.
so anyway, the first thing that Trump said, he came out racist and said was like, Mexicans are, rapists.
Mexico's not sending their best. They're bringing drugs.
No,
They're
he
bringing
said
crime.
Mexicans
They're
are-
rapists, and some I assume are good people. I know it by heart.
He said that, right? So
Yeah.
he said that, right?
Mhm.
And so the funny thing about it for me is that I was in fact raped by an illegal Mexican when I was the age of 15 years old, and I stoutly said that you can't sit here and say just because one person did something, even as a victim myself, that you can push it towards a whole population. I get that, but I don't have a problem with sending the criminals back.
I'm sorry to hear that. Can I ask you a
Well, I
question?
appreciate it.
Why did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Because I don't like racism. I don't like what Donald Trump stands for. I don't like any of that. But we should have already been sending the criminals back. They're criminals.
We already send criminals back if they commit a
Then
crime.
why are we finding them all of a sudden?
Because these are people with criminal records. There's people in chat with criminal records.
Okay, but I'm saying they literally come from their country as a criminal and then come to ours. The whole thing when we were like, at least me, when I was going to school, my education said, hey, as America,
Bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
as America, we like to bring in people who are highly educated, who can make our country better. That's supposed to be what we are about. Instead, we're like, nah, your killers, that's probably not a TikTok word. Like, bring your criminals. Like, I don't like Donald Trump, but if there's one thing that even before the election, I couldn't disagree with, send the criminals back. They don't belong
We
here.
already
Everybody
send
else-
the criminals back. We already
don't.
do.
Okay, criminal records. So if they were charged with something, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and
not
actually,
held.
with the new act that they passed, they don't even have to go through due process. They could just be deported for being accused.
Well, I'm just saying, for the criminals that are going back, I'm not against them. If you're just accused of a
that's
crime,
wonderful, I guess. But ultimately,
but we haven't been doing it. That's the problem. That's the problem.
and you know why? You know why we haven't been doing these mass deportations?
Please tell me why. Please tell me why.
Because of the 3 things I already told you. It costs billions of dollars. It loses us billions of dollars in the tax revenue for Social Security and Medicare, which are going to help to pay for you in the future. And it's going to make us pay higher prices for the goods that we need. And all of it just to racially profile people, inconvenience regular Americans. They've been detaining American citizens, including a veteran in Newark. I don't know if you heard about that. So it's undue hardship for both citizens and non-citizens. It wastes our money. It raises prices, and all because they might be scary criminals.
Right. So if your argument is that they're just going to attack anybody who looks Hispanic, then I can't argue with you because that's just how you feel on the inside. And that's your own agenda.
Wait. Hold on. How do you think they're conducting these raids?
It's targeted
Based on what?
on criminal records.
If they have criminal records, they're already deported.
That's not true. It's just not true.
So if these are undocumented immigrants, then how do they have documents on their criminal records?
Undocumented is way different than having absolutely no word on your name. Undocumented is a word that we use to try to classify people who come here and they're not citizens.
Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Carmine, thank you for the $10. Dino ? Okay, we're gonna run another Dino vote because we had 2 Dino votes, but they both got negated by the galaxies. Then we have Epsilon. Thank you for the $10. Kamala supporter, my ass. Dino number 2, please. Okay, so that's 2. Anna, thank you for the $10. As an immigrant, it pains me to hear other immigrants support Trump. I can't comprehend how they can care so little about others who are in a very similar place to where they once were. As a country, we have way more things to worry about. Way more important things to worry about. Thank you so much, Anna. Okay, so we're doing another Dino vote.
I get it that many of us were blessed to be born in this country and that billions of people were not, but there's no inherent right to being here. And if you're here, then make it a better place. Don't come here and commit crimes.
They are making it a better place. A vast majority of undocumented.
Money makes it a better place.
No, wait. A vast majority of undocumented immigrants are raising families and working jobs.
Your 3 arguments for why they should stay revolve around De Niro.
No. Hold on. Those are 3 arguments.
Every single one.
No, you missed the 4th one. That it's undue hardship. Undue hardship. The 4th one. They contribute to society. They're raising families. They're working jobs. What more do you want? What do you do to improve? Can you tell me what you do to improve the United States?
I do my job and that's it. So
so you actually do less than they do. Interesting. So
okay, so who do you think they're deporting that's such an issue? What's your issue?
Who do I think they're deporting that's such an issue? The 90% that committed no crime. Those.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to know why?
So you feel like coming here and crossing the border is not a crime when you had no right, like when you had no.
Okay, it's not a crime worth punishing. It's a misdemeanor. It's like jaywalking.
Is it really?
Yeah. You don't think that? Wait,
it's a misdemeanor on paper, but maybe that's the issue.
Okay, so you think that no matter what, if someone's here illegally,
even if
so if someone's here illegally, even if they haven't committed a crime, even if they're contributing to society positively, you want them out.
Yeah.
Weird. Very cringe behavior. I don't know why you would think that. Okay, so that was for Carmine's Dino, and then Miles saved, and then we have Epsilon's Dino, and then we're done.
I would personally not send ICE out. Like you said, when it comes to money, if somebody's not harming you, I wouldn't spend money to send ICE out. But the fact that a lot of these people are just people that were hanging out with criminals, let's just be real. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean hanging out with criminals? What the fuck does that mean?
The people that are getting caught and they didn't have a criminal record, it's just their flybys.
It's just their what?
They were just people that so happened to be with their criminals at that moment. Literally just turn on the news. That's all you got to do.
Wait. Just happened to be with criminals at that moment. Where are you getting this information? What are you talking about?
I'm watching the news. Where are you getting your information?
You're making the claim.
I'm making the claim that they're making targeted attacks against people who have criminal records, and that when they go into the home, when there's other undocumented illegal immigrants there, they arrest them and send them back as well.
Okay.
Your
and
argument.
I'm saying, where are you getting the information?
I want to tell you what I'm hearing from you. What I'm hearing from you is that they go out on the street, maybe into a building, they see some people who look Hispanic, stop them, question them.
It's not maybe into a building. It's very clear. We know they work in the agriculture industry. We know they work in the construction industry. They target workplaces. Now, if you're making the claim that they're specifically targeting people with criminal records, but people that commit crimes here are already deported. So where are you getting this information other than vibes?
Okay,
what I'm
prove to
asking
me
you
right now that you just agreed with me earlier. So you agree with me at some point, and then you turn around and completely.
What did I agree with you on?
You agreed with me that we don't waste. You said we don't waste our money. I feel like it's not a waste of money, but you said we don't waste our money right now on deporting people with criminal records. You already said that. You said it was a waste of money.
No, because if you get caught, then it doesn't cost as much money to deport them. You already have them. Also, you got kicked. Please read a book. Oh my god, bro. I can't. Thank you for all the dinos. I don't know who sent what. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, I love Sinaj. Thank you, Caffeine. Jesus Christmas. Okay, I'm curious. I'm super curious. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Sorry. 1 second, guys. Y'all gotta remind me if I leave this up too long. Roaches for raid. Laughing emoji if you believe her that she voted for Kamala. Crying emoji if you don't. Laughing emoji if you believe her. Crying emoji if you don't. So I don't think she did because she said Kamala. And then all of the racist stuff. That's my, that's my personal opinion. Oscar, thank you for the $1. It sounds like Stephanie is okay with me being asked for my papers just because I have brown skin. Correct. She is okay with that. Wicked Gore, thank you for the $1. Holy brain dead, Batman. God damn. That's a landslide. Y'all seeing this vote? This is a landslide. Aren't you getting hungry? I am getting hungry, Will. Wait, how did you know? Jocelyn, thank you for the $1. I'm truly sorry to hear her story, but she is so fixated on the wrong thing. His plan was to always to deport all illegal immigrants, not just illegal immigrants who hold criminal records. Innocent people who are being targeted and affected by these mass deportations. Yes. And then Jocelyn, again, I think you need to wear a tinfoil hat from now on. Yeah. All right. All right, go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube, or whether you're on TikTok, if you could do me a favor and drop a follow or a subscription if it's YouTube. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow. What was I about to say? I was going to say something. What was I going to say? Oh, for everyone that's gifted, whether it's through Venmo, whether it's through PayPal, whether it's through the gift on TikTok, whether it's through subs, whether it's through Twitch subs, whether it's through Twitch bits, I love and appreciate every single one of you, and I thank you all for the gift, but nobody has to gift. The only thing I ask for is a follow. Thank you all so much. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just wanted to give some insight because I'm a first generation American. My parents are immigrants. And I just want to talk about, first of all, I am all for immigration reform. And I'm not sitting here saying that I think immigrants that have committed crimes deserve to stay here. Of course not. But it has never been about following the law. And what happened in Newark is just a prime example. Because my dad, for example, my dad came over here when he was like 12 years old, had nothing, didn't speak English, and he's been on an oil rig for the past 20 years. Clean record. He's got 5 of us kids, did nothing but supported us. I mean, and like the same goes for like 99% of other immigrants. All they want to do is work. That's all they want to do. And what happened in Newark, I mean, like, for example, I saw a TikTok of a Ukrainian immigrant saying like, oh, he doesn't feel bad because he got his immigration status, so there's no excuse. And I'm like, but we're trying to tell you guys it's not about immigration. It's never been about the law. Because sorry. Because they're just stopping like anyone that's brown, anyone that fits the description. Like, I don't know if other people have seen it, but there's an interview where Trump is saying like, oh, you can just look at them and tell. You can just look at them and tell. And I'm
Yeah.
like, how can
Yep.
you tell though? How can you tell? Do you think ICE is stopping white people and asking if they're from Ireland or if they're Ukrainian refugees that have overstayed their visa or whatever? No, they're literally only stopping brown people. Like, I read that article about Newark, and they said that they showed up to that seafood place because they were getting complaints from people in town. And I'm like, but that there was undocumented immigrants there. And I'm like, but how do they know? They don't. They just saw that they were brown people and like reported them. Like, there's no other way around it. There's no other way around it. And my source is me because I've lived this shit. Like, my grandma's almost 70 years old on my mom's side. My grandma's almost 70 years old, and she barely just got her citizenship. And I mean, she's been here forever.
Can
And
I?
it's not that.
I don't mean to interrupt. I do want to just play that clip for those that don't believe what you just said because,
Okay.
yeah, I pulled it up really quickly.
Open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble.
You can
Exactly.
look at them.
Exactly. I also saw a video of people that were, there was a guy that was interviewing ICE patrol agents while they were doing like, you know, checkpoints or whatever. And he was like, so what, under what reasonable suspicion do you stop people and ask for their documentation? And he couldn't answer because he knows damn well that it's just if they're brown. You know what I mean? And it really makes me mad that they're going to like gas stations early at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning because, you know, they'll go all together and get breakfast and coffee and then go to work. I'm like, you're stopping people from literally just trying to go contribute to society. Like, like that's all they're trying to do. And I don't know. It makes me mad because I'm like, a lot of the people that just don't understand, it's because they're white. Like, it's just, that's it. It just makes me mad when I hear people talk about it like that because we've been trying to tell people for decades that it's never been about, oh, do it the legal way, do it the legal way. You guys just don't like brown people, plain and simple. And if it was all about like, do it the right way, do it the right way, he wouldn't have canceled all those appointments for all the refugees in Central America, was it?
Venezuela. Which were you?
I heard something about how he took down the app that helps them make appointments.
Oh, the CBP1 app.
Yes, exactly. I'm like, obviously, it's not about doing it the legal way because, like, I mean, I have my criticisms for both parties when it comes to like promises of like, you know, making the pathway to citizenship easier, because I think we should have that by now. Because like I was saying earlier, my grandma's almost 70 years old and she just got her citizenship, and it's not because she isn't trying. It's not because she isn't trying. It's because it's just hard. Like, it really is hard. And my dad is still trying to get his citizenship. And like I said, he's been here almost his whole life. He has a clean record. He's, I mean, been doing back-breaking work my entire life just to, you know, support us. So it just, I hate when I hear people talk about it because they just don't understand. They won't understand until they've lived.
I totally understand. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Brandon?
Mommy? I can't hear you. Yeah. Hello? Hello? Huh?
Mommy?
Harper's in here.
Brandon, are you there? Thank you, Miles. Brandon Berger? Harper?
Look out, Harper. Look out.
Nice
Yeah.
Aw.
I got to you. I don't want to get you.
No, he said no. He sounds sweet. Okay. I'm gonna drop him. Okay, go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Brian Reyes. And they're gone. Next guest. Here we go. Eugene, number 1, it wasn't a majority. Number 2, request up. All right, Gino's not connecting. We're going to the next one. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good.
Okay. You vote for Donald Trump?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate you, and I didn't vote for Trump, but I just appreciate everything you're doing for everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Have a good one. I feel really bad, chat. I feel like, what's today, Saturday? I feel like this whole week, my energy has been different. And it's really, really difficult for me to hide that. Everyone's is. Because too many friendlies. I don't know that it's just that. It's just been rough. Leading up to the election, I was really, really good at compartmentalizing like the lives and like politics with like the rest of my life, but I haven't really been able to do that this week. Yeah. So if I seem less entertaining, then I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Low libido? Maybe. You need a hug, Dan? Yeah, maybe. It's like waking up as a citizen in the Galactic Empire. Yeah, it kind of does feel like that. I guess not connecting. Go to the next guest. I am getting a little bit hungry, but I don't think it's that. Left my Marvel Rivals match to be here. Well, I appreciate that. Can't be 100 all the time. Yeah. Hi, welcome up. Debab. It's like finding
Hello?
out Santa isn't real every single day. Hi, welcome up.
Yeah.
Are you driving?
Yeah, but ignore that. So I voted.
He said, yeah, but ignore that. I'm sorry, man. It's TikTok TOS. It's not me. Yeah, no, this is so for real. Dan, you are so patient and the explaining is dreadful. Dan, what's for dinner? Help. What do I have? Oh, I have half a Publix sub in my fridge that I'm gonna have. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan. I actually had a quick question for you. I I'm not adding to the discourse here, so if you want to kick me, go ahead. But I just wanted to ask you a question.
If it's quick, go ahead.
Gotcha. One thing I've noticed from the left specifically and your Democrats is there hasn't been a huge effort to kind of use the same tactics. And I hate using that word, but that's the only word I can think of right now. You obviously have the right wing who is like trying to be as discoursed and disruptive as possible. And when it comes to the Democrat side of things, I don't know why we're not trying to do the same thing. That's one thing I've been, not seeing prevalent. A good example of that is with Harry Sisson and Piers Morgan. He kind of gave it to Mr. Dave Rubin, and that didn't get a lot of coverage. Would you agree with that statement necessarily that the left should try to use those tactics, or should we stick to the moral high ground?
I don't think we should stick to moral high ground. Now, what tactics specifically, I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm comfortable engaging in misinformation like the right does, but I am very comfortable with starting to fight dirty in other regards. So
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at too. It's because obviously it's the grifting aspect. You have these people who want to elicit like an emotional response, and that's what gets attention. That's what people flock to. They feel like, oh, if I am talking louder and I am making the enemy or the opponent, having this response, that means I'm on top. And I've noticed this on the left specifically. It's not, that's not as prevalent. It is always the moral high ground approach. And part of this is also me wanting to communicate that, you can only take the moral high ground if the person you are talking with has a conscience. And it's been proven time and time again that the right wing and your, Donald Trump supporters, that is not the case. So that's kind of all I just wanted to talk about.
yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I'm not 100% sure how we move forward exactly. People have been asking me this since November. But I do think we need to get tougher in general. I think we need to maybe we need to focus, at least in campaigns, maybe focus a little bit a smidge less on policy and start to try to elicit like emotional reactions from people, because clearly a lot of Americans, particularly swing voters, don't really care about policy. If they did, Trump wouldn't have won this election. He would have got blown out. So I think that's one thing. Possibly also, like you said, pushing back and not if someone's yelling at you, fucking yell back. There's,
Right.
Yeah, I agree on that. Yeah, we just gotta get tougher. We gotta start doing shit like them. Especially like when they blocked Merrick Garland's seat. I'm down to do that. Like we're not. I'm down to pack the court, expand the court, whatever's needed, because they didn't want to play by the rules. So why should we? Especially when it comes to human rights, which is what the Supreme Court ends up ruling on half the time. So
Gotcha.
I agree. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I do agree with you.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Yeah, looks like that's all for me. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate you. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, chat. This is what I'm gonna do. I am going to. I'm gonna bring up CB in a second. For those that know who CB is, he's a friend of the live, and he usually goes on rants. But they're good rants, and I'm gonna take advantage of that rant to go to the bathroom and get a snack. Now, before I do that, thank you, Carly, for $2. Can you do a topic about the U.S. and its gun laws, specifically with school shootings? Because I really want to hear how people want to protect guns more than children. Carly, I think if you are interested in that topic, you should follow Brett Cross. He's the father of a child who lost their lives in Uvalde, and he does this topic so much more justice than I ever could. For those of it who have been following me for a long time, this is the one topic that really, really makes me crash out instantly. I would not be able to do a full live on this topic. But Brett somehow has the mental fortitude, even with the tragedy he suffered, to essentially commit his life to preventing this in the future. So I absolutely 100% recommend following Brett, because every one of his lives is about this topic. Thank you, Carly. Next, Anna, thank you for the $6. Go treat yourself to an ice cream. Oh, thank you, Anna. I really appreciate that. I'm kind of in a mood for Kind of in the mood for a crunchy snack, but I do appreciate that. It's all he has left. Yeah. Dan, have some tea. I'll see what I'll see what I come up with. Username. I think it's cross333. Can someone remember Brett's username? 1 second. Let me see if I can get it real quick.
The least you could do is tag me in it.
Yeah, it's at cross333. Absolute angel of a person. Really good at not only debating that topic, explaining his position and how we can prevent these tragedies in the future, and keeps his cool. I don't know how he does. Okay. I'm gonna bring up CB real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, buddy? How you feeling, man?
I'm all right.
You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm actually so angry that I'm calm, bro. Go get your snack, man. You know what I'm saying? I got you. You know what I'm saying? How y'all people doing in the chat today, man? I hope y'all doing well. I am gonna go on a rant, but I want to try to keep calm. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about how y'all feeling, but I'm feeling like I'm living in a time warp zone. You know what I'm saying? Where it feels like reality ain't reality because people want to contort reality into how they feel instead of what's in front of them. And I don't know about how y'all feel, but I know I'm tired of dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? If you know the truth, anybody that's in the audience, if you know the truth and you know what the truth is, continue to say that. Do not let these MFers continue to control the narratives. If these Trump supporters are liars, you know what I'm saying? Call them liars. If they're acting like white supremacists, call them white supremacists. You know what I'm saying? If they're acting like Nazis, call them Nazis. Call them by name. You know what I'm saying? We need to stop being nice. The time for being nice and being generous to these people is over. You know what I'm saying? These people, if they're dumb, call them dumb. You know what I'm saying? Stupid, whatever you choose to use. You know what I'm saying? I seen videos of police standing outside of schools trying to take children, bro. Trying to take children, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got people going up taking innocent people and trying to put them in the back of a van, bro. This is a problem. This is a problem, y'all. I don't care what city you're in. I'm in Chicago. If anybody want to link up with me, holla at me. But we need to start doing something. I don't know what, but we need to start doing something because somebody said it earlier. It feels like we're in the Star Wars empire. That's exactly what it feels like. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm not about to live under no tyranny, bro. You know what I'm saying? We are not about to do this. You know what I'm saying? I seen a WW2 war vet crying. You know what I'm saying? This man cried because Elon threw up the Sig Heil, the Hitler salute. If you know for a fact that Elon threw up that Hitler salute, call that shit what the fuck it is. Excuse me, I'm sorry for cursing. Call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? That lady, I came on when you first started talking to that lady, Dan, and to hear that idiocy, that's a good snack right there. To hear that idiocy, to hear that lady speak, you know what I'm saying, shows you how lost Trump supporters are. There's no talking to these people. These people are the ones in school that used to be in the back of the class not paying attention. These are the retarded kids on the back of the bus.
CB, I love you, but we can't use that that word nowadays. Also for TikTok, terms of service. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan.
What's going on?
Well, I just wanted to go over what CB said. So when you were gone, he mentioned that ICE showed up to schools. You mind if we go over that?
So, 4 hours after that report came out, they did come out with a correction that it was Secret Service investigating
Yeah.
something. It was not ICE.
Yeah. So I forgot what the other thing was, but it was also fake. There's a lot of fear mongering right now in the media. But so I did vote for Trump. 19.
Why?
What is this? Is this live like a debate or?
I mean, it could be. Why'd you vote for
Sure.
Trump?
Yeah. Like I did. Yeah. I voted
Why?
for Trump. So for me, it was he bought me with the no overtime tax. I'll be honest there. Now all these people. Now if you can prove to me, please do. My taxes are going to go down under Trump. 100%. 70% of the working class works overtime. And removing overtime tax is the best thing for the middle class.
If he doesn't remove overtime tax, are you gonna regret your vote?
Yes, 100%. Now there is a KEEP Act going through Congress. Keep every extra penny. Now that chart, I've seen that chart before, dude.
Okay.
It doesn't correlate, right? The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act reduced taxes for the lowest earners. The highest earners at 39% only reduced to 37.6. So we can go over this.
This is talking about his current proposals,
Which is?
an extension of most of the tax cuts from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, an additional cut to corporations because, as a reminder, in 2017, he made the individual tax cuts temporary, but the corporate tax cuts permanent. So an additional cut to corporations, and this also factors in his blanket tariffs that you and me are going to be paying.
Okay. So he has not done the tariffs yet, correct?
Okay. He hasn't done the tax
So-
cuts either yet.
Well, we're still under his tax plan.
Well, technically it ended on January 1st of this year, but yeah.
No, it goes till the end of December. I'm pretty sure it goes to the end of 2025. Feel free to look it up. If you could, that'd be great. 'cause I
Either
just
way,
did.
he promised to do tariffs. So are you saying, well, as long as he breaks his promise because he promised something bad, then we're good?
I get where you're coming from. Now, what I think is going to happen, I don't want to go over think. You're right. We're not even going to go over what I think happens. I don't even know. Like he hasn't put him in yet, right? That's all I can say. I don't want to go over what I think because that's not what we're here for.
Let me ask you a question. So
Yeah.
you mainly voted for him for no tax on overtime, right?
Yeah, there's some other reasons, and if we go over multiple things, I'll come across them, but I don't have them off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that is because I personally, even if I ignore all the tariffs negating any kind of tax cuts, and even if I ignore the
Yeah.
fact that he's probably not going to get rid of tax cuts, probably not going to get rid of tax on overtime, probably just an empty promise like all the other promises. Even if I ignore all that, I still wouldn't vote to cut my taxes in exchange for voting for a sexual abuser, voting for a convicted felon, voting for someone who sexualizes daughters, sexualizes children. Like, I feel like you're throwing away your morals for like some pennies.
No, you're right. You are correct there. I get that, and he is not the most upstanding citizen. I know. Now, so can I bring up something else without getting yelled at for pivoting? Because I was in this other live earlier today where we were talking about the deficit, right? Now we both understand that the deficit is money that is not, it's money added to the debt, correct?
Kind of, yeah, basically.
Okay. So the deficit in pre-COVID was under $1 trillion every year. Where people get mixed up is they talk about Trump's spending. Yes, he spent more, but he also brought more in. His deficit was, I think, 666 in 2017, 800 something in 2018, and then in 2019 it was, I think it was getting 900 billion. Biden's deficit, right? So yes, this that 10-year. Yeah, I know. You're gonna bring up the 10-year thing. Yes, I get that. And nice. Basically, what I'm trying to say is Trump brought in more money. He spent more than Biden, but he also brought more in, which Biden spent less, but still added 1.7 trillion to the deficit.
Do you know why? Do you know why Trump was able to bring more in?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not do it.
So
It paid off now.
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, had it not been implemented during Biden's administration, he would have brought in more tax revenue. So we're holding the baggage from the Trump administration.
Sorry, go ahead. Say that again.
Biden was holding the baggage from the Trump administration because he decided to blow a massive hole in our budget for no reason. Again, there's a good reason to cut taxes for middle and lower class. There was no reason to give 83% of the tax cuts to the top 1%. No reason to do that.
So he didn't give 83%. I'd love to talk about this 83% without going over the charts, right? You agree that the top 1% is all capital gains, right?
Not all, but a lot of it is.
A lot of their income is from capital gains.
Okay.
Okay. So he didn't even touch did he touch the capital gains under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? I don't think he did. I'd have to look that up.
Damn, it's been a while since I've talked about tax policy, but let's say he didn't. That doesn't change what I'm telling you. 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%.
It does change because then you're not giving the benefit to the top 1%.
Wait,
you didn't give them anything.
Hold on.
Okay.
Even if what you're saying is, they would have gotten way more if he had cut taxes on capital gains.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter because they already got 83% of the benefits.
Yeah, but where is this 83% coming from if it's not coming from capital gains? That's their main source of income.
Okay, so it's coming from their income and it's coming from the benefits of the corporate tax rate cut.
Okay, so let's go over this. So if their income isn't capital gains, or if their income is capital gains, and he didn't touch capital gains.
Their income isn't all capital. Wait, do you think all billionaires and multimillionaires only make capital gains?
Elon Musk doesn't have a salary. It's all capital gains. He sold a bunch of Tesla stock back in whatever and paid $6.7 billion in taxes on it.
That's why his effective tax rate is so low. Yes, that's correct.
So if he didn't touch capital gains, the rich didn't get anything.
Hold on. But if his corporate tax rates for his companies went from 35% to 21% for pretty much no reason, then that led to an increase in his shareholder value, then he received benefits, and we're paying the outcome of that in our debt. Our children and our children's children are going to be paying that off.
Okay, let's go over that. So this isn't a pivot. We're going to stay on the corporate tax rate topic. Okay. Nordic countries, you agree that they're doing a good job, right? Finland, Norway, right?
That
Yes
is
or no?
that is a very vague question.
They're a democratic country, and they have a great economy. They have the great school systems, all this stuff, correct?
They have a very high happiness index through a lot of well-funded social programs. Yes.
Well-funded social programs, yes. Their corporate tax rate is 20%. Why do we need a 17% higher corporate tax rate if theirs is only 20%?
Well, first of all, it was 15% higher. That's number one. Number two, in Kamala Harris's plan, it would have only been 8% higher. That's number two. But number three, they're a much smaller country with much fewer corporations.
Okay, great. Let's go over that. 73% of corporations didn't pay any tax in 2015, I want to say, from CBO.gov. You can look that up. Or was it GAO? Government Analytics Office.
Okay.
GAO.
What does that have to do with anything?
If 73% of corporations aren't paying any tax, we're not going to get any money.
What about the ones that are paying tax?
Their ETR was only 13% pre-TCGA, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was 9.3 after.
Okay, so you're saying, your claim is that even though 83% of tax cuts went to the top 1%, it could have been worse. Is that what you're saying?
You still haven't told me how 83% of these tax cuts, where are you getting that number from? I want to go over there. I just want to also thank you for doing a good job on these lives, dude. Some of these other people are just terrible.
Okay, so this is a report from Center on Budget, Policy, and Priorities.
.gov?
.org.
.org. Center for what?
Yeah, I'll just pull it up. 1 second.
Cool. Because I try to stick to .gov websites. I'm not saying that this website's wrong.
Well, .gov websites are great for the data, and this uses the data from .gov websites to analyze the effects of the tax.
You go to the sources on the bottom.
Sure.
I can't really see it, but
I mean, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, just Control F and type in .gov. Damn.
CBO.gov, CBO.gov, WhiteHouse.gov.
Okay.
Congress.gov, CRS reports. Again, CBO.gov and IRS.gov.
No, that's good. That's good. All right, read it out. I'd love to hear where this 83% is coming from, because I hear this a lot. Oh, tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for this, whatever. It's the rich. Okay, go ahead.
First, we talk about the individual tax cuts.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't really see it. Can you zoom in? I got it on a tiny phone. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. 2017. So the 400,000 income earners, they didn't get it's at 35%. It didn't change. At 600,000, it went from 39 to 37.6.
Okay. So what this chart is showing is this is the after tax income, the percent change in after tax income 2025.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you see where the biggest benefits are?
Yeah, okay, but dude, like, you can look at this graph, but the numbers tell you.
Okay, hold on. We could go to the numbers. If you want, we could go back and reverse engineer their research. But it's not going to show you what you think it's going to show you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you want me to do. We can go, if you want, we can go back and reverse engineer the research here.
Like, if you look up the tax brackets, right, and look what they changed to, there's barely any difference.
It's not just tax brackets, though. There are deductions that were changed. There were multiple different changes in the tax policy.
Yes.
And once that's all factored in, this is the result. And it gets worse when we look at corporate tax rates. So the 2017 law's corporate provisions are even more skewed to the top. So you have the top 5%, the individual provisions, and this is corporate provisions over here.
Yes.
The top 5% received 53% of the cuts, and then the bottom of 60% received 13.5.
Okay. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to look into this, right? Like, you're saying that there's more itemized deductions, is what you're saying?
Yes. I mean, there's the big change in the estate tax. There was changes to the types of things you can deduct. There was private jet write-offs. Yes, thank you, Roast. There's a lot of changes in the tax code, and that's why we look to experts that analyze all these changes to determine that. It wasn't just like a percentage here, a percentage there.
Yep, I got you. You're saying like the ETR for corporate tax, even though it's 20, the ETR is only 9. You're saying for individuals, it's also like that. So I'll look into that. I just wanted to go over something else. What was it? Feel free to bring up someone else. I'll mute if there's someone else requesting.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming up.
Oh, I just got to think of the other thing I wanted to
Oh,
talk about,
okay. All right. I guess that's fine.
But if you bring someone else up, I'll mute and listen and wait till you guys are done.
Okay. Hi, welcome up.
Dogs are barking.
That's all right.
Yeah, I didn't vote for Trump. I just want to say I was in Dean's live earlier, the other guy who debates, and someone came up and said how like they cared about people but like they voted for Trump or whatever. But then they say these names like Lake and Riley, but they never mention names of the people who died because they couldn't get an abortion, or the people who died because they couldn't get the care because it was outlawed because of abortion,
Yeah.
or the people that died, or the kids that died because of school pew-pews. And then there's the immigration, where they treat immigrants like they literally call them aliens. Like they're still people. A good 90% or more of them are innocent people who are just trying to get better lives. And then all these white people on TikTok are also saying like, well, you're illegal, so why are you feeling like you're at fault, or why are they at fault? But they don't know like it could take like 30 years to process registry to become legal in America. So like they don't understand. And it's really frustrating. I just need someone to tell this to, because my roommate doesn't know a lot about politics. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right, thank you.
So you know what, chat? We've been noticing a lot more friendlies in the boxes lately, and I genuinely think people just need time to vent. Like right now, a lot of the people around us are Trump supporters. So like, who are we gonna vent to? So like, I get it. I totally get it. All right, you're back.
Yeah. So the estate tax getting raised. So all that does is when someone dies, is that correct that they don't pay a tax on their house getting passed down?
So I believe the cap was basically you can pass down $5 million tax free, and then after that, you pay the estate tax. They raised that cap to like 13 million.
Yeah, it's 11 something.
Yeah.
So what I did see though is that he lowered. Hold on, give me 1 second.
These past few days have been a hell of a year. Yeah, for real. Man, they really are. Oh, by the way, I have some news. I hate to break it to you guys. I'm only going to be live 2 days next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'm going to be off on the weekend. I was planning on telling you guys later, but I figured we'll mention it now.
So he lowered the deductions for mortgages from $1 million to $750,000. That's a great thing. That only affects the rich.
Technically, but it actually it affects. You know who it affects? It affects blue state people. It affects people in richer areas. It doesn't necessarily only affect the rich.
So I'll agree with that. Still rich, right? I mean, if you're living in California,
buying a $750,000 house does not make you rich, especially if you're paying a mortgage on it.
True. I mean, you're still earning 200,000 plus to be able to earn that or live in that house.
Really? Chat, fact check that. I don't know. Is that true? I don't think you need to be making $200K to buy a $750 house with a mortgage.
No.
No.
I mean, I guess how much is your house?
I don't own a house.
Oh. All right. Well. Oh man, I keep forgetting what I was going to bring up. Well then, I'll yield there. I can see there. I'll be living in like a $500,000 house, but I don't know, $80,000 salary. So, I don't know, man. I guess we can go over what Kamala was going to do for me because she wasn't going to do anything. She promised not to raise middle class taxes, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Well, do you own a house?
no, it's going to be a land contract.
Okay. Well, if you ever wanted to buy a house, Kamala would have provided you with down payment assistance.
She wouldn't have. So
Why?
there's two reasons. So I have seen the website literally change. It used to be that it was for homeowners of the first generation of like 3 generations. So if your grandparents own a house or your parents own a house, you're not eligible. Now, if you go and look, it's if you paid rent on time for 2 years.
I think you're mixing up two different policies. So
We can look it up. Please. Because that was a big thing for me, dude. I was thinking, oh, if Kamala gets in, I win either way, you know? And also, Trump's gonna. That's what I was gonna bring up before. Trump's gonna
Does
cap
anyone have
the.
I gotta find like the cached copy because obviously her website is different now because she lost the election.
Yeah. It definitely did say that. Otherwise, I would have been way happier.
So the last I saw was if your parents own a home or if your grandparents owned a home but your parents didn't own a home, then it's a $10,000 deduction. But if neither did, then it's a $25,000.
So I mean, just there's already a stipulation, so we can bet that there's already going to be more. And I've seen these things. That's why I'm saying them. I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass, dude.
Okay. Well, and the stipulation with Trump is that he doesn't keep his word. Like, are you kidding? Do you really think you're going to get no tax on overtime and it's going to benefit you? You actually think that?
This is my first time voting. So if it doesn't go to plan, don't get me wrong, I'm never going to vote for him again. Obviously he's not going to run, but I don't know, man. Like the KEEP Act is going through Congress right now, right? The Keep Every Extra Penny Act, and if it goes through, there's gonna be no federal income tax. They can change it. Yes.
Wait. I'm sorry. If that act, that would be if that act passes, I genuinely have to leave this country because I don't want to see what is going to happen to the United States of America. That would be the end of the middle and lower class in this country, as we know it. It would be the death of the United States.
Okay. Are you familiar with
I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
What that does by doing it's like a 25% sales tax, right? In exchange for no federal income tax.
No.
Am I thinking of the wrong?
No. It's you still pay payroll taxes, so there's still Social Security funding, there's still Medicare funding.
Sure, but there's no federal income tax, and there's also a 25% sales tax.
I didn't read that anywhere in the document.
You didn't read that? Oh, okay. Hold on.
I read the document. That wasn't anywhere in there. It's still up for change, dude. It's just getting introduced.
What's it?
Into
All right, tell me what it's called.
Keep Every Extra Penny Act. I'm watching it, so if it gets shot down and Trump's actually lying to us about all this stuff, I mean, he's already cutting spending though. He's cutting billions in spending. Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, we funded that whole thing.
Okay, hold on. Wait, am I crazy? Is this act like 2 sentences long?
It's just introduced. It's just getting introduced.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on.
Yeah, so this is what will go through, and I'm watching it very closely. But this would remove overtime tax. It would remove federal income tax. Obviously, it's going to be manipulated and changed because Trump can't just sign an executive order to get rid of overtime tax. It wouldn't work. So I guess we have to wait a little longer. Maybe a year in, I'll come back and we can talk.
Oh, okay. So I was looking at the Fair Tax Act of 2025.
Okay. Is that in Congress? Because this is in Congress. What's it called?
The Fair Tax Act of 2025.
Okay, I will look into that.
Yeah, this bill also proposed by Republicans. This bill imposes a national sales tax on the use or consumption in the United States of taxable property or services in lieu of current income taxes, payroll taxes, and estate and gift taxes. The rate of the tax will be 23% in 2025 with adjustments in subsequent years. So I apologize. I mixed your thing up with this. This would be the death of America. Just as an FYI. It would be the worst economic policy in the history of this country. Would be the fair tax.
So I'm not versed on that at all, so I don't want to speak on it. But I'm going to look into it for you. Okay. I do have one thing I want to bring up. So Bill Clinton, you ready to change, and then after this, I'm probably going to go. We can bring up one more thing.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Bill Clinton, 92 to 2000, correct? Is that what it was?
Well, he took office in 93.
Yep. He introduced Ober laws, which were a set of tax laws on the ultra wealthy. And if you bring up since you love charts, you can bring up the wealth gap chart, and you can see that from 92 to 2000, the wealth gap increases extraordinarily.
Hold on.
Right.
That is the case from 1982 to this year.
You're talking
been
about
the case ever since Reagan. So you picking out that certain timeline to try to blame Clinton makes no sense because it's been the case ever since Reagan.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is he introduced Ober laws, which specific tax laws on the rich, and the wealth gap still extraordinarily increased.
Wasn't enough.
Oh, you're saying he should have taxed them more?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I disagree, but all right, I'm gonna let you get to the next person. I'll come back up here in a year. I'll shoot you a follow, and we can see where we're at. How was that?
All right, sounds good.
Have a good night, dude. Hey, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Have a good night. All I ask for after this Trump presidency is just a crumb of class consciousness. Please. Just a crumb of class consciousness. Next guest. Disagreed with him, but he was good faith rare these days. Yeah, probably.
Hey Dan, what's going on, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm just cooking some dinner. I wanted to touch on what I'm a friendly, so I'll get out real quick. That no tax on overtime. Last I saw it was on hours worked after 160 hours a week, or was it a month? So I'm wondering if he realizes he could work a 10, 12-hour day and not get overtime pay on that kind of stuff. Oh, wait, actually, I think I'm confusing the dude he was talking about. No, it's the same one, right? Where it was no taxes on overtime, but it was after a certain amount of hours build up. Can you pull that up?
Has it already been proposed?
That was in his initial phase when he was in his candidacy. I saw that it was on the little bit he put out there. It was you had to work over 160 hours for the overtime pay to kick in.
Okay, let me see.
So I was wondering if that was also attached to the no tax on that overtime.
So I was under the impression that there were no details on the no tax on overtime plan. If there is, then I haven't seen them.
Okay, I wonder if I must mixing the two up then, if that's the case.
Yeah. Oh, except in Project 2025, of course. But
that might have been where I might have seen it there then, and just kind of assumed it was the information that we're looking at here. Last thing I'll say about taxes is I think the main issue that we're seeing here is these people are not taking an income, and so that he's talking about capital gains, and that's really a tax loophole. And then we see them leverage that stock, amount of stocks they own to take out loans and then pay a much lower wage or rate than an income would be. So that's
And then they die,
So
and they
that's
pass
the
their
main issue, and
assets. They pass their assets onto their kids, but their assets are passed on
Exactly.
at an updated cost basis, which means they never paid the taxes on their capital gains.
It's always deferred to payment, and it's just the loophole that you have to be pretty wealthy to take advantage of, and that's kind of stuff that Harris was talking about getting rid of, and it's just frustrating. I just don't see them going the opposite way. I see them doubling down and going forward that way. So it's that's something I'll have to look at the no taxes part of it, because I do recall seeing something about after certain hours reached is that it would kick in, but which if it was after 160 hours, then it would really limit, like you could work multiple hours in a day and not be racking up that overtime pay. But I think I was just conflating the two.
But yeah, I mean, if
That's
it's
it. All right,
in
Dan, you look
project
great.
if it's in Project 2025, like chat was saying, then I mean, that likely will be what's proposed. But I generally don't refer to Project 2025 until it's officially proposed. I just go by like what Trump's saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a crapshoot right now. We're just kind of just riding the wave, so we'll see what happens though. But you're great, man. I'm gonna go back to cooking, and I'm gonna keep listening.
All right, thank you so much. Bye.
No problem.
Okay, hold on. I just got into. Just got into Twitch here. Oh, hold up. I hope I'm pronouncing. Oh, perfect. Milfy Pineapples. Thank you so much for $20. I finally left my family's group chat. Your lives helped embolden me to stand up to them, but they won't change. I wanted to blame Trump for ripping families apart, but it's their flawed morals that is ripping families apart. Yeah. Yeah. I think Trump just shined a light on how bad some people are. Genuinely. But yeah, thank you so much, Milfy Pineapples, for the $20. I really appreciate that. Okay. We're here on Twitch. I gotta thank a bunch of people. Give me 1 second, guys. Caffeine, thank you for the 100 bits. Older, thank you for the subscription. Hey K here, thank you for the gifted sub and for the sub. 2 gifted subs. Gravini, thank you for the gifted sub. Patty, thank you for the sub. This Too Much, thank you for the sub. There was a hype train apparently. Oh, Hey K here gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much. And another one. Are there even... We have more subs than viewers. Thank you, guys. Mav Kamilk, thank you for the sub. Extra Mile, thank you for the sub. Fawzkins, thank you for the 100 bits. Fawzkins, thank you for the sub. Tanman, thank you for the sub. Plus Ultra, thank you for the sub. Oh, this is yesterday. Okay, we're in yesterday now. All right, here we go. Remember me when you were gifting subs, I'm poor. Honestly, Lester, you probably would have been gifted a sub already if TikTok got their act together sooner. All right, going to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up. Oh, no, never mind. They're not connecting. Someone said I need to update my Twitch sub goals, but I didn't hit them, so I'm not sure why I need to update. But thank you all. Guest not coming up. Going to the next guest. Wait, is this the mic that you guys are talking about in chat? Oh, David updated them? Oh, thank you, David. Disclaimer, Mike thinks park rangers fight fires in the Palisades. Okay. Dan, I'm tired. Miss M, I am too. Going to the next guest. Oh, guest not connecting. Going to the next guest. How did Trump violate the Constitution? He violated the 14th Amendment with his executive order, and he violated the emoluments clause with his lack of divestiture from his businesses. Are you going live only 2 days next week, Mr. Dan? So a couple of reasons. Number one, I have weekend plans, which, oh, you know what? You just reminded me. Okay. Before we go to the next guest, I'm going to join on I made a third account, okay? This account is no politics, all right? So if you, for whatever reason, enjoy my like words and actions or anything like that, drop a follow. If you just want politics stuff, don't follow. But if you're interested in other Dan content, drop a follow. And the reason I bring this up now is because if we can get to 1,000, then I can go live on that account for what I'm doing this weekend, and it is interesting. Let me tell you. I'm gonna request with the backup so you guys can follow. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Oh wait, there's Mike. I think Dan has a date next week. That's not what I'm talking about. I might, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay. Here we go. I'm pulling it up right now, guys. Sorry about that. Would you date a conservative? Nah, probably not. I mean, I wouldn't date a Trump supporter, and I don't know how many conservatives that didn't vote for Trump still exist. But yeah, so if you want to follow me, this is no politics, okay? So if you just like debates and news and stuff, do not follow this account. It's the silly goose account. But if you enjoy my presence for whatever reason, follow that account. And if we could get, I think 200 more followers, we can go live this weekend. All right, go to the next guest. Inhumane, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Dan debate Dan. No, this Dan doesn't debate. This Dan just vibes. What happened to Dan Backup? Dan Backup still exists. I can bring him up next if you want. Hi, welcome up.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
DC?
Yes. Hi. Hi. I'm also Dan, by the way.
Oh.
Hi. I just came back visiting a friend that's in a nursing home. He's 56 years old. He hadn't had a steady job. He hadn't had, just everything seems to didn't shake out for him. But when I visited him, he was just listening to Trump, listening to all his, accolades, and he was just so like almost consumed with his, the following of Trump. And as far as I asked him, hey, so why do you follow? How come you're a Trump supporter versus a Kamala supporter? Because all he could say was that because Kamala's worse than Trump. I'm like, is there what facts or data that you have that you could share to me saying that Kamala is worse than Trump? And he couldn't really come up with anything. And the only thing that he really could come up with is like, hey, how come there's all these drones in the East Coast somewhere, and the U.S. military is not doing anything about it, and he believes that those are like fallen angels from he's believes in believes in Jesus and all those religious following, but it just boggles my mind that he's in a nursing home taking the benefits of healthcare because he's low income, and then at the same time he's voted for Trump, and I was like, what the heck are you are you thinking?
Most people that voted for Trump voted against their best interests. Like
yeah,
a vast majority,
and for him to constantly like bash Kamala without any data, what meaningful data do you have that's you're so that's a red line that's gonna like make you vote red versus blue, and it's just like I'm just like hitting my head against the wall when I hear things like this. And I'm sure Kamala's side, I'm sure she has some things that we disagree with, but what are the red lines? Like releasing all those pardoning J6 attackers. Holy cow, I think all the police officers should be like up in arms and just against Trump's, all his antics to try to, pander to his supporters, and it's just like it's going against police interest. But then I know a police officer in Seattle that just like he's an advocate for for Trump. And it's just like, what are you? I don't know. I guess I just want to vent out my frustrations because these folks that are Trump supporters are just voting against their own interests. It just like boggles my mind. And are there some Kool-Aids and things like that that just think that are just changing, affecting their views on reality? It just, I just want to vent. But it's just,
All right. Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you so
I
much for
don't
coming
I
on.
don't have any solutions. What do we do to wake these people up to realize that, hey, what are those red lines? I think everybody needs to identify what those red lines are, right? Abortion rights, police,
You know,
taxes.
I wish we could have gone back to 2015 and forced every Trump voter to set their red line, because I feel like had we had done that, most of them he would have crossed it by now. But at this point, I don't think they have red lines. They're gonna follow him to the ends of the earth. It's not all 77 million people that voted for him, but that's the really loud, really unproductive ones. But
Yeah, and if I talk to some of these Trumplicans or Trump supporters or that voted red, I'm like, what's it seems like they're insecure about something. Oh, because you're liberal, and they just get onto this like, I'm stronger than you, blah blah blah, because I vote red versus blue. I'm like, hey, were you mistreated when you were a kid or something, or do you have some insecurities that that you need to flush out? It's just like the reality is just not there for some of these supporters. If you have some valid reasons to support your side, okay, whatever those may be. But as far as like, is it a red line? Is it going to be detrimental to the people of that were that he's governing, the POTUS is governing? And if they analyze what those red lines are, I think that would kind of clear the air. But for the friend that I just visited from a nursing home, he's 56 years old. He's just like
DC, I love you.
bedridden.
I love you so much. We gotta
Yeah.
land the plane, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Have a great
okay,
day.
well, thanks for listening.
Yeah,
You're my
no problem.
therapy for the evening.
No worries.
Oh, geez. All right. Thanks.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, K Willie, you came in the chat and you said, "LOL, this guy turned on sub only chat. Sub only chat is not on." Then you said a bunch of other really dumb things. Can I ask you to have the decency to request up? K Willie, please. I want to hear from you. Come on, K Willie. There he is.
Yeah. What I said, you weren't listening. When you lost, when Kamala lost, you were crying in your chat, and you were like, you know what? I'm gonna only do subs because I was there and I
Oh
subbed
yeah,
to you.
no, so I turned sub only mode on because
Get those lights off! Off!
I turned sub only mode on because MAGA was being insufferable, and I just felt like we needed time. We didn't want to hear you guys.
No, you were crying. Actually, I remember too. You were crying in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you're gonna be crying too, and all. Well, I don't know
mean,
if your brain
you
will
can
allow
cry.
it. I don't think your brain will allow it, but if you had a functioning prefrontal cortex, you'd recognize when your grocery prices go up and when the cost of living goes up and nothing is benefited for you. Maybe you'll start to cry and realize, fuck, I messed up. I let my stupidity have me pick this awful serial misogynist, this convicted felon, this sexual abuser, this person who sexualizes his daughter, sexualizes his wife, this person who is frequently racist, frequently demonizing other ethnicities and minorities in this country. At some point, you're gonna you if you were a good person, you would cry when you recognize how wrong you were.
I'm crying right now because everything you just said made zero sense.
Oh, which one didn't make sense? I'll walk you through it.
None of it made sense.
None of it.
sir.
Okay. Okay. So why did you vote for someone who was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
You know what's found civilly liable, sexually assaulting a woman? Bill Clinton, sir.
False. False. You're wrong.
Question.
You're actually
Next
wrong.
question.
Why would you say that? Wait.
Actually,
Why would you? Why would you just lie?
actually, no, you don't remember. You don't remember. Oh no. Actually, no. Let's go way back. Let's go back to. Didn't he actually almost get impeached for that stuff he did with that cigar? Did you want to talk about that?
He almost got impeached for. Well, actually, first of all, he did get impeached. You don't even know what the word impeach means. He did get impeached. He wasn't removed because he lied to the United States about it. That's the reason he got impeached. You want to know why your guy got impeached? Because he led an insurrection against the United States. So interesting that this is the comparison. Bill Clinton lied. Donald Trump had 30,000 documented lies in his first 4 years of office. Anyway, again, why did you vote for a convicted felon? You said you don't. Nothing I said makes sense. I'm going to walk you through every single one because they all make sense. Why did you vote for a convicted felon?
Wasn't convicted.
He was convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business documents to influence an election.
Yeah. Did you look up the charges?
Okay, so you don't care. You don't care. You don't care about crime. You don't care about that.
No,
Okay,
because
so next.
it's a superfluous case.
Oh, it's superfluous if you're in a cult. Yes, you're right. Anything he does, you're gonna lick his taint no matter what. He's gonna shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. You don't care. Okay, next case. Why did you vote for somebody who sexualizes children? When he saw a 10-year-old girl and said, "I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years." Why did you do that?
So, what about your boy Creepy Joe?
I didn't.
Kids.
Number one, he never said that. Number two, he's not Kamala Harris. I voted for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris didn't sexualize children and didn't sexually abuse anyone. You could have voted for Kamala Harris, but you didn't. So fuck off with that. Now, can you stop doing whataboutism and answer the question? Why did you vote for someone who sexualizes children?
Never happened.
You want to see the video? If I show you the video, are you going to change your mind, or you just don't care?
I already know what you're going to play. You're going to play a half of a snippet of that interview. You're not going to play the full one.
It's not an interview.
Yeah, it was. It's a full thing.
What do you even think I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the interview when he's sitting next to Daria. She goes, "What do you guys have in common?"
No. 10-year-old girl. 10-year-old girl is what I'm talking about. Is that okay with you? That he said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years"? He saw a 10-year-old girl and said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." Is that okay with you?
Listen.
No, I need you to answer the question. No, I'm not listening. Answer that question. Is that okay with you?
Answer that question.
Why aren't you going to answer that question? It's not a hypothetical. Wait. No.
It is. And I'm not him. So I can answer hypothetical, sir.
It's not a hypothetical. I'm asking if you're okay with a man saying that about a 10-year-old girl. How is that hypothetical?
Are you okay? No, seriously, are you okay?
I am not okay with a man sexualizing a child. I can answer it. See how easy it was for me to answer it? Why can't you?
Yeah, me neither. And?
Wait,
next question.
You're not okay with it?
Yeah.
Why did you vote for him then?
No, man.
Why did you vote for him then?
Like I said.
Why did you vote for him then?
I don't believe your pivots and you think they're not gonna work, buddy.
Okay, it's not a pivot. I'm just showing you the video. You don't believe it. Here you go.
Thursday night.
Here you go. I'll show you the video, and then you're gonna walk back what you said. You weren't okay with it. Now you're gonna be okay with it because you're
not gonna walk back anything.
I know. Okay. So you said you're not okay with it. Here we go. Here's the video.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
He saw a 10-year-old girl and said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." You said you weren't okay with that. Are you still not okay with it?
Listen.
There it is. The walk back. You guys have no morals, no ideals, no, and the worst part is you're shameless. You just said you weren't okay with it. Now that you see it, listen, bro, it's okay to be wrong. Which point do you want me to go next? Because every single one that I said is, I don't make things up on this live. Everything is backed up by a source, by a video, by an article, by data. All you guys do is live off vibes and feelings. So can you tell me why you're about to backtrack on this?
I'm not backtracking anything. I didn't know what content. You didn't know what context he was speaking of. For one, for two, it could have been a joke, and you.
It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke that sexualized the child. It was a joke that sexualized the child.
You want to take it literally, so you still want to be so super.
There it is. The walk back. The walk back is absurd. The walk back is insane.
No,
what did you think? Wait, did you think he actually was planning on dating her in 10 years?
Do you really think that he really meant that? So do you know him personally, right?
Do you know what the word? So the phrase "sexualizing children," you don't even know what that means. Clearly, this walk back is insane. Okay, so when he said, if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. That didn't bother you either, right?
So are we gonna go to some real facts? Or are you gonna keep just going of whataboutisms and
No,
what is
that's
and live
not,
in some
you don't know what any of the
total,
definition of these words
reality?
are. I'm so glad you came up. This is going to be some good clip.
No, because
material.
we're
No,
living in a
I
different
gave
reality
you
right now because
I gave you a list of things that were horrible about this man, and you said none of them made sense. And now that I'm starting
doesn't
to
make
actually
sense.
verbalize
Like I
each
said.
one at a time, and you're recognizing that you're wrong about everything, now
I'm
you
not
want to go
wrong.
to real stuff. You want to talk
Because,
about real stuff?
like,
Let's talk about
what-
real stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you voted for a woman, right? How much money did she have in her campaign?
What's wrong with voting for a woman? Can you tell me what's wrong with voting for a
I
woman?
asked you. You voted for a woman who had over $1 billion.
Why did you
How much
even
money
mention
did
that
she leave?
Why did you even say that? You voted for a woman, right? That was what you said.
Okay, now, how much money did she blow?
I know this talking
In
point.
4 months.
I know this talking point because I've talked to so many
you
of
wanted
you
someone
smooth brains.
who has
I know this talking point.
whatsoever
You know what the best part about this
financial-
is? K Willie, even if we ignore the fact that having debt at the end of a campaign is totally normal, and it doesn't mean she went into the negatives, it just means she had credits that she hadn't paid off yet. Donald Trump still has credits from the 2016 campaign. Even if I ignore that fact, this came out after she lost the election. You voted prior to. So please don't bring that up when you explain why you voted for Donald Trump, a serial sexual assaulter and a serial sexual abuser. You cannot bring up things after the election. Why did you vote for Donald Trump? You want to talk about real shit. Don't bring up stuff after the election. You made the choice before the election.
Why I voted for Donald Trump? In 4 days, he's already turned everything around.
Stop bringing up things after the election. Oh my God, you actually have Rockstar brains. You
I already
made the
did
choice
it.
before the election. You made the choice before the election. Why did you choose Donald Trump?
Funny because all you guys screaming about was egg prices in the economy, how great it was. Everything was so great. Everything was so good. But yet, you're still saying now to Donald Trump, how come the egg prices aren't dropped? So
Do you
if
have
there
a
was
handler?
comment
How did
before
someone? How did you operate the phone to get in this call? Are you being serious? I am asking you. Why did you vote for Donald Trump? Well, how can you not answer this?
Why I just explained to you, sir, the economy.
The
For
economy.
one of
Oh,
the main
okay.
reasons
All right.
why,
The economy.
Because
Perfect.
everyone's sick of.
Let's talk about the economy. What did Joe Biden do to cause global inflation?
Let's see what he did do. So how much money does Ukraine have right now from us taxpayers?
Oh, perfect.
How much
No,
money
no. Well,
is
let's
it-
go one
is
at a
it
time.
in that,
I will answer that
slush
question
fund?
for you. I will answer that
That
question
slush
for you.
fund?
I will answer that question for you. So the Ukraine funding was approved by Congress, not by Joe Biden. That's number one. Number two, it did not increase the military budget. It was a reallocation of money that was never going to you anyway. It was just going to be going to a different foreign
Bullshit.
nation as aid. Yeah, the military budget did not go up under the Biden administration. You're wrong about that. That's number two. Number three.
Bullshit.
Oh, bullshit. Okay, prove me wrong.
You proved me wrong because you're the one making these false allegations. Why don't you look up the budget of that year, said so year, and let's go through it line by line. You can't because all this money was laundered. You don't know where it came from. I don't know where it came
What?
from.
What are you talking about? It's our
Go back to
taxpayer
business.
dollars. It's the discretionary budget, right? The military, the defense budget gets a certain amount, and then a certain amount of that went to Ukraine. It is not additional
How much
funding.
did it go? How much went to Ukraine?
Whatever
sir? How much
whatever
did
the
it
amount
total?
is, whatever the amount is, it's not coming
How
out
much
of your
total has gone
pocket,
to
broke
Ukraine
ass.
so far?
It's not coming out of your pocket because we already
Broke
paid that.
ass, please. Wait, bro. You don't play that game.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna play that game. No, because I know there's no way you operate.
Trust
There's
me.
no way you operate
lose
any
that
kind of
game,
heavy
buddy.
machinery. You must get some kind of stipend from the government. There's no
Nope.
universe where
Sure
someone
don't,
would
buddy.
hire a person like you. Okay, so
Dummy.
I want to ask you again, right? If the military budget did not go up, and all we're doing is reallocating money from one foreign aid to another, right? How is that affecting grocery prices?
Never happened. All this money didn't come from real allocating money from the budget.
Okay, perfect. So if I
Zero
show
shit.
you
You
that if
stole-
I show you that all of the Ukraine funding came from our already approved military budget, are you going to admit that you're wrong?
Nope.
Okay, there you go. That's it. That's why I know you don't get money, because if you can't admit you're wrong, you don't have the brain power to be working a good job. There's no way. So
You'll never know what I do for work, and a lot of you
I
try to
don't
figure it out. You never
I
will
don't
know.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but you care enough when your boy.
Yeah.
When your
The
girl
moment
lost,
the
you're
moment you
crying.
say I won't accept facts in front
Because
of me,
I
and it will
know-
not
I
change
know
my
what you're
mind,
gonna
the
show me.
the
You're gonna
conversation
show
is
me
over.
bullshit.
Now we're just insulting. I don't care. I no longer care to have this conversation because it's over. I said, if I show you the proof, will you change your mind? You said no. So you're in a cult. There's
Then
nothing
show
I
me
can
real
do.
proof then. Show me some real
No,
proof,
no,
'cause you
no.
can't
We're
do
not
it.
doing that
I
now.
already know you can't do
You
it.
already said you wouldn't take it. Well, I'm not wasting my
Because you
time.
can't show me real
I'm
proof.
Not, no, that's not the reason. I asked you point blank. You're not going to backtrack again. I asked you point blank.
Then
If
show
I
it.
show you the proof,
Shut up. Show it.
what are you going to do?
Go ahead. Show it.
Are you going to admit you're wrong?
No, yeah. Which website? What site are you going to
Are
use?
you going to admit you're wrong when I show you the
Which
proof?
site are you going to use?
The United States government. What's it called? The DOJ. Not the DOJ. I'm sorry, the Department of Defense.
Department of Defense.
Yes.
Bring it up.
Wait, no. Hold on. I'm not bringing it up. Are you going to admit you're wrong when I show you that?
So now we're going.
Are you going to admit when you're wrong?
I told you.
You almost tricked me there.
Bring it up.
Are you going to admit you're wrong when I show you that Ukraine budget is not additional funding? It's just reallocated. Are you going to admit that you're wrong?
Looks like you're about to lose then. See, you don't even want to show me.
You are getting
wanna show
blown
it.
out. Chad is laughing at you. If you
think I care about this?
I
garbage
want you to
chat with
set
these
the
low
goalpost.
memes?
This is what I'm doing, K. Willie.
You
I'm
think I
setting
really
the
care?
goalpost. I'm
You
setting the
seriously think I
goalpost.
care?
I'm setting the
With
goalpost.
these
so you can't
lemmings.
move it. Okay. This is what's
They
gonna
can't
happen.
think for themselves.
You literally just said if you show me proof, I won't believe it. You can't think for yourself. You're an actual bot.
Show me
the world where
said
you're a
gonna
real
go to
human.
DOJ website and show me where this money was allocated.
Will you admit you're wrong if I show you that?
So $600
Will you
million.
admit you're wrong if I show you that? You won't. You're in a cult, man. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but if the information in front of you won't change your mind, then I don't know what to tell you. You're cooked. It's over for you. Life is only going to get worse for you. You're going to keep voting against your best interests. I actually don't even think you voted for Donald Trump. There's no way you found your way to the polling station. There's no way you found a polling station. No shot. You got lost at the red light.
And I was laughing at you when I came back on live and you shoved your chat to sub only.
This guy is so dumb. He paid for a sub to talk in sub only chat and say, "Ha ha, Trump won." That's how good with money this man is.
$7. Who cares, bro? $7. You think I'm broke harder for $7, moron?
You paid $7.
Wow.
First of all, it's like $4, and second of all, you paid $4 to say, "Ha ha, Trump won," and then I just muted you anyway. Nice $4.
And you needed. I guess you needed it more than me, huh? And you're talking about money, dumbass.
I guess so.
Yeah,
bro. I don't think
so.
that there is nothing more embarrassing than saying I will not change my mind with new information. That is the most embarrassing thing you could have said.
No, the most embarrassing thing is
the
you
fact
keep
that
running
you
these
revealed that in
lives,
front of us.
You have no everything you say is the same talking points.
I love it. I love it.
Because I'll tell you the talking points. They get them from TikTok, and what it is you have like one of your subs or whoever is here. They act like a supporter of yours. They give you the same talking points. It comes in everyday addendum, and I've been there because I've seen it. Because you guys try to get me to do it, Jim Moore. I was thinking that I was a Democrat, and you didn't know I was a Trump supporter, and you guys try to get me to be on your side and one of your lives. It's like Tommy and all of them. I know all you guys. You guys do the same thing. You have these people who come in your lives, and you have this stuff. See, the chat don't know. I know. You're talking to someone who's was a creator too,
bro,
sir.
You don't know what the hell you talking about. You smooth brain.
These are
shit.
facts. What I'm talking about,
saying?
sir.
No, ain't nothing
These are
about
100%
you talking
facts.
about
What I'm
is
telling
facts,
you.
dude. You are telling nothing but lies. You know what I'm saying? And that's all you do. You got on this lie. You got on this damn thing and lied. That's all your pussy ass did. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know nothing about anything. Answer the question. Answer Dan's question. If he shows you the fucking data, are you going to admit that your punk ass is wrong? Yes or no?
Are you triggered? You triggered,
Are
huh?
you going
I don't
answer
give
the
a shit
question.
about your black
Answer
ass.
the question.
You ain't triggering
Sambo,
nobody, bro. You ain't
Sambo,
scaring nobody,
answer the
bro.
question, Sambo.
Oh,
Answer the question. Are you, Sambo, going to answer the question? Sambo, are you going to answer the question?
He's not. He can't because he's in a cult. It
Jerome,
really sucks.
Jerome,
Like
listen, I don't.
like you disgust
Listen,
me.
Jerome.
You think you're doing
Jerome.
so much right now
Tyrone.
by
Or
coming
whatever
up
your
on
name
here.
is.
My
All right,
name
Tyrone.
is Chris, by the way. I'm not
Uh-huh.
Tyrone.
All right, Tyrone.
You know what I'm saying? But
Tyrese?
listen, anyway,
Bro, that's not cool. Come on.
people like you get up on this live.
All right,
and
Tyrese.
think y'all doing something. You are not doing anything. You're making yourself look like a fool.
I'm gonna kick him. Bro's an actual self-hater. Like I the fact that he's calling you Tyrone and Tyrese after you told him his name.
Hey, I dealt
come
with
on.
let me tell you something, Dan. I've dealt with Sambos all my life. You should have kept them up. It don't bother me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was mad, because I knew that Sambo wasn't going to say anything. They're smooth. When I didn't mean to say the word that I said, but you see why I say it now. You see why I say that certain R word. These people are so smooth-brained that they can't think for themselves. You know what I'm saying? I'm livid right now. Because of dumb people like this, we gotta suffer for dumb people. I'm tired of suffering for dumb I'm tired of suffering from dumb people. I am tired. I am sick and tired of these dumb idiot hoes getting up on platforms, going out to vote, and doing stuff against the best interest of not only themselves but the people they say they love. These people are mentally unstable. Let's say that they're mentally
Clean it up.
unstable.
Appreciate that.
You know what I'm saying? And they need to be. Something needs to happen. Like I don't know. This is how you know American education system has failed. And he's sitting there laughing like, you can't answer the question. And he's. Oh my God!
The worst part is he's laughing at him. He's like, "You're triggered. You're triggered. That my life's gonna get worse. You're triggered." Like he's literally laughing at us for recognizing the mistake he made.
Exactly.
Oh my God, it's so wild. But no, he really fumbled the bag. He could have got away at least with a little bit of integrity. The moment when I asked him, "Will you admit you're wrong if I show you this information?" and he said no, he's cooked. That's gonna be a 500,000 view clip. It's gonna be beautiful. So.
Hey, yo, Dan, I don't drop back down so you continue your stuff, bro. But I just wanted to say, not this week, because I know you only doing 2 days, but bro, when you get back, we got to do it got to be a vid session, bro. You got to do a vid session for the people, bro. Like not for me, but for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm used to dealing with these stupid people. I know what they are. You know what I'm saying? I know what these people are. I've been talking politics. And doing this politics, not like on here, but just in my own life since I was fucking 20. These people are smooth-brained. They don't care. They don't care about the facts. They don't care. They don't care if you're right. They just want to win. They look at politics like it's a WWE sport. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we winning for our person to win the championship. No, this is your life, you dumb up. I don't know if they know that, but this is your life. Everything Trump's doing is going to affect your life. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much for coming up.
But go ahead, man. Thank you, brother.
You're good. Someone said you're like Obama's anger translator for me.
Thank you.
Oh my God. What do we got going on here? Okay. So good news and bad news. I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is that that last guest's vote counts the same as our vote. That guy who was unwilling to address a single point with every question, he would either pivot to a different topic. He would whataboutism about Biden or Clinton, or he would backtrack. Like when he said, "I'm not okay with a man saying he would date a 10-year-old girl." And then when I showed him the video, well, actually, it was just a joke. It's okay. Or when I said, if I show you the evidence that Ukraine funding is not additional military funding, he said, no, I will not accept the evidence. That guy is brainwashed. And the fact that his vote counts the same as ours is horrifying. That's number one. That's the bad news. The good news is the non-politics account is now able to go live. So thank you everybody that followed. I will try to go live this weekend, and it should be an interesting experience. Now I do have my regular backup account. So this is what you should follow regardless. This is what you should follow if I ever go down. So if you're not following and you're following me, follow this one. This is also politics, just in case we ever get banned for triggering MAGA snowflakes into reporting us. You know how it is. All right, go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to say we live in the dumbest society of all time, because I truly don't think that in 2025 that we could possibly end up in a predicament like this with the amount of resources and knowledge at everyone's fingertips with the use of a phone. I just don't think that anyone in the world could possibly end up in this type of predicament with literally just unlimited access to everything. Every single statement that these people say, you can just find out the truth within the matter of minutes. And it just baffles me. That's literally all I had to say.
Thank you so much.
I have no idea how to drop down though.
Go on to the next guest. Y'all, if you're here for the first time, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok, make sure you're following, subscribing, whatever it is, whatever the free option is for your platform. Thank you all so much. Next guest. Hi, welcome.
Hey,
up.
Dan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm going to be brief. I want to make two comments. Number one, I'm from California, and I'm so fucking tired of people bashing California when California provides $200 billion a year to these four red states. That's $5,000 for every man, woman, and child in California. And all they can do is say how fucked up California is and how Trump has the gall to say he's going to withhold funds from California because he doesn't like the politics. Number two, Trump is going to fail, and I will say why. He is so incompetent, and he's such a weasel. He will fuck up, just like he did with COVID. Something's going to happen in the next year. Something's going to come down, and he's going to screw it up. The Democrats will take the House in 2 years. They'll take the Senate in 2 years. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. Hi, welcome up.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I got an honest question for you. I'm not really here to debate, but I just want to know, what is better about Kamala than Trump? I don't want to hear like morals and stuff, like policies.
Okay. 1 second. Thank you, Wikigore, for the $1 from Texas. We don't deserve California. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, it's pronounced Kamala. So her policies, she had 4 separate policies for reducing the cost of living. Number one, she planned on providing a down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. Number two, she planned on incentivizing the construction of 3 million new homes by the end of her first term. Number three, she planned on reinstating a section of the Dodd-Frank Act, which prevented corporations like BlackRock from buying up single-family homes the moment they hit the market. This is something that the Trump administration repealed, and because it used to have a 6-month waiting period before corporations like BlackRock can buy up homes, and now because they repealed it in 2023, we had over 40% of single-family homes were owned by corporations. And then number 4 was the banning of predatory AI rental apps, which basically slumlords use to maximize the absolute amount of blood they can squeeze from the stones of poor renters, essentially. So 4 separate policies for reducing the cost of living. Donald Trump, 0. Bubkiss, tumbleweed. In regards to inflation and the cost of consumer goods and groceries, Kamala Harris planned on putting a federal ban on price gouging, which is something that a lot of corporations had already admitted to raising prices beyond what regular inflation would have called for. Donald Trump's plan for inflation is to make it worse. He plans on doing blanket tariffs on all goods coming into the country, especially high ones on all goods coming in from China. And with the mass deportations, it's going to increase the cost of our groceries because of a labor force shortage. So no matter where you look at it, I know you said you didn't want to talk about morals, and that's totally fine, but even in policy, Donald Trump gets blown out of the water. There's not a single policy that he has that, first of all, I think he has 4 policies total. If you could name a 5th Trump policy before he won the election, I'd love to hear it. His policy page was 12 pages, whereas hers was 80 pages, and hers was just about the economy. Their platform page, his had bullet points, and hers had multiple different paragraphs. So it was not even close in terms of policy.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So two more things I want to know. I want to know what happened with the prices whenever Joe Biden was president. Why did everything go up?
Good question. So the inflation that took place under Biden's administration was not just unique to the United States. It's actually global inflation that was caused by the after effects of COVID. So first things first, we have all the stimulus and recovery efforts by both administrations, by Trump and Biden, as well as all of the countries on Earth. Because if we didn't provide some kind of help for regular Americans, there would have been a recession. So that led to the Federal Reserve printing more money than it ever has in history. And with more dollars after fewer goods, that caused inflation. That's number one. Number two, we have supply chain issues caused by lockdowns, caused by illness, caused by various different drawbacks of a global pandemic, which is, again, also a global issue. And then we have, more unique to the United States, corporate price gouging, which is corporations seeing that Americans were going to pay whatever it is because of quote unquote inflation, and then raising prices beyond that to make record corporate profits. So that was the reason that prices went up a lot during Biden's presidency. However, the United States is actually the number one best nation in terms of their recovery from COVID. Our inflation is basically back down to pre-pandemic levels. Obviously, the cost of goods is still relatively high because we'd have to have deflation to really have cost of goods go down. But every other country on Earth would trade their economy for ours.
Okay. And one more thing I want to ask. I just want to know, like I'm seeing all this stuff on TikTok about like winter boots and all that crap. I know you've probably seen it. Do you agree with that kind of stuff and writing on money?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Micah, thank you for the $5. Check your DMs, my guy. I love your content. Do you mean TikTok DMs? And then Fernando, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for everything you do, Dan. Your lives give me so much hope while simultaneously giving me despair. The guest who couldn't answer any points. Yeah. Trump definitely draws in people who might otherwise feel disconnected from the political process, but now have a base to be hateful in the political process. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. All right, next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Well, I just would like to point you out on your wrongdoings. Well, first off, who endorsed Donald Trump? This is a trick question right here. Who endorsed Donald Trump?
A lot of people.
One person though. He is very specific, and he was very crucial to the development of young Americans back in the 1980s.
Very crucial to the development of young Americans back in the 1980s.
Yup.
Hugh Hefner?
No, the Hulkster, because Trumpomania is taking over, brother. Trumpomania. Trumpomania. Hey, bro, why did your shit zoom in like that, folks? Smooth brain? Nah, folks. Y'all calling me.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, guy, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. I've been listening to you for about 45 minutes, man. It's pretty interesting there, Dan. But I would be kind of careful, Dan. You know, I'm a lifelong Democrat who did vote for Donald Trump. I voted for him for his tax policies. I voted for him during his 4-year presidency. My business boomed. And, you know, Dan, when you make accusations of him, you know, sexually exploiting children, you better be a little careful, buddy, because you might end up getting sued.
I said he sexualized children. I didn't say he sexually
Well,
exploited.
sexualized children. You know, when somebody makes a funny comment that, hey, when you get 10 years older, I'll date you.
Okay.
And a
so,
70-something-year-old
yeah,
man says that.
I don't really like being threatened. Gonna go to the next guest.
Hi there.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I just was curious because I hadn't heard many people talk about it. For one, I watched the inauguration against my better judgment, but I noticed Donald Trump didn't even put his hand on the Bible. And then shortly after that, during his rally, Elon Musk did the Hitler salute. And I'm wondering what people thought of that, or what you think of that as it pertains to our future, knowing what a sleazeball he is.
I'm really upset about that because um, I think he was testing the waters to see if people would defend it and accept it, and I think they did. The fact that he still has not clarified that it wasn't a Nazi salute is really telling. He just deflects anytime anyone asks him, makes jokes. This guy has been obsessed with the declining birth rates and great replacement theory. He also supported the AfD in Germany. I don't think it's a far cry to assume that Elon Musk did mean to do what he did. As for not putting his hand on the Bible, I really don't have an explanation for that. I would like to think that the religious right would be upset about it, but it sounds like most of them are in the cult, so they don't care.
Having a husband that passed away overseas and understanding the importance of our military, I often wonder, being that he's the new commander in chief, how in the world our military would take orders from someone who has said such derogatory things about the military many times over, and I'm sure he'll do it again in this presidency. And some of his policies already that he's passed. And now, is it my understanding that Pete Hegseth is now he did get sworn in, correct?
Yeah, he got confirmed. I don't know if he got sworn in, but he got confirmed.
Okay, so, and he is the one who also said that women shouldn't be in the military, correct?
That's
Multiple
correct.
different times. Okay. So that in and of itself, I guess, goes to show you where we are. I did hear something interesting somebody said to me when discussing California and Donald Trump's disdain for California. And it happened to be an Alabama senator who was discussing how much we should not give aid to California. Now, it's my understanding that Alabama ranks 50th in the nation in education. I feel like maybe we should encourage, if a natural disaster should occur to Alabama, and I hate to think this way, that we put a wager on them upping their education before we offer them aid in their next natural disaster. Because it's my understanding natural disasters happen to all of us and any of us, and it can happen at any time. I didn't know that we now put wagers on whether or not we're going to help someone.
Yeah.
And now he wants to destroy FEMA.
Yep. Well, thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you.
Obama.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, go to the next guest. I'm sorry, guys. I'm hitting the wall. Make sure to follow if you're not following. Check next to my name. There should be an orange heart or a gray heart. If not, and it's a red oval, hit the follow button. Also, follow the backup in case we ever go down for TikTok reasons. Thank you all so much.
Hey,
Hi, welcome up.
how are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Am I echoing or?
Nope.
I can kind of hear it. Oh, yeah, I'm 26 from Massachusetts and voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, does it bother you that he broke a lot of his promises already and has pardoned people that attacked police officers and has violated the Constitution?
I mean, starting down the list, I don't think he broke his promises. I think he over embellished on his time frames at which he would execute his promises. I don't think anyone genuinely thought he would like end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. But I mean, sure,
Well,
if you want to hold him to the literal world word, yes,
he
you
said
know,
it quite a few times.
yeah, sure, right. But at the same, like Obama said, you can keep your doctor too, but that didn't happen. Like there's
Yeah, he broke that promise.
politicians say things and it doesn't always come true. I think the energy
Okay.
is there for Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
well, the problem with Donald Trump is he breaks a lot more promises than other politicians. Look at his first term. He said he was going to pass an infrastructure bill. He didn't. In fact, Joe Biden passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill, even though Trump had 2 years with both houses of Congress. He said he was going to build the wall, make Mexico pay for it. Not only did he build less than 4% of the wall, putting that aside, he completely backtracked on making Mexico pay for it. He said we were going to repeal and replace Obamacare. It has been 9 years, and there's still no replacement plan. All he planned on doing was repealing it and letting us suffer. This guy breaks promises as much as he breathes. So I don't know why we would compare him to someone who like Obama, who is held accountable for the promises he broke.
Well, so the difference though with Donald Trump is his Congress, even the people on his side, were not faithful in voting for Republican policy because a lot of them didn't like Donald Trump. And I would give good faith that some of them just didn't believe in the policy and didn't vote for it. But there was no bipartisanship. And I love that you even mentioned the word bipartisan because, you know, I hear your side talk about the bipartisan border bill all the time, right? Do you know what the longest government shutdown was in American history?
It was under Donald Trump.
It was. And do you know what it was over?
Remind me.
Yeah, it was over the border wall. And it was a famous live, not even an interview, just a live taping of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and Trump arguing.
It was
on
a
live
spending
TV.
bill, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was about the border.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they want to blow.
But no. Hold on. Here's the thing, though. It's not that they didn't want to put money on the border because the Democrats just were cheerleading for the past 6 months that they supported a bipartisan bill that included border wall funding. Right? Harris came out and said that she supports the bill that supports billions of dollars in border wall funding. Is
Hold
that
on.
not
Wait.
correct?
How much of border wall funding do you think was in that bill?
It was right under $1 billion. I think it was like 600.
There it is. Yeah, almost nothing. In the grand scheme of things, almost nothing.
Okay, but you can say almost nothing, but it was still bipartisan.
Right. And how much money was going towards the border in the government shutdown bill? Billion.
Which one?
The one you were referring to.
Well, yeah. Well, they were giving nothing for Donald Trump, which is why he shut down the government.
You're trying to point some kind of hypocrisy. It's like, okay, this time they wanted to rob Americans of billions of dollars to pay for this vanity project. The other time, it's like, all right, 600 million, fuck it, whatever. As long as we help Americans, these are not the same thing. And it's funny you brought up government shutdowns because Donald Trump is literally the only president in history to oversee a shutdown when he had both houses of Congress. So
I understand, but Donald Trump was the only president in history to be elected as a populist with zero government experience and had a House of Congress and the Senate who had people in his party who did not like Donald Trump. And I think we see a difference this term. I think it is completely different.
Yes, it's worse because now it's loyalists who will put Trump ahead of country. But before, there were some Republicans like Jeff Flake, like John McCain, who would put country over party. But now, because Donald Trump owns the Republican Party and can primary whoever he wants, he has it filled with loyalists. This is not a good thing. We should have people disagreeing with their president. We had it with Obama. We had Democrats disagree with Obama, a ton of them.
I heard all 2022 when the red wave didn't happen that Donald Trump's support didn't do anything for Republicans and he wasn't the back of the party anymore. We all heard that for 2022.
Hold on. Nope.
You're
You're confused. You're confused. Donald Trump has control of the Republican Party, meaning he can primary whoever he wants. All of his candidates won their primaries. However, all of them except for JD Vance lost the general. That's what you're referring to.
What's the point you're proving then? So he can primary somebody, but they don't win. What is the political power of that?
Because that means that all the Republicans that were against him before have either resigned or lost their primaries and elections.
Well,
so now he has sycophants.
Could I just ask you though? Is it the politicians that are now rank and file for Trump, or is it the politicians who are listening to the people who are voting? And in this election, and I hope you're genuine with this answer, Donald Trump was not supposed to win the popular vote. Okay, that was never in play. Nobody thought he was going to win the popular vote, yet he did. So when you ask yourself, like, why are these politicians following Trump? I don't know. Turns out the country's voting for that stuff. Like, is that not logical? I mean, squint your eyes, but he got millions of more votes than Harris. Harris didn't flip one county from 2020. Donald Trump shifted basically the entire political map. So, like, you have to ask
It's so
yourself,
strange you're bringing this up, despite the fact that this happened in the past 3 months, whereas the Republican Party has been slowly shifting to voting in favor of Trump and being more loyal to Trump ever since 2016. I don't understand why you would think that somehow he's lost every single popular vote leading up to this point, but now all of a sudden it's all coming true. That doesn't make sense, right? The fact of the matter is
no,
the
it
party has been
does.
shifting to be Trump loyalist since 2016.
I don't think you can say that, though, because your party lost 20 million votes. They were
Oh,
not
wait,
energized.
sir. I hate to break it to you. You are living in a echo chamber because you just believed the first thing you saw back on November 4th and ran with it. That as we continue to count votes, our party, quote unquote, is missing, quote unquote, 6 million votes, not 20 million. Earlier, you said just short of a billion when you meant 600 million, which is not just short of a billion. Now you're saying 20 billion and 6 billion are the same. Before, you were saying, oh, well, day one, we're just embellishing. Are you incapable of comparing numbers?
So I can admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong when I said that 20 million people didn't come out and vote. But you are right, is 6 million. But I think the point still stands, though. That is a large group of people that were missing from your electorate. So I
Well,
think
there was
instead
about
of
3 million missing. Another 3 million voted for Trump.
well, I mean, she got how much did she get? 77?
No, Trump got 77. She got 75.
Okay, and he got 81. So yeah,
Biden got 81.
Yeah. So I mean, we're talking millions of voters that didn't show up to the polls,
Yes,
and I
yeah.
think
Believe it or not, elections do vary.
I
Everyone doesn't
understand,
get
but when you try to do soul searching for the Republicans and like where our morals are, I feel like the DNC is to blame for this loss because you can say, how could America vote for a felon? How could he vote for a rapist, someone who sexualizes children, Schmittler, all the things, you can name the list. And then you ask yourself,
so sick of these people.
how did she lose? How is it possible she could lose?
Oh, I can answer that
And
for you
how did
easy.
Joe Biden win?
I can answer that for you easy. Oh, both of these are so easy. Joe Biden won because not only was he the better candidate, but Donald Trump had a very awful first 4 years, and Joe Biden had one really good thing going for him. He was a white man. Donald Trump is only able to defeat women because misogyny is alive and well in this country, unfortunately. And he didn't even really beat Hillary Clinton. He lost by 2.6 million votes. Either way, putting that aside, another reason that Trump was able to win is because of a global phenomenon where humans, we already know they have this correlation causation fallacy, right? All over the world over the past 2 years, people have been losing, the parties in power have been either losing their elections or losing seats because of global inflation. Same thing happened here. A large part of that 77 million were people that couldn't compute that price go up, don't mean Biden. They just put it together. They're like, oh, it must be Biden's fault. So that's the very simple answer. I'm glad you asked those questions. It's super easy if you just look at the polling data.
I don't think it's necessarily Biden's fault. I mean, you can look at, like, for example, foreign policy. It's a night and day experience between the Donald Trump presidency and
I'm
the
going to stop
Biden
here. I'm going to stop right
presidency.
there. The two biggest issues by a long shot for people that voted for Donald Trump were cost of living and immigration. If immigration is in your top 5 issues, you're a racist. I hate to break it to you. And for cost of living, a lot of people are just misinformed, unfortunately.
Well, my number one driver was foreign policy. My number two would have been not necessarily immigration, but the mess at the southern border in general. I think our process is a mess. I think our way we do asylum is a mess.
Yeah, and
Not
the
against
Langford border bill would have revised the asylum seeking process, making it more restrictive and also processing the claims faster to deport people who sought asylum under false pretenses. It was a great bill, and Donald Trump blocked it. So you should be really mad.
Yeah, because
Oh, are you going to
your
say there was
party
Ukraine
waited.
funding?
No, and I'm not going to say it's Ukraine funding. I'm saying your party waited till the summer of an
Our
election.
party put out
to get that passed.
a bill in 2021. Within the first week Biden was in office, the Republicans blocked it. This was just the first time that the Republicans presented something that
Yeah, but
wasn't
it wasn't a
atrocious.
standalone bill. The standalone bill, which is what Harris supported, the one that was just for border, was the one that Donald Trump gave the thumbs down on, and that was this summer before the election.
Correct.
And so you
Wait.
have to read in between.
Wait, no.
in
It was not
between
this
the
summer. Hold on. It was not this summer. It was in the beginning of the year. It was a full year. We had a full year of our border being unsafe, quote unquote, because Donald Trump wanted to win an election, and that didn't bother you. You don't have
Well,
to.
no, we were told by Secretary Mayorkas that there wasn't an issue at the border, and that
Thank you, Caffeine, for the dino. They just lie all day. Yeah, for real. Like, bro got proven wrong on 3 separate lies, and it just keeps on moving. Keeps on trucking. Yo, last chance to follow the backup. I am going to get off my phone. And we have a couple thingies here. Micah, thank you for the $1. Yes, TikTok DMs. Ha, you don't need to shout this out if you don't want to. Okay, well, too late. And Davion, thank you for the $2. I hope that I'm pronouncing that right. Davion, thank you for the $2. Keeping yourself, Dan. Been following you since 11,780 followers. Also, can I get a turn off the lights maybe 2 times? Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Okay. What's the backup? It's right there. It's my backup account in case this account ever gets banned, then I'll go live on that one. The playbook is keep saying it until it becomes true. Thing is, none of them are Trump.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome up.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
All right. So first thing I want to bring up is so what was this thing about Trump sexualizing children?
Oh, okay. So he saw a 10-year-old girl going up an escalator, and he said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years."
Okay. All right. Well,
he also bragged about the fact that he can walk into Miss Teen USA changing rooms while they're half naked.
Okay. Okay. So something I'd like to bring up. So you said that Trump did not have his hand on the Bible whenever he took the oath.
I believe so. The second time, yeah.
So he took it 2 times, but the first time, did he have it on the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'd just like to say that. But I was wondering, so I've heard that Kamala and Joe Biden, they had a cloth over the Bible when they took the oath. Is that truth?
I have no idea.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, so you have the videos of all this stuff about Trump, but you don't have a video of that? You don't know nothing about that?
It doesn't. I've never heard it before. But before this moment, I have not heard about anything about that.
Okay. All right. And then one more time, I'd like for you to explain. So why did every price go up whenever Biden got in the office? Everything. I heard you say something about the global, whatever. But everything was low when Trump got in, and after he left, it's all going to hell.
Wait, so you heard me say everything about the global whatever, and I'm not going to explain it again. If your brain, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
I know it's kind of just a lot of baloney.
I get it. If GTA 6 comes out, it's Trump's fault because Trump's president. That's how it works for you guys. Correlation, causation. I get it. You guys can't process, critically think. I get it, man. I totally get it. But if you want me to walk you through it again, I'll try to do it slower.
No. It's all right.
Okay.
I would like to ask this though. So I'm sure you saw this. Putin says that he would have never started the war in Ukraine if Trump had won the election. What are your thoughts about that?
When did he say that?
It's all over TikTok. I'm sure you saw it.
All over TikTok?
It's on Daily Mail. I mean, whatever.
Okay, hold on. No, let me talk to whoever you're talking to.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let me talk to the real guy.
all right. So, no, I'm talking to my friend here. He's
Yeah, let me talk to your
he's
friend.
interested in debate. Well, I mean, I can't get him on here. He's on my headset.
How old are you?
But 23.
Year of birth?
Yeah. Are you insulting me?
Year of birth?
Insulting me.
Year of birth?
What?
What year were you born?
You need to know the year I was born. It's a little weird. 2020.
You heard what he's about to say? All right, go on to the next guest. An actual child. Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not American. Just want to say I love your content. I think you're doing a great job. You're really cool, man. Keep it up. And as always, free Palestine, free Sudan. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I kicked you because you're like 14 years old. Hi, welcome up.
Hey man, I'm a friendly. I just want to address the little Putin thing he said. So he said that Putin said that if Trump would have won, the war would have never happened. Well, I just want to say that it's in Putin's best interest to say stuff like that so he can divide us. It's just me, like, saying my opinion. I don't think it's true, but it would make sense. What do you think?
Yes. And you know why I agree? Because I just looked at the
Why?
quote and he literally said, I can't help but agree with Trump that if his victory had not been stolen in 2020, then maybe there would not have been a crisis in Ukraine that arose in 2022. He knows, just like every other world leader knows, that flattering Trump is the way to get what you want. And if Trump stops supporting Ukraine, then Putin gets to either bar Ukraine from joining NATO, keep part of Ukraine, or both. So, yeah, I'm glad I looked it up because that quote very clearly shows what he's trying to do.
All right, man, that's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to hold you too long.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Crisis started in 2014. True, actually. Putin knows how to glaze Trump for real. Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting implication, Mano. Damn, I went to Twitch comments and they're so much more unhinged than TikTok comments. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I had a question about the conversation you were just having with the last guy about Putin.
Uh-huh.
So you think that he did this for political reasons?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so how do you take him? Just a minute here. Sorry, I didn't know you were over me right now. Just a minute. I'm washing the last fork. All right. So what about Putin saying that the war would have never happened if the election wasn't stolen, and then he follows it by saying, "I am ready to have talks with Trump about ending the war."
That it makes exact sense. Yes.
Okay, so you think that he's going to go to Trump, and then he's going to tell Trump that he wants Trump to basically give up all the amount of area that they covered?
Well, like I said, it's going to be one of three things. It's either going to be they keep part of Ukraine, Ukraine is barred from ever joining NATO, or both. And it's probably both.
And do you think that Ukraine being barred from ever joining NATO is a bad thing?
Yes. I don't think we should just I don't think sovereign nations should be under the influence of nuclear powers just because the dictator wants them to not join NATO. That is a bad thing.
Yeah, but they were never part of NATO anyway.
So what? Nations join NATO all the time. Finland just joined NATO recently. Why is that a...
Okay. So you're saying, just for clarification, if he goes to Trump and Trump does get him to lean towards pulling back, and the agreement is they can't join NATO, this is not a W for Trump, because the only W would have been if they pulled back and they allowed him to join NATO as well.
Well, it'll be a W. It'll be a W for Trump because for Trump supporters, they don't have a nuanced take on this war anyway. They want the war to end regardless of how he does it.
No, I agree with you that in a perfect world, you're right. It should happen where a dictator doesn't get to decide if someone can join NATO or not. But we know that Putin, no matter what, probably isn't going to settle for that. So if the best we can get is that, isn't it a W in your books?
Well, that is the best we can get under a Trump presidency. But had we gotten a Harris presidency, we would have continued to support Ukraine, and eventually either Putin would have pulled back because he wouldn't have the resources to continue, or his citizens would have rose up against them because they no longer want the war.
I got you. So in layman's terms, do you mind if I just kind of summarize what you said? Under a Harris administration, more money, taxpayers' money went to Ukraine, and more people in Ukraine would have unalived.
Okay.
And that would have been better than Trump settling this in more.
I'm going to stop you right there because, it's so disingenuous. Number one, it is not additional taxpayer money. Like I said before, it is a reallocation of what's already in the military budget. That's number one. Number two, the taxpayer money that does go to Ukraine is actually a really good investment. Not only do we get a lot of it back with interest through Lend-Lease, but it's using it's using our military funds to deplete Russia's military funds without any troops on the ground. That's number two. Number three, it promotes democracy across the world, which is good. Number four, we're backing up our treaty that we signed in the 90s, the Budapest Memorandum, which made it so that Ukraine had to give up their nukes in exchange for us protecting them. We're the greatest country on earth. Yes. I think we should be able to live up to our treaties. That's number four. Number five, if we allow Putin to take part of Ukraine, it incentivizes the development of nukes by other non-NATO countries, because it shows that a dictator with nukes can just invade at any given time, and they're not going to be backed. I want fewer nukes on planet Earth, whereas allowing Putin to win this war means more nukes. Okay, so there's 5 good reasons for supporting Ukraine in this defense, and there's one good reason not to, which is make Putin happy.
I'm in shock. Okay, I'm going to try to address this point by point. Point number one, you said taxpayers' money. We pay for the military budget with our taxes.
That's right. And the military budget will not go down. The military budget will not go down if we stop funding Ukraine.
But it's our money ultimately that we pay with our taxes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I don't know why you said that.
It's not going to go back to you or anywhere. It's going to continue to go into the military.
I want it to be paid for our military, not funding a military.
Our military is already well paid for. We spend 10x of the next. We spend more than the next 10 countries combined.
Don't you guys always argue that the military is underpaid and people aren't paid properly?
No, veterans need to be supported more. Our military spending needs to be cut. That's not a Republican policy, by the way.
Anyway, so let me address point number two. Yes, we have a treaty with Ukraine. If Ukraine gave up all of their nukes, we would defend them. And what have we been doing so far? Defending them. But we're getting to a point now where Putin is an insane dictator, and no matter what we do, he will not back off. And here's the problem, okay, that you're not seeming to understand. If we continue to fund Ukraine and we push this fucking madman into a corner, there's a chance that if we do this, he will actually drop a nuclear bomb onto Ukraine. And you know this is a possibility. So why the fuck are we funding this war knowing there is at least a 10 to 20% chance this madman is going to nuke Ukraine?
Where did you pull that percentage out of? Put it back.
Let me tell you this. If you read the articles, they said that we are at the highest likelihood of nuclear war right now more than ever, okay? It's at like 10% likelihood at the height of this. Now, here's the thing. I need you to answer why you think that we are not holding up our end of the treaty, and by Trump negotiating a deal where all that happens is they can't join NATO, that is a loss. When we have a crazy guy who's going to potentially cause the entire world to cease to exist. And if you say that you think he's just bluffing, you're crazy. Putin is a fucking madman, dude.
Okay, so I understand Russian talking points, but the idea that we should just appease crazy dictators hasn't worked for us in the past. When Chamberlain gave up the Sudetenland to Hitler to appease him, Hitler kept doing what he was doing. It's all this is going to do is allow Putin to just do shit in the future.
Yeah, I mean, your reference to the historical figures, you're absolutely right. Sometimes it hasn't always worked. The problem is that we're dealing with a different timeline where back during when Hitler's reign, the Third Reich, things like this, okay, they were just beginning to understand what nuclear bombs were. We have so many nukes in this country that when it comes, and the problem is that Putin has a majority of them. And if you don't think this is concerning, then I don't know what else to really say to you. This is a major concern because you're comparing 1930 to now. We have much more things to worry about now than we did back then, okay? And the problem is that you're saying that I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass. He is always threatening on a consistent basis to nuke somebody.
That's what I would do too if I was trying to take over land and trick Americans into wanting their president to not support us. Want to support the people that we're fighting.
Right, but wait, if there's let's say there was a 10% chance that he does send off nukes to start World War III, do you still think that it's worth it for us to continue to fund
If
this?
there was a 10% chance that Putin's going to send nukes, I would reassess. But that percentage is made up from sky high. There's no evidence that there's a 10% chance that Putin's going to do that. Putin's not launching nukes.
Hey, wait. During the Cold War, wasn't that there was a number where they said it was like a 5% chance of nuclear war at that point in time, and we're at a further point than that now.
Where are you getting these numbers?
Yeah, hold on. I can pull up the actual statistics. Well, again,
yes.
I need you to
Pull up the
understand
statistics, yes.
I need you to understand when they say the numbers. This is based on assessments.
You go ahead and pull up the statistics. I got some donuts to read.
Hold on.
Zuri, thank you for the $5 for having the patience of a saint. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Zuri. Diego, thank you for the $1. Is this the immigration guy? I don't know who the immigration guy is. Mac, thank you so much for the $10. Dino, please kick this idiot. Oh, those get mixed up. Oh, there it is.
Okay, so two things I'll say. First thing is that I'm going to have to retract the statement. Which listen, I'm openly doing this. I'm saying because it was an article, but the article gathered it was based on a number of people's anecdotals what they felt. Okay, and they fully were at a 20% chance of nuclear war. Okay, but now, hey, listen. At least I'm conceding.
I respect that you conceded.
I'm conceding it, man.
I respect it.
I was reading the article and it said that this is based on anecdotals.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, you're saying that if it was at a 10% likelihood, you would.
I would. 10% is wild.
I mean, I guess the question is, how do we really quantify what the likelihood is of him doing this?
Well, based on what the military experts believe. And as of right
Okay,
now,
well,
the idea of Putin dropping nukes in this war doesn't make any sense because it would mean mutually assured destruction.
that's what obviously I hope I believe as well, but it's just like one of these things where they're saying that if Ukraine is winning and they do actually continue to start to push forward, and listen, here's the thing: is that if Trump ends up stepping in terms of Ukraine's favor, we are going to be winning over there. Okay, so if that happens, the question is, how does he retaliate to him losing? Because I mean, he doesn't want to be seen as a country that is that weak. So I mean, like, yeah, they're winning right now, so the likelihood's low. But if they do begin to win, what would happen? That's the question.
If Russia begins to win the war, I will also reassess. However, just based on the past, how many years has it been? 3 years. Based on the past 3 years, Ukraine has been winning the war. A lot of which is thanks to our support as well as other countries. And there's no reason now to give up just because Putin asks us nicely. But anyway, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Y'all heard that calming music in the background? Thank you, CB. I wish I could have the patience you have, bro. CB, I'm not sure if this is patience or this is just me giving up. Oh, man. No, you know what? W guess for admitting he was wrong. Yeah, no, I like that guest. He was simping for Putin a little bit, but I don't think he was bad faith. And what more can we ask for, chat? The bar is so bro mad tranquil. Have you heard of Chick Choria? No. Dude who's watching Young and the Restless, Days of Our Lives, ass music. Dan, please, we Twitch frogs are starving without our better TTV extension. Okay. Someone, I don't know if David can do it. Someone that knows a lot about Twitch needs to just hit me up with everything I need to do for Twitch. Let me know. Because I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. Improvisational jazz. We got Nightbot today. That's a plus. The mic is blowing out my damn throat. How many viewers on Twitch? I don't know. I don't know the easiest way to see that. Hold on. $43. It's not bad. I think it's my third day on Twitch. I thought the music was Dan from Dan for his blood pressure. You know what? Maybe I should start playing calming music. Hi, welcome up.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Petrol station 3 miles north. Go.
What'd you find? The arrest of Jeffrey R. Baker, born in Huntsville, died in 1952. I knew it. I don't think that proves anything.
Look, the best we can hope for is that they don't know the Phineas.
They don't pay attention to anything I say or do anyhow, so.
What's up?
Can someone figure out what movie it is? It sounds like people are getting eaten. Is this Jurassic Park? I don't remember At Last though. It's a preview.
What are you gonna do? Constant negativity from you.
Oh, a trailer. Black Beauty, are you there?
Somebody call 911. Got something number here.
It sounds super familiar. Okay. All right, chat. I think I'm done for the night. I don't have any more debates in me, and we don't have any more guests in the box. Listen, I love you all. We can hang out for a bit, but if you want more debates, I think we're done for the night. Announcements. I am not. What the hell? How long has that been there? Oh, that's what happened. Announcements. I am not going to be live next weekend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in an extra Tuesday live. We're going to be live Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, and I'm going to be off the rest of the week. I might be live on my non-politics account for what I'm doing this weekend. It's a surprise, but it'll be interesting. Wednesday is the RFK Jr. hearing. Oh, nice. Okay, we're gonna watch that. Cosplay as Luffy again. Next Halloween. Are you posting on YouTube? So the cool thing about YouTube, about us simul streaming on YouTube, is the past 2 nights and now tonight as well. The VODs are uploaded automatically, so I don't have to do them anymore. But I will start to upload more stuff on YouTube at some point. Put up the non-politic account again, please. Okay. Hold on. I'll just tell you what the ad is. It's No Politics Dan. That's the ad. Replay? What are we replaying? Dan, my birthday is February 9th. Can you do a super controversial live? February 9th. What day is that? Let me see. I'll see what I can do. Dan, you should play the spa music whenever they start going off the rails. Do you have last Saturday's live? It's a historical document, I feel. No, you know what the worst part is? TikTok gave me a violation for last Saturday's live, so I don't have any of it. Except for whatever people clipped. Really frustrating, actually. YouTube, can you guys tell me how many people are in YouTube, or like before I ended the debates, how many people were watching on YouTube? Just curious. For real, Dan? Yeah. The last live before we went down, I don't have access to. When's the clip of Mr. I Won't Accept I Was Wrong going up? So if TikTok auto clips like 8 things, if it's in one of those 8, then it'll probably go up tomorrow. If it's not in one of those 8, then it'll go up when I have time, which... Oh, there must be nobody on YouTube because nobody answered that question. What was the violation for? So I actually think it was a glitch. 55 now? Okay, cool. Thank you. I actually think it was a glitch because the violation was the same as the violation I got last month when I was banned for a week. And it also said that I wouldn't be able to go live, but I was able to go live. So I think what happened was because we were live until the very end, they ended the live in the only way that the system could, which is through the last violation that I had. That's my assumption. I tried to appeal through my agency to see if we could get the VOD back. I didn't get any strikes on my account or anything. So it's just the VOD that's missing. Are you streaming tomorrow? I forgot to schedule it. No, we're gonna be streaming Next week's a little bit different. We're gonna stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we're off the rest of the week, and then we'll be back to our normal schedule Wednesday to Saturday. Bro, what if I caused the live for going up as under 18? No. Trust me, that was not the reason. What did I miss? I got no alerts of you being on. Damn, you missed a lot, I think. All right. When will you be live on the No Politics one? Possibly this weekend. And also at random points. That's the one if I'm ever just feeling like talking to chat, but I don't want to talk about politics, I might just go live. Like I might be live on that tonight in bed. Who knows? Dan, my birthday is the 9th. Wait, you too? Nice, Wikigor. CB Real can't get in the Discord link. Oh, try opening it in browser. Dan, what are you doing for my birthday? What's your birthday? When's your birthday, Maya? Remember when Dan took a nap on live? Are you wrapping up today? Yeah, we'll hang out for a bit. I might hang out with you guys while I eat my sandwich. I haven't decided yet. Guys, I think the movie was back in action. November 15th. November 15th? Maya, I don't even know if I'll be alive November 15th. That's so far from now. Remember when Dan flashed us? I did not flash you guys. When did that happen? What kind of sandwich? It is a chicken tender sub from Publix. Any good movie with buffalo sauce? Any good movie recs? I haven't watched. I've only watched 2 movies in the past like year and a half. It's the Barbie movie and Deadpool. Buffalo tender sub is goated. Yeah, it's really good. I never watched Oppenheimer. I started it on a plane and then I fell asleep. Mine is Tuesday. Want to do a 48-hour live? Melissa? No. I appreciate the offer though. I will be live for your birthday though on Tuesday. Only next week. The last shot of you last weekend was you eating chicken around 11:15 Eastern. Yeah, I remember that. Barbie movie. Yeah, so I saw the Barbie movie, but I haven't seen the Barbie human yet. Dan knows the method. Buffalo chicken pub sub. Yeah. Dan, please stop ignoring us on Twitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. Fega said more emotes. Spiral said Dan win Oppenheimer. Major Sleeper. Better TTV edition will be beginning of the new dawn. Dan, I'm messaging you about BT. Okay. The Twitch being neglected. I'm sorry, guys. I'll get used to. I gotta get a better plugin because right now I have the Restream plugin, which is supposed to combine all the chats, but it's only combining one chat with itself, which is Twitch chat. He's been neglecting my messages all night. Oh my god, I'm sorry, man. Chat. I'm sorry, man. I feel like I feel like I'm such a different person than the guy who was going live like week 4, you know? Did you hear about Elon Musk? That's so vague, but it's also horrifying. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go heat up that sandwich. Hold on 1 second, everybody.
We're ill. Elon Musk, sense of impending doom. Heat. Dan, when are you gonna open Pokemon cards on stream? It's Trump's presidency that's got you down.
Oh, hold on.
Hey, I thought I would say hi to chat and also give you some more energy to improve your patience level, which
Oh,
is at
thank you.
3.
Well, it's probably at a 4 now, but I usually take it off at this part of the live anyway, so I'm just gonna drop that.
Also, Oppenheimer is very good.
I will try to find the 3 hours somewhere.
Yeah.
How was your day?
It was okay.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Monica.
Oh, I didn't. I was like, what was that?
That was the little crown. Dan, is there a float spa near you? I'd recommend it. I don't know. I think tomorrow, only going live for 2 days, I think I'll be able to recharge a little bit.
Thank you. I just saw what.
Yeah, Leah's sending you a bunch of gifts.
Yeah, thank you, Leah.
For those that don't know, this is my amazing brother. He was basically my father figure growing up.
I was catching a little bit of the earlier segment, and I wanted to join and just tell the guy, I'm like, do you realize how much of the price increases are because of Putin and the invasion of Ukraine?
That's true, actually. Some of the supply chain issues were caused by the invasion of Ukraine. That's right. Good point. I don't know if
Anyway.
that's still affecting it as much, but definitely in 2022.
Yeah, I certainly didn't want to
Turn
go into
off the
politics.
lights. Turn off the lights.
I was gonna say, for chat's reference, I might join more on the non-politics side. I'd be happy to chat with you guys about fitness or finance. Those are really
The 2 Fs.
the 2 Fs.
Your voices are incredibly similar. Yeah.
This is what we hear.
Two things I'm terrible. That's funny. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up.
Sure thing. And I think you were gonna go get a sandwich, right? You said.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn Angela back on.
Okay. Well, enjoy dinner.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Ace has a bit more of an undertone / gravelly feel, I'd say. Dan, do you know if it's true that Elon got removed from the White House? I didn't hear about that. Definitely cooking for you when I get there. Thank you, Dawn. I haven't cooked in a while. Oh my god. When was the last time I cooked? I should make some pasta. Dan, has anyone told you you have a wonderful smile? If so, I'd like to say it again. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go play some Mario Party. Y'all have a good night. You too, Randy. Was it November, Mim? I think you're right. You cook tonight every night? Oh, okay. True. Okay, let me turn Angela back on. Hey, you look like Fluffy with a full beard.
I am making a bolognese tomorrow from scratch. Can't wait.
Fluffy with a beard?
Have a good night, Dan.
Like Gabriel Iglesias?
Chef Dan.
Oh, that sounds good. Bolognese.
Squirrel.
Good night, Frank. I was getting that
Let
sandwich.
bro talk to us while you get food.
Oh, I mean, if he wants to. Sam, do you want to talk to chat while I get food, or
No Luffy from One Piece.
And we could just let Angela.
Dan, favorite pasta shape?
Oh, Luffy with a beard.
Hi, Dan.
Yeah, so I've
Thanks
always
for being
wanted
awesome.
to cosplay as Luffy.
Cheers.
Dan, favorite pasta shape? Ooh, good question.
Enjoy dinner. See, a real man can make a sandwich. Let Sam give us his delights on the guests lol. You should. Dinner with Dan on the No Politics account.
Oh, Lester,
Kidding.
you know what? Actually,
Shells.
that sounds like a good
Elon
idea.
spoke at the AFD campaign launch. Big surprise. Farts. If Trumpers really cared about immigration, they should be mad about visa fraud phony Stark. Angela Want read my message. Can you read it on Twitch?
Okay, let me see. Are you Pink Moons? Dan, play Cult of the Lamb so we can join your cult. Dan, have you any plans to make a video stream? I don't know what that means. I'm disassociating hard right now. Favorite pasta shape? Well, I could tell you I don't like spaghetti as a pasta shape. If I'm getting like long noodles, I'd rather they be flatter. I do like rigatoni or like corkscrew pasta. Wagon wheels. I don't even know the last time I had wagon wheels in my life. Video games on No Politics Live? Maybe. Spaghetti hater. Cavatappi, Loki. Cavatappi's good. I do like capellini more than spaghetti. But the thing is, the only time I ever have like angel hair pasta is in Asian dishes, so I don't know if that counts as like capellini. Because if I have Italian dishes, I usually don't have capellini. Farfalle, yeah, farfalle is underrated. Wait, did I say rigatoni? What's the one that's like the swirlies? Rotini. Rotini is what I meant. Sorry, not rigatoni. Rotini is the one I like. I mean, rigatoni's fine. Look up Mafaldine. That looks good. Oh, you know what this looks like? One time my mom cut up lasagna sheets and made pasta out of that. That's what it looks like. Penne. I mean, I like penne, but I don't know if that's because I just really like penne alla vodka or if I actually like penne. Rotini holds flavor well. Yes, that's why I like rotini. Look at that rotini compatibility go. Okay, I'm going to do something. I am going to thank some people. I am going to thank Shawty, JG, and Sesame for liking the screen, for tapping the stream, for liking the stream and tapping the screen so well. Thank you all so much.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Leah. Okay, I'm turning Angela on. I'm gonna put the sandwich in the. I don't even know how to heat. Okay, so for the people that have chicken tender subs, when you save half of it, how do you heat it? Do you just put the whole thing in the microwave and recognize that it's gonna be soggy, or do you like take the chicken out and cook that separately and then toast the bread, like air fry the chicken? So you guys take the chicken out. Toaster oven open faced. I've tried that before, Skylar. The chicken never gets hot enough before the bread starts toasting. Windowsill. Air fry the tenders. But like it's not just tenders though. There's like tomatoes and cucumbers and spinach on there. So I'd have to separate that as well. I just nuke to separate takes too long and I'd be hungry. Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna nuke it. Nah, I deconstructed chicken out, throw chicken in the toaster oven, and then bread at the end. Rebuild the sandwich. Microwave at half power. Nuke, then air fry. Completely depends on how hungry I am. I'm pretty hungry.
Bake for a short period? At least take the chicken out. Soggy sandwiches make me gag FR. We know you are. If we hungy, then we micro. ID eat it cold lol. I second nuke, then air fry honestly. I've never eaten half a sandwich unless it's at Panera. Cold as crazy OMG. At Allison Fowler Trueway. There's no way you can just heat up altogether. Aluminum foil tent over it in an oven. Are you saying you're gonna put the sandwich in the microwave? Find a nice girl to take care of you, Dan. Heat. Yeah, nuke, then air fry. At CarlyFink _ sandwiches be cold. At Lester Esmore, gimme those broccoli cheddar bread bowls. The pub sub's legal name is Publix Sublix. I agree with find a nice lady. I have a chicken baked potato. Hi chat. At Romer he. Cooking contest. Broccoli cheddar bread bowl sounds gas. Hello. At CB Real this sounds gas. At Please Cheese Me it does. Chew Poppy Moon and you. Wait, I distinctly remember my funeral last weekend. How am I still here chat? Cooking with Dan, cooking with Dan. No my Pookie. At Please Cheese Me would probably give gas. At Romer I'm about to find out I'm about to pull a Dan. I love being here, it's my first stream. At Outcast worth it though I bet. My Shayla. Angela is immortal, there can be only one. What exactly is pulling a Dan? At Sesame welcome.
What did I miss? What is pulling
What
a
was
Dan?
the decision on the heating method? Hi President Dan.
It's in the microwave now, and then I'm gonna put it in the toaster oven.
Dan has the best chat.
I could air fry
Oh
it
my,
though.
he returns.
It's a air fryer toaster
You
oven.
missed so much.
Did I miss so much? Dan does have the best chat.
Eating a soggy sandwich is pulling a Dan. Thank you for not eating it cold. It's a chat secret. I did everything right and they indicted me. I vote air fryer. Dan is pulling a Dan.
What else would you expect from Dan? Our Twitch and
Pulling a
YouTube.
Dan going to go eat.
Are you guys still here?
I did everything wrong and they made me president.
Because if you're not
I
still
vote
here,
they
I'm just
debate
gonna end
me
the
on
live.
debates. I'm blowing out my damn throat. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Obviously.
Turn off the lights, turn off the lights. At Jinx the Zervismith. At CB Real Enjoy. How's that Publix Sublix? I am doing my paper. Trump probably hates pasta and chicken. Angela has all the secrets.
Okay,
Shish wink.
there's definitely
At
people
Ethan
on
Troll
Twitch.
Blaze. Obviously.
There's people on
At
Twitch,
Barbie off.
but
Obama.
YouTube, everyone's asleep.
At
I
CB
think.
Real loved hearing you go off today on those bozos. At Sal Glaze D's. They're taking the geese. My CPU is a neural net processor,
night, Gina.
a learning computer. Good night, Dan. Are we moving to Purple App or?
We're
At
doing
Roma,
all three
thank
right
you.
now.
Does Trump eat anything besides hamburgers?
Your TikTok, your YouTube, and your Twitch.
At Ethan Schroll Yap. At Uncle Hippie, Dan Martin, fillet of fish. I'm buzzed. Multitasking king. Kofifi. You can't tell us what we are. But who is Patrick? At Please Cheese Me I doubt it. I love a fillet of fish. Damn the man. No, I'm Radio Rebel. Fillet of fish is foul lowell. Trump's vacations coincide with the return of the McRib. Foul AF. At Yasmin Star. What's Dan making? At MR Redneck and our jaws stayed in place. Pasta? At Alexa, Alextra, either they are Sue Fire or absolutely horrendous. My heart goes out to you, chat. Crab and crawdads are the best food in the world. At ICE Cold. No way, justice for fillet of fish forever. At ICE Cold too soon. At MR Redneck dead? Crawdad's face with peeking eye. At Alexa, Alextra wrong. Good night, chat. At Alexa, Alextra double filet o fish. What's gray and can't fly? At Caffeine, good night. You. Why anyone would choose a fillet of ish when they could get anything else? At Ethan Schroll, okay, there are limits. At Addie My Zipper. At Shadow Jade, a parking lot. At Cash right. At Cash so true lol. At Cash exactly. We sold play an MMO. At Cash more for me. Wish people stopped eating fish. At ICE Cold, if one does it right, it's never too early for heart. At Alexa, Alextra triple filet o fish. 5 scoops of tartar sauce. A game night. Hey Siri, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? At Ethan Schroll, oh hell nah. 5 extra scoops is diabolical. Fish is good, just not always. At Orcus, people that sounds fishy. At Ethan Schroll, lot of mercy. At Ethan Schroll, 5 scoops is crazy work. At Zombie Dragon 0789 lol. Breath finna be sick. Fish is way better than their burgers and 5 scoop me please. Say 7 sizzling sausages sizzling in a saucepan. Does anyone else loves the iMachine? LMAO. WTF, my Siri told me it was 42 wood. Hey Siri, turn off the lights. At Psyche up. At Psyche it's the best, Dan has the coolest live. Siri is better than me. Speaking of fish, did he feed Walker?
I did.
What's red and bad for your teeth? Dan is awesome.
Thank
At
you.
Miles sounds like high school locker room after gym class. LMAO. Hey Google, turn off the lights. I tried to main a fillet of fish in my cricket machine. At Addie Blood. Hey Siri, call mom. Can we see Walker?
I also
At Shadow Jade a brick.
I have a side dish,
This is so funny.
which is kind of a flex
WHWRE is your
on,
kitty.
on Republicans and their
What?
egg prices.
Yum.
Boom.
Looks nice. What's orange and hates brown? Hey Google, play Baby Shark. Side dish, huh? Dan Rich.
It was $3.
Stop activating my Siri. Deviled eggs. The egg price SSS. Thank God I have headphones on. Mike Hawk.
Wait,
There's no way you're eating that before bed.
$3.50
How's that cat
for
doing?
6 deviled eggs. What do you guys
Side
think?
dish was my nickname in high school. I did everything right and they indicted me. At Uncle Hippie, Dan Martin, you're the winner with that one. Those look good. No bad. I wish we had Publix here when we traveled down to Florida last year driving we went there. That's not bad. What are you eating? Are those gas station deviled eggs? Nuke and air fry
Public.
work?
Yeah.
At Carmen. Y'all got my Google Home playing Baby Shark. I did everything wrong and they freed me. Here in NYC would cost $25. Lobster roll. Dan, do you still play any poker?
Not in a while.
Italian food or Hispanic food? You've heated the lettuce too. Public subs is.
It's spinach.
God damn it, Baby Shark is playing around my house now. Hey Alexa, play YMCA. Public subs. It's CB Real. Hey, I remember you saying in a video Trump repealed an Obama-era housing law for corporations to buy housing. I tried looking that up, couldn't find it.
It's in
Why
the
no debate?
Dodd-Frank Act.
Dan, where are you from? Blown up toilet later gas station deviled eggs. I see Ema have to go food shopping for us. Hey Alexa, play Bad Romance. At Crudknacker's number. You should play Balatro, it's poker-based but fun. What is your family's ethnicity?
Levantine.
Lol. Dan, if you were to compare Trump to a Marvel character, who would it be? Eating eggs before bed is a power move. At Barbie also no. Why no debate? At Kelly, I'm playing right
We
now.
did them already.
What's your favorite movie? At Crudknackers, it's so good. Modoc. Levantine? At Alexa, Alextra. Are you planning on getting yourself with a Dutch oven? Farts. Deviled eggs are so good because the sin adds flavor. How's the Sammy? I want Subway subs. At Alexa, Alextra.
Favorite movie. I don't have a
Mega
favorite
family
movie.
tree is so small it's a wreath.
I don't have a favorite movie, but I really
What's
like.
the exact thing I should look up? I only say that cause one of Charlie Kirk's biggest video is saying corporations buying housing is one of the W. I had Subway for lunch today, yum. Trump would be the Blob as a Marvel villain.
I'll get back to you later.
Alexa, turn the volume up all the way and repeat the last song. Hey Alexa, turn on music. Worst things. Or Thanos lol. Why the chat font looks small on my A-trip? Trump's makeup like Adam Warlock. Alexa, play Despacito. Is that One Piece? You like anime? I didn't realize anyone liked Subway. Ice cream or cake? Thanos has too many plans to be Trump. I am glad I use earbuds lol. Do you like jazz? Why does Chad not say my messages lol? Subway is expensive. Do you have sub alerts on Twitch?
I have no idea.
Wawa is where is that? One of y'all made my Alexa play Despacito lol. Alexa, play demonic music. You make the sub yourself, how can Subway not be good? Do you like Jersey Mike's?
Yeah, but they're expensive.
Chicken. Lol, let's test it. It's overpriced and not very good. No more Alexa jokes please, that scared me. Turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Chiba Hut is the move.
Never heard of that.
Have you ever had Crumble Cookie? Best poker live stream?
Yeah, it's okay. I haven't watched a poker live stream in
Chicken.
God knows how long.
I like all the sub places TBH.
I don't
Have you
think I've
tried
followed
egg
poker
sandwiches,
since
Dan?
after the Mike Postle thing.
Crumble Cookie is trash. Chicken. Have you read Fourth Wing?
No.
Dan, what's your top best fast food spot? Chicken.
Culver's.
Chiba Hut sandwiches are so bomb. Crumble is dangerously overrated. Damn, Dan fell off hard. Chicken. Peanut butter cookies with Reese's in them. Chicken. I am out. Good night, everyone. No alert on Twitch, Dan. Can you review the Charlie Kirk clip? I think it would be a great clip for you. Culver's is goated. Chicken. Have you ever been to Nashville?
Once, yeah.
Mike Postle scandal was wild.
It was wild.
Wawa subs. Culver's has really good fish and chips. Chicken. Hey. OMG, I love Culver's. What part of Fluid are you in? At
Fluid.
Psyche used to be so good. Chicken. In and Out is number 1. Cutie.
We don't have any
Stop
outs
the
here.
chicken is having me dying laughing. What do you think of Charlie Kirk? Hey
Not a
Dan, I
fan.
am back. Do you like Wawa subs? The
Okay.
wilted veggies on that sandwich is frying me, Dan. Chicken. I love the One Piece flag.
Thank you.
Florida.
I love veggies.
I can't believe Stones Live got away with that.
I'm in Central
How was
Florida.
Earth Day? Jersey Mike's is way better than Subway. Chicken? Chicken. Chicken.
What is
Did
happening?
you skip grades in school? You seem highly intelligent. I love veggies too.
No, I didn't. I
Dan
was.
kinda random, but do you think you will be on Jubilee anytime soon? That would be fun.
I should apply.
Chicken.
I was
Yes,
in
hello
AP
from
classes,
Florida.
but no, I didn't skip.
Chicken. I keep hearing chicken. 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 Love from Kenya.
Love from
Turkey?
Florida.
I was born in Fort Myers.
Ah,
Alexa, open the magic door. What is with the chicken?
I don't know.
Chicken. Beef. Chicken. You are a history major? Chicken.
Business.
What's your day job if you're open to sharing? Miami, Florida.
Collectibles
Chicken.
reseller.
You should put out an APB for a recording of last Saturday's live for posterity. I got my chicken baked potato life is complete. What rhymes with kickin'? Nightmare. Pastrami. Chicken. I almost skipped my senior year of high school, but that wasn't my decision. Chicken. Nightmare. Shimmy Shimmy Cocoa Pop. When we traveled to Florida last year, we hit Lake Mary and Sarasota. Nightmare. Sue, my message goes through, but she won't read it. Misogyny. Nom. Chicken. Cheers. Will Angela say this? Cute shoes. Chicken with a side of Obama. OMG XO. I am weak. Nom. Nom nom. You got Twitch subs. Happy
Oh, did I?
Saturday. Now I am hungry. What documents should I be reading to learn more about the deportations? Alleged reports are coming out that Mississippi are planning to offer rewards to aid in deportation.
Yeah, we saw that. The bounty hunting squad.
My aunt and uncle live in Wesley Chapel. Did you go to school in Florida?
No.
Arsenal, the greatest team in England. My anxiety is skyrocketing, lol, thanks Angela. Yes, too. They will. At Genghis Khan, the Constitution. Alleged reports that Dan chews cute. Dan, do you know where to see the executive orders in a language I can understand?
Axios
What
had a
is
good
this law?
summary.
If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you live? One Piece.
Hawaii, maybe?
At Lester
I don't
Esmore,
know.
obviously, but right now that doesn't seem to matter. Opinion on Genghis Khan? If we weren't in the Trump era of politics, there would be a revolution over what's happening.
Literally.
Slay. Hey Google, what is the price of eggs? Hype train. Hawaii, yes. You're welcome, Don ZTE. Yo, what's in that deck box behind you? Which page had a good summary?
There's some juice in
We're
there.
in the Twilight Zone. Have you ever met Harry or Dean? Ever gone live with them?
Axios has a good summary. Hold on one second. I briefly went live with Harry. I have not gone live with Dean yet. I did collab with Parker one time. And if you were a Corello crown, what color would you be? I have no idea. Hold on. There was one more question. Which page had a good summary? Axios had a good summary. Okay. Thank you, Waller, for the sub. Thank you, Pink Moons, for the sub. The chat like the mods poll ended. How did that poll go? Thank you, Sweet Pea, for the gifted sub. Thank you, Madam Saturnia, for the sub. And thank you, Crash Cart Hero, for the sub. I train on Twitch if anyone wants to join it. Twitch seems like Twitch is where all the fun is at, huh? There's like hype trains and emotes and stuff.
No, here. Yes. Do you go live on Switch? If this administration is rewriting the Constitution and taking
on
us
it
back
right
to
now.
the beginning of the country, will they be remembered as the fondling fathers? We love Twitch. Hop on the train. Are those Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Yeah.
At Texas Patriot, Dan is one of the calmest debaters on TikTok. Daniverse battle for the rights of all. At Texas Patriot, lol, Dan is one of the most calm creators out there. Dan is so sweet.
Thank you, Psyche.
Except for that vein. Sometimes. Is anyone else terrified?
Wait,
Just
what,
me?
Barbie?
Opinion on Alexander the Great?
He was alright.
If you play Ryziel, I'm voting Trump. Dan's anger is healthy and valid. He matches energy. Can we have eggs? But we also love when Dan gets a little spicy. Was he really great? Nom nom. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nom nom. Thank you. Clip that he was alright. Comedy gold. Knock knock. 7 minutes and it's perfect.
Who's there?
Haha, I said you're calm, except when angry and Vane pops out. What do you think about solo leveling?
Haven't seen it.
We bought chickens. 6 free eggs a day. The dehydrated eggs I bought for my bunker are now cheaper than fresh eggs. I've never has deviled eggs. Had.
Why? They're so good.
At Kelly, they're super easy to make. At Kelly has. Someone needs to take all the clips of Dan feeding us and make edit with them lol. At Kelly, do you love Under a Rock? Spicy deviled eggs are so good. OMG me either. Deviled eggs are good and so easy to make. I am scared that we won't see more coverage on the bird flu since the WHO is out.
Oh god, yeah, true.
What sport do you follow? Love deviled eggs.
Basically none.
Dan's a good sharer. When Dan and I get married, they'll be at the reception. Deviled eggs smell like farts. I'm not white enough for deviled eggs. Someone will make a food edit surely. Follow all WHO accounts. What's your favorite subject in school? Do you like Middle Eastern food?
In history? Yeah, I do.
They are not a thing where I live, I am sorry chat. At Barbie, one of the thirst accounts for sure. In Super Black and I love deviled eggs. Where can I follow WHO? At Skenga's best part about my white side. At Psyche and bird flu may cross over to humans and be worse than COVID. Dan, do you like Formula 1? How much can you bench press?
2.
Go to fda.gov for recalls, safety alerts and market withdrawals. What Arab country would you say had the best food lol? Hi Dan,
Lebanon.
smiley face. At K, there's a thirst account? You should try Swahili food, it's like a mixture of East African, Middle Eastern and Indian food.
I haven't
It's
tried
like you
African
can find
food
their
in
account here
general.
on TT.
I really want to try Ethiopian food. There's a lot of African food I've never tried before.
Thank you everyone.
MJ or LeBron?
I love
LeBron.
Ethiopian food. At Jaden, damn you, the best part of both sides. WHO is here on TikTok and all socials, you can check their website for their updates. Have you tried mofongo?
Yeah,
Have you tried Cuban food?
yeah.
Ethiopian food is too good.
That's what I hear.
Swahili food is the best and biased because I am Kenyan. OMGG, start with Ethiopian or Somali food.
Yeah, I've
Sudanese food is too good.
I think the only African food I've had is Egyptian. So, like, most of Africa, I have not tried
Peruvian
their food.
food is so good.
Or maybe Morocco.
Dan, how did the debates go tonight?
They went.
Ever have haggis?
No.
I hear Nigerian food is good. Soul food is the best lol. Peruvian food is
I do
awesome.
like soul food.
If you're ever in Austin, I'll take you out for Ethiopian.
Sounds good.
Do you think saying death on TikTok will result in death worshipping hashtags, etc.? What about soul food?
I like soul food.
When I was stationed in JP, I had a random Turkish food hole in the wall. Asian food number 1. I love me some greens.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I agree with Asian food number 1.
Great way to spend a Saturday for me. Do you follow any conspiracies theories? At Emily Ware?
No, not really.
At ya.mammy, yes, one of them is at Nichidan fan. At Emily. Pet peeve, besides magas. At Toast Japan. Greens like rabbit food?
Paper cuts?
Thoughts on Italian foods and dessert. Okay, but which Asian food is number 1?
Now that's a good question.
D. Ever had Scottish and English in ya? Best bag of Doritos?
Interesting phrasing.
At Emily, I know, but what part 1 live here and I want to try.
The purple bag.
Thai or Vietnamese? Thai is the best.
That's so tough, Carly. So Vietnamese banh mi's are so good, but Thai curry is really good. Pho
Not
is
this fan,
good.
but I think if you stitched the Charlie Kirk video, it could go pretty viral.
It's a really tough choice.
At Mary, let me go see. At Barbie, not
DJ,
after
and if you
midnight.
send it to me, I'll take a look.
If you ever come to DC, there is some really good African food.
Okay.
At Toasto, I was stationed in Okinawa. I'd have to try to find the name. What's a good safe vegetable to start with for picky eaters? Myself. D. Want some?
That's a good question.
Thai, Japan.
Yeah,
India,
I do, Barbie.
Chinese also stacked. Vietnamese. What countries have you traveled to?
Okay, I gotta answer some questions. Hold on. Homemade Thai tea is amazing. Yeah, I love Thai tea. A good starter. A good starter vegetable for somebody who is a picky eater. That's such a good question. I would say maybe carrots. Obviously, I imagine you already like potatoes. They're technically a vegetable. I would say maybe carrots. What countries have I traveled to? Okay, so I've traveled to. Oh, peas is another good one. I wouldn't say broccoli for a starter vegetable. Okay, I have traveled to Canada, Mexico. Oh, broccolini is so good. I love broccolini. Canada, Mexico, Honduras, Belize, and Saint Martin, and the Bahamas. Yeah, I think that's everything. Basically, I've been to Canada for work, and I've been to all those other ones on like a cruise. So I wasn't there long. Oh wow, do you know Spanish? No. Thank you, Dan. I have ARFID and want to start eating better, but I'm not sure how. I'm gonna Google that. ARFID. Avoidance/restrictive food intake disorder. I see. Get some esquites and it'll start your veggie journey. Esquites is the same as elote, right? It's just like in a cup. If so, I love that. The only Spanish Dan knows is chisme. Yeah, listen, I'm a weapons grade chismoso. I mean, I know a few words, like, ¿cuántos años tienes? And then if I were 12 years old, I would say, tengo 12 años.
Howdy, Dan. Or try fruits, they're very healing. Albano. You only speak English?
I speak Arabic.
Good job.
Thank you.
At Skingus, maybe I haven't tried too much, but drinks are easier for me to stomach. Carrots, celery, bell pepper. Try them raw and cooked diff ways.
Raw bell pepper
Dora Dan.
hits sometimes.
Here's the video, kind sir. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Oh
¿Cómo
yeah,
estás?
I mentioned, I speak Arabic too. Say what you're eating in Arabic. Are you religious?
No,
Do we
not
all
really.
know La Migra? All I know is Baba Ish.
Say what I'm
Okay,
eating in
so
Arabic.
what is your fav Arab food, lol?
Sanduiche.
Try them raw. Bell peppers are fruits.
Sanduiche
Stuffed peppers are
Jej.
goated. Raw, you say.
47 more minutes,
At Kelly
Kelly.
behave.
47 more minutes. What were we talking about?
The only thing I learned from Spanish in HS was que pasa casa queso. What's up, house cheese? Is Arabic a hard language to learn?
Probably.
Wait, what's your
I
favorite?
learned it as a kid. My favorite
Dan
my favorite Middle Eastern
Wait,
food.
are you Lebanese?
Part
At Mim LMFA
part
yes.
Lebanese. My favorite. You know what?
At Yao.Mammy.
Kibbeneye has grown on me, which is essentially it's almost like steak
Fusake.
tartare. It's
At Psyche, I think Swa is my first language. It's the writing and reading.
It's sirloin blended with bulgur wheat and seasoning, and you have that with like a fried egg on top with some fresh mint and onions and pita bread.
Haley,
Oh
he's not.
my god. Really good. I don't know if it's my favorite though.
Yum.
I mean, just a really good
I've been learning
kebab.
Arabic for over 10 years.
Oh yeah?
Do you study history?
I try
At Red
to.
Rosie, thank you. Malokia is mine, lol. Eggs make
Milokia?
everything
Really?
better. How about Dolma?
Dolma?
Peanut butter is gross. Is this a
well,
24-hour stream, lol?
no, it's not.
That sounded delish.
From my region, it would be eprach, and I do like them.
Yes, with some lemon.
Hmm.
I might be biased because in Portuguese, but I love Portuguese food.
I think I've had Portuguese food once or twice.
At X, not even for the right price. OMG, Portuguese food is so good.
I'll be right back.
Favorite ice cream? What was the steak and night dish called? Nightmare. Go Suns. Nightmare. Favorite movie? What was the steak and mint dish called?
Kibeneye.
Chicken. Greek food is top tier. Infinite Five Guys bacon glitch.
Okay, wait.
You should eat koshery.
Hold on.
And
In regards to Greek food, okay, I was always under the impression Greek food was good, but nothing special. And then one time, I ordered Greek food from a place that I never ordered from before, and everything was amazing. I got like the sampler, so I got there was moussaka, pasticcio, and iro, and like everything in there, and it was just so freaking good. And I couldn't remember the name, and I could never find that place again. Are you a leftist? Probably not. I'm left of liberal, but I don't know if I would call myself a leftist. My friend from Jordan used to give me these beans. They were like yellow beans, but tasted like butter. If they were brown, then that's fulum demmes. But if they were yellow, then I don't know what you're talking about. Were they lentils? There are two really good, authentic Lebanese restaurants near me. Nice. I had a boyfriend from Yemen, and his parents were so racist. I feel that. Damn, yeah, good Greek food is god tier. Actually, sent you the Charlie Kirk clip and messages. All right, sounds good. Do you think the Eagles can beat the Bills in the Super Bowl? I have no idea. I had an incredible spanakopita at an Irish restaurant in Dublin. Nice. Spanakopita is always really good. No, bigger than lentils. Yeah, the only other bean that I can think of that is like common would be fool, which is fava beans, but they're not really yellow. Okay, so this is something that in the future, if y'all can do me a favor and bully me anytime I buy something like this, please, because I really need to be eating more healthy. But this is an Oreo dipped in chocolate, covered in toffee. I got it at Publix, and I'm gonna eat one. How about Bean Boozle? I don't know what that is. Fava can be yellow? Oh, well then maybe, oh, I see the Chianti reference. Alexa, make Dan a better grocery shopping list. Hey, that sounds like a lot of sugar. It is. It is. Have you had koshery? No. Oh yeah, it's good. Wait, hold on. I'm envious I have no treats in my house. See, Alina, I try to keep no treats in my house because I can't be trusted around them. But while waiting for them to make my pub sub, I let loose. Not double stuffed. I mean, this already has so much sugar. I don't think it needs to be double stuffed. Hmm. The thin Oreos are the best ones ever made. Honestly, thin Oreos are slept on. Oh, I'm so sorry, King Joker. Kelly, I know what you were gonna say too. But you know what? Y'all have been really good, so I'm gonna take the live to after midnight. What's your favorite movie? So I like I don't have a favorite movie, but there's some I really like. I like American Gangster. I like Django Unchained. I like for superhero movies. I like the Infinity War and Endgame. I like the movie Heat. Is really I think an underrated movie. And then for like desert island movies that I watch like all the time, that I would watch all the time, Truman Show I really like. And I like Groundhog's Day. Yeah, Heat's really good. And it's weird because like you hear about like all the other movies with like those actors are so much more famous, but Endgame fumbled Infinity War hype. I don't know. I liked it. I do like Infinity War more. I feel like we are living Groundhog's Day. Ever seen Pleasantville? You know what's funny? We watched that in school, like middle school. So yeah, but it was a long time ago. I have 2 cats inside. Have you seen Eternal Sunshine? No. What's your favorite Marvel movie? I want to say Infinity War. I also really like Endgame, Winter Soldier, and Black Panther. Heat was popular when it came out, and then it dropped off. Ah, I see. Iron Man 1 was sick too. Why aren't you married yet? I haven't found the right girl yet. All of the Captain America movies, to be honest. Honestly, I think it's probably the best trilogy was Captain America. Like they're all pretty good. Have you ever been slash plan on coming to New Zealand? I'd like to visit. I've never been. I volunteer. Are your parents conservative? My parents have very mixed opinions, but all of their brothers and sisters are conservative, pretty much. I'm single, just putting that out there. I plan on getting citizenship in New Zealand. It's beautiful out there. Yeah. What got you into politics? Um, mostly, mostly, in 2015, I was so interested by Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. I thought they were super interesting political figures, and then I started following from there. I've always been kind of interested in politics, though. I was a delegate for Bernie Sanders. Nice. Is there anything good Trump ever did? I like Project Warp Speed. Are you caught up on One Piece? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I'd sell my kidney for a Bernie Sanders term. Honestly, same. I volunteered for Bernie. I I actually can't remember if I phone banked for Bernie or not. I know I looked into it. I can't remember if I actually did it or not. And for those that are wondering, like, how do you not remember that? My memory really is getting very bad. Um, I do remember looking into it because I remember the map where you pick like where you want to phone bank. I don't remember if I actually called or not. I did donate to Bernie though, several times. Bernie and AOC are the only politicians I like anymore. Yeah, I like. I think I like AOC more than Bernie right now, by a hair. What year were you born? 1990. Then have you seen the newest chapter? I have. Emily, has there been a time the Republican Party had a leader that incited this much hate and violence before? I don't know. The craziest, yeah. Ever since TikTok got unbanned, people haven't been able to recharge. Mihawk or Shanks? Shanks. Best Republican president? Um, Probably Lincoln, but most recent Republican president I would have voted for is Eisenhower. Oh yeah, you can recharge online. It's actually cheaper online as well. What are you eating, Dan? These are Oreos dipped in chocolate, topped in toffee to help me cope with the Trump presidency. Dan, I can't resubscribe to use the 7 million votes emote. Could you please? Donald Trump lost the 2020 election to Joseph Biden by 7 million votes. Why Tuesday? So next week I'm not going to be live on the weekend, so I'm doing a Tuesday live to make up for it. Do you think lobbying will ever be banned from Congress? No. Executive orders do not need to go through Congress. Thank you for the post content and fighting the ignorance as much as you do. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you as well. Are you doing the birthday live for Maxim? Yes, but we're postponing it to February. Feels like such a losing battle. Lately, that's how it feels. McCain would be kicked out of the Republican Party today? Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know that banning lobbying is as much of an answer as restricting the amount of and the source of funds that go into government. I think lobbying and the idea of banning lobbying, I don't even know how that would work because lobbying can be anything. Lobbying can be like regular civilians, like protesting outside of the White House, but it's the money in politics that I think is the bigger problem. Oh, insider trading. The fact that we still have Congress being able to trade stocks is insane to me. And do you think we have the exact same thought? Why do we have the exact same thought process? I don't know, Lily. Great minds think alike. Is Trump a good negotiator? I don't think so. Honestly, the Republican Party is like Hydra. The state's electoral votes should be split by precincts. I agree to that. At least as a start. I prefer we just go by popular vote, but yes, Citizens United was really bad, or the overturn of Citizens United rather. I can't remember. I actually can't remember if it was Citizens United or the overturn of Citizens United, but you guys know what I'm talking about. How were so many union members conned into voting for someone so anti-union? The same way that so many people were conned into voting for a billionaire that think that he represents the working class. Someone on Twitch asked you, what's your favorite dinosaur? Ooh, good question. Oh, Citizens United overturned a different case. Okay. My favorite dinosaur? Ooh, that's such a good question. So, growing up, my favorite dinosaur was the Velociraptor. But I think as an adult, my favorite dinosaur is the Stegosaurus. Groceries, no one heard of this word. How do you feel about Trump coin? Haha. I feel like getting rug pulled by Donald Trump in 2025, it has to be... That's a canon event in your life. Slurry, that is not how you spell pterodactyl. No offense. Growing up, mine is the Dilophosaurus. No, I love raptors. I also love Pachycephalosaurus. For the rest of my life, the Titanic song will make me think of you. How can I explain the tax cuts for the rich to my MAGA family? It's really hard. It's really hard. It's hard to get past the fact that they got crumbs. Like, they're willing to lick the boot. It's like, we all got tax cuts. Like, yeah, but 83% went to the top 1%. They're like, my taxes were lowered. It's like, yes, but it's not. It's actually going to be worse for you in the long run because we're adding to the national debt that we're paying interest on, and our children's children are going to be paying for this. He could have just cut taxes for you, but instead he gave all of it to the top 1%. It's hard. It's so hard. They love licking boots, and I don't get it. It's like a different culture. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands. BRB. Angela, where are you?
Guys, SNL is on. It's Larry Copy Editing Queen. Why is English spelling ridiculous?
I just spilled water, chat.
It's Larry, is that how you spell it? LMAO, damn, I was way off. Angela Smiley Face. Republican voters thrive on short-sightedness. Do you think he will add as much to the debt as last time? First time they blamed COVID for the debt. At Ty Good, yeah, I had to Google it, lol. At Andrew_Romano, he had added so much before COVID. At Andrew_Romano, me thinks more. It's Larry because it's a combination of many languages. Alexa, what is the weather? It's Larry, lol, yeah, I would have too, lol, my phone didn't know what I was talking about. Color close double angle bracket color. Republicans eat, sleep, and breathe racism. Thank you, everyone. Look up at misbehaved women on TikTok. Some bugs in Florida are pterodactyls. OMG, my Alexa answered, lol. It's Larry, Florida is a weird place, so I believe it. What's the deal with airplane food? Where's Dan? Florida bugs, Ari. At Cash BAHAHAH. I am robots, hear me roar. At Quinn washing his hands. At Quinn went to wash hands. At Cash. Angela, how TF dare you skip my comment? Florida bugs are terrifying. Ask Siri about the woodchuck, she responds. Dan went to wash his hands. Sarah Sherman's frozen pose is all of us. At Cash, so well, airplane food, am I right? No, how dare you? TikTok censored me. I am kinda split on the topic of cartels being classified as terrorists. My first thought is good. Dan, what's this flag in the back? Hospital food. I like
One
turtles.
Piece.
My CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer. Remember when Trump blew that mic? I'm so hungry I could eat at Arby's.
All right.
Arby's fries are good. At somebody unknown, this could lead to America violating Mexico's sovereignty. Ah ha ha ha, stop, I forgot Trump, did they? Is it 12 yet? Go Birds. Can you explain the cartel classification? At Cash, Arby's catching strays? At Cash, wow, that's definitely saying something. Did you see that Putin just threatened the US to a duel? At SpongeBob 25.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna keep the live going on TikTok, but I'm gonna end the lives on Twitch and YouTube. Love you guys. Appreciate every single one of you for joining us on the various platforms. If you still have a TikTok account, I'll see you on TikTok.